Oh, did I think long enough?
franchise because of the substance and everything of that
Did
sort.
I think long
Yeah, we just can't
enough?
list
For
off
that part,
everything at this point.
yeah, basically, and then
I
yeah,
don't
to
think I
agree
took
with
long
you
enough.
guys,
You
I
know what?
guess
I'm gonna go
like
back to
we
that
have the
starting screen for a while.
tools and necessities to make up where we can fight
I'm just
away the
kidding.
things that kind of put us down as a society or as a
Kidding.
community or whatever. But I'm
Kidding
saying
to the
that
nobody that watches.
ever since the civil rights
I'm the
era,
moderator.
there was
Engage
more
with the
power to
panel,
be
bitch.
used, given that
Funny.
we were more human. Like there was more opportunities to be made out of our um, opportunities are offered after the civil rights and everything of that
Well,
sort. Even today, it's like with
riots
more
have always
opportunities.
happened, though, right? So
Yeah,
just to be clear,
but like
riots
rights
aren't a function
beforehand.
of this.
Mm, okay. I mean, yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm gonna hand it off to Jay Chisel because you haven't spoken yet. What do you think about
Okay,
that?
I'm just not even understanding what the disagreement is. Okay, obviously, I think we all agree riots are caused generally by systemic injustice. I think nobody here disagrees with that, right? People don't just
Mhm.
riot because everything's going well and then they decide to riot. If you like if you like the society you live in and you like your neighborhood, you don't want to destroy it, right? I don't
I would
know what
disagree.
I don't. Okay, well, we could talk about that, and also, but we think if people riot, they should be prosecuted, right? Like if they
Mm.
commit crimes, property damage, hurt people past curfew, whatever, they should be prosecuted. We don't
Uh,
disagree there either, right?
I do.
Okay, then there we go.
I,
All
Which
right.
one do we want to do first?
I think.
If I
May I,
perform a
Sick?
trick,
Go ahead.
sub up.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
go ahead. There, ask.
I'm giving Sig a chance to go first if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, the only
This is my guy
thing that I would
voice.
say
All right.
is that
How's this
just
for a trick?
because
Guy
like
voice?
I think riots are the result of perceived
Yeah, that's
injustices.
about it.
But I would also say
right, now
that
please
even
sub up.
though it was instantiated by a government party, I would reduce the National Socialist Party of Germany to also be rioters in the sense that there was an unfounded injustice or negative perception of Jews, and that's what instantiated the party and gave them power, which is
Crystal Knock was literally done to push Jews out, though. That's a totally different
I'm not
thing.
saying it wasn't done
Like their
to push
rioting was
Jews.
done as racial violence. So you can't compare these things.
Would you? I hold on. I'm not saying what I'm saying is that all rioting is not necessarily justified. It's not directly a response to some justified injustice or like justified outing or
You're being super
perception of
loose with the
injustice.
definition of rioting to so much that it applies to Crystal
No,
Knock.
no, no.
Sure.
Rioting is a matter of function. It's not a matter of perception towards the circumstances within a
Oh, it
country
definitely
or
is.
Well, you just said that it's perceived injustice, right? That's what you just said.
yes, perceived injustice, but that yes. Yes.
So it's a function of perception.
yes.
I'm not trying to get you. I'm just like trying to make sure.
No. If that's good enough for you, is that people just have to perceive that some injustice is happening, and that's good enough for you? Then I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I think unless you live in a place where in history, the people who are pushing the systemic injustice are explicitly saying like things shouldn't. This group of people should not have the rights that they do. I think most of the time it has to be perceived, and the people who are pushing it, the majority group, are usually today always going to claim that they are the ones fighting for justice, or some sort of thing, right? Unless it's like an explicitly like anti-ethnic or anti-class or whatever, like unless they're explicitly saying we're persecuting these people because they deserve to be persecuted, it's always going to be these people think there's an injustice happening and these people think there isn't. So it's always going to be perceived either way. I think the more interesting conversation is what Nine Tails is what probably you want to talk about, which is the
I do have a quick
prosecuting.
question. Do you think the only form of injustice is losing rights?
No, I just use that as an example. No, of course not. Obviously, there can be systemic injustice that has nothing to do with how the law is written.
Well, you seem to like minimize the injustices that people are talking about today. Like someone will always
This is
be mad about
under
something.
by far. Oh yeah, okay.
Challenges and
This
everything
is
of
the
that
name of
sort.
this.
And I
That,
came
like,
across a
when
video
people are
that
writing
said
that just
"Pound
because
Town" by
people will always
Sexy
be
Red.
mad
Now,
about
I never heard of Sexy Rather, for that matter, I'm glad I haven't, because God, this fucking rapper is not the wave, bro. And when I talk about waves, I'm not talking about the ones in the beach. The song is called Pound Town, and to my judgment, it's talking about sex. Obviously, it's called Pound Town. Where we talking about Disneyland? No, I mean, I do be pounding there too, but that's not the point. Anyways, Pound Town is a fucking song that talks about
Disneyland
fucking sexual endeavors
gangbang
and shit like that. I listened to the song. I was not proud of the outcome. Like, after hearing the song, I had to go to the fucking pharmacist to get ear treatment, because that was a god-awful song, bro. I couldn't bear listen to that shit. God forbid that this song gets played in the clubs. I don't think the bras who are listening to that shit would even enjoy that. Like, it gives us a false image as to what black women are like. Now, being the fucking twerking, Cheeto eating, fucking long nails, wigs, twerking, all that shit. It gives us a bad depiction as what black women are like, and then I'm not about it, bro. I want this off of the face of the fucking earth and Mars and the whole fucking solar system. I don't want to hear this song. Look at the lyrics of this song. It talks about ooh, 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 I'm out of town, thugging with my rounds, my coochie pink, my booty hole brown. We're the niggas. I'm looking for the hoes. We went from like lyrical spiritual rappers talking about the struggles of being in the streets to my booty hole brown, we're the niggas. What else does it say? Yeah, that nigga dick a bitch down. Why put up a song that reinforces fatherless behavior and continue the cycle of having fatherlessness inside the households? This is not the wave, man. This is not the wave. Look at this shit. Pound Town just left Pound Town. Love my nigga. He just took a bitch down. Bro, dude, I cannot bear listening to the song once more. No, dude. Like, it's already bad enough that black people are struggling in the streets. We don't need a bad freaking image of how we are like. And from Estonia is gonna look at me and think I'm the fucking Kool-Aid chicken KFC eater. Because from Estonia is gonna look at me and think I'm...
Is that Xena? I can't tell. Huh. Taking a screenshot of that one. Boop. Boom. Fucking boom. That's funny. That's so fucking funny. That's real weird.
I'm the fucking Kool-Aid chicken KFC eater because of this bullshit right here. Like, come on, bro. I'm not that nigga or that bitch or that nigga. And my parents are not that nigga. My brother's not that nigga. My friends are not that nigga. This is fucking disgrace. Get this shit off my fucking YouTube page, Spotify page. Get this shit on my fucking face. Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Hello, hi, ¿cómo está? Hello, hi, ¿cómo está? Hello, hi, ¿cómo está?
Was it from this video, the shoplifting video? Oh, is this where I'm gonna guess, does he justify shoplifting here?
I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get banned, actually. Like, to come out and just, like, make videos, like, justifying, like, yeah, so this is why, like, stealing is good. What commandment is that? There's, like, 6 or 7 of these where, like, if you break them, you're probably just not fit for human society. There we go, this one. Don't steal. There's some pretty basic ones.
Yeah.
I'm sure some economists
I fucking hate Thought Slime so much.
would point out that, like, okay, sure.
You know what? Let's see. Let's react to a Thought Slime video.
This video is going to get into the darkest subject matter you can imagine.
No, not because of what he said, but because I'm realizing I can't disagree with him on that, probably.
This is a
I
video
guess.
for James Gunn. You can watch it if you're not James Gunn, but you are not the target demographic. James Gunn, Superman must have his little red trunks in your upcoming Superman film, Superman Legacy. This is not a joke to me. I know, you say to yourself, if this is only a video for James Gunn, then why did you make it available early for your patrons at patreon.com/thoughtslime? Obviously, because I cannot rule out the possibility that James Gunn is a patron and would appreciate the gesture. James. Jimmy? Mr. Gunn? Daddy? First of all, big fan from way back.
Nah, you know what? I'm not subjecting myself to this torture. I'm good. Thought Slime is trash. This is like not even... The one video that's like just fucking opinion. Ooh.
Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, holy shit, that's a human name, also known by his nom de plume Destiny, is an American video game streamer whose opinions we apparently have to take seriously now. If you're a big Destiny fan, that's cool. Just chill out for a minute. I'm not gonna pick on him too bad. I just happen to think he's not very politically literate, and sometimes he runs his mouth and gets himself into trouble. Now I totes get it. I'm some nobody, and I get to throw out my opinions all over the internet, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Go ahead, dislike the video, fools. It only makes the algorithm
A lot like
consider me
love
more
corn.
engaging. Even now, my power grows. Any clown can log on to YouTube and say whatever, and some
Fuck it,
people
I'm
will
gonna just go
listen,
back in
and
there.
that is okay. People are going to listen to me, a sweaty weirdo, talk about politics, then it must have been pretty exciting when an already famous person, in a pretty toxic field no less, decided to publicly de-pants alt-right weirdos. I mean, the first time I heard about Destiny was when he was styling on JonTron and outed him as a white nationalist, which is a weird political alignment for a Persian dude, but regardless, Destiny clowned on him, and that was fun. And it was good, and everybody liked it when he did that, and we were all tickled pink and pleased as punch.
Why not? Why do we have to take immigration from all these areas?
Because it helps grow the size of the economy and it brings talent in from other areas to continue to benefit the entire country.
It benefits the global elites. That's the only people it benefits.
Dude,
it doesn't
you make like millions of dollars making YouTube videos. You don't count as a global elite? What are you talking? Are you like the working man now?
So what are you gonna do when you got a content style at working? You're gonna keep it going, baby. Destiny started clowning on a greater variety of ding-dongs. Mostly far-right YouTubers like Lauren Southern, Carl Benjamin, and Count Dankula. Then something entirely unpredictable happened. Destiny pivoted to debating leftos, and now he's debating all sorts of communoids, like Peter Coughing, The Serfs, and Michael Brooks. And he's very convinced the left are just a bunch of bozos, even though he doesn't understand the basics of what we believe. In a debate about anarchism with America Jonestown, Destiny had to have it explained to him that Marxism, Leninism, and anarchism are not the same thing, and he had to have it explained to him by an anarchist and a Marxist-Leninist, and they explained it a few times each, and by the end, I'm not so sure he actually grasped the distinction.
I gotta
or
watch
that. There
that.
was a distinction. He spent the whole debate trying to trap American in some sort of weak logic trap by selecting
Jesus Christ, can I fucking spell today?
Hey everybody, Faraday here. So to
the distinction, or that there was a distinction. He spent the whole debate trying to trap American in some sort of weak logic trap by selectively listening to his arguments and trying to own him with gotcha questions. And it kept blowing up in his face because he didn't understand the basic principles of what he was arguing against. He went into the discussion with the intention of winning, rather than coming away with a richer understanding of his opponent's worldview, which he'd already decided was not worth considering. In a way, that is kind of what makes Destiny a good debater. He's able to stay resolute in his beliefs and speak from a place of authority that is convincing to an audience. It's also what makes him a lazy thinker, who by his own admission is bored by the theoretical. Someone who doesn't really research the positions of his opponents, because he knows that all he has to do to defeat them is argue more forcefully than they do. He trusts that he can pick apart their position using only the context clues they drop in conversation. It's tempting to call this arrogant, and on a nuts and bolts level, I suppose it sort of is, but I don't think it's because Destiny is dumb or a bad dude, though to be clear, sometimes this habit leads him to behave like a bad dude.
And I remember that, wait, I want to talk to you about this. I remember that when you told me that there's no evidence of stable communist country in the world. And you know why? Because the capitalist country in the world fuck all us up.
I mean, even if that was true, that's not my fault that your economic system is too weak to resist outside pressure. If anything, that's another argument for capitalism. I'm sorry, like if your countries roll over because they can't defend themselves, that sounds like a good argument for my system. I'm sorry, but
are you saying that they rolled over? Wouldn't that just...
I think it's because his mind has been imprisoned. His imagination has been suppressed by the most insidious and ubiquitous brainwashing program.
How is that leads him to be a bad dude? That is like the simplest of logic. It's your system doesn't work because my system rolls over it. See, so obviously we shouldn't go to your system because it just gets rolled over by my system. What? Why is that? What? That's so stupid. That's not bad guy. That's just basic logic.
Program the world has ever seen.
My God.
It's called liberalism. Wait, what the frig, Thought Slime? What are you talking about? Uh-oh, I bet some of you are probably confused right now, particularly those that are new around these parts. You may have thought, based on your understanding of the left-right political spectrum, that as a leftist, I am therefore a liberal. You might consider values like LGBTQ+ rights, feminism, anti-racism, all things that I care deeply about, to be liberal values. You might be worried at this moment I'm about to say some real conservative shit, because you've been taught that liberal and conservative are the boundaries of serious political discourse. And allow me to set your mind at ease. Find calm, my friend.
Because I am an extremist.
I'm not about to attack liberalism from the right. I want to attack it from the left. In fact, I actually think it's pretty incoherent for conservatives to attack liberalism because I consider conservatives to be liberals, albeit much shittier liberals with generally shittier haircuts. Liberalism is a centrist political ideology that supports individual freedoms, in theory, representative democracy, in theory, equality under the law, in theory, and free markets, i.e. capitalism, in practice. On the surface, that sounds like a bunch of good things with one bad thing thrown in for flavor, and I very much stress here on the surface because I have my qualms about representative democracy even in its most idealized form. But there is a contradiction at the heart of liberalism. Individual freedoms, equality under the law, and capitalism cannot coexist. Capitalism, by its very nature, creates inequality and undermines individual liberty. You cannot have equality under the law when some people can afford to mount expensive lawsuits, keep defense lawyers on retainer, or lobby policymakers to tailor the law to suit their interests. Congrats, both you and Chevron have the same legal right to hydrofrack without worrying about whether or not you're going to poison the local drinking water.
$43.
Equality under the law in the strictest sense, it's not meaningful equality because it's designed to only benefit a select few people. The idea is that
2
laws
bites
apply
each.
equally, but that doesn't guarantee that they represent people equally.
This is not caviar.
Likewise, you cannot have individual
caviar,
freedoms
way
when
more
your
expensive.
ability to survive is contingent on whether or not you obey your boss, whether or not you can pay your landlord, you can pay for your groceries, your power bill, whether you can pay for your medication. The very nature of capitalism and commodity production are fundamentally at odds with your ability to live freely. The methods that liberals suggest to fix this contradiction have failed time and again, and always will, because they're not actually interested in solving the problem, which is capitalism, because that is fundamental to their worldview. They believe that these systemic injustices are natural and unsolvable, so the best we can hope for is a free market with strong regulatory practices put in place by a vigilant state to keep the market in check. And that certainly seems reasonable when you compare it to the other solution that mainstream politics offers, which is, I don't know, fuck it, let's just do whatever we want. And it might kill everybody, but we'll make some money. And let's not get it twisted. Sometimes regulations do a real good job. Sometimes they have a very positive influence. Like, for example, we don't use leaded gasoline anymore. Thanks, regulations. Of course, leaded gasoline was only sold in the first place because it was profitable to do so, so in the absence of the profit motive, that's a problem that wouldn't have needed solving in the first place. But still, regulations did it. They fixed it. And I mean, sure, the whole process got tied up in the courts for decades because the only science on the effect of lead exposure in humans that these regulatory bodies considered as evidence was conducted by people who literally worked for lead companies. But you gotta give the system a little credit here, okay? It came to the right conclusion, and it only took 50 years of delays, while thousands of metric tons of neurotoxic chemicals were pumped into the atmosphere for no reason, poisoning the entire Earth. What were they supposed to do? People had only known that lead was toxic for a couple of thousand years. These regulatory bodies were on the cutting edge of modern ancient Roman science.
That logic is so flawed. It's such a snarky comment for such a, like, stupid thing to say. Oh, we only knew that lead was toxic to humans for thousands of years. Why would we ever think that it would be okay in a car? Oh my God. Oh, cars are people. That's right, they're people. Yo, lead doesn't belong in cars, dude. Because cars are people. Right? Right? When did this happen? When did this happen? All right, you know what? I'm going to look up when it happened because that's gonna like hugely change my my opinion on this shit. When was gas de-leaded? 1975. Oh. Ooh, 1975? You think that they knew that the smoke coming out of the back of cars was gonna fucking be toxic to people in the car? Maybe they didn't think. Okay. I don't know what we knew back then. All right? I don't know what we knew. Or environmental science. Like, did we know that it would fuck up the environment back then? You know what? Let's do this as well. Why did I write de-leaded? It's literally called unleaded gas. I'm retarded. I'm so dumb. I have all the downs. I really do. I got it. It's there. 1975 understanding of environmental Focus primarily on reducing smog forming pollutants such as carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, and nitric oxides. You know what? Let me take this back 10 years because he said it took 50 years, so. The understanding of carbon emissions and their environmental impact is limited. The harmful effects of pollutants and particulate matter were not fully recognized, and there were no regulations in place to limit emissions from vehicles. Ooh. Growing concern about air pollution and its effects on human health. This caused the Clean Air Act, which sets standards on emission cars and other sources. Was limited, and it was largely believed the lead in gasoline would be safely dispersed into the atmosphere without causing harm. Weird they thought that. Oh my god, I was right. Oh my god. Oh, it's almost like this guy doesn't know how to think critically. Like, I didn't used to. Maybe I can teach him.
And they've kept us safe ever since, which is why climate change is not poised to destroy the human race within, say, 10 years.
I would like you to be poised to destroy yourself.
Like, for example, there was this recent crisis where the Amazon rainforests in Brazil were just burning down because the Bolsonaro administration is full of lunatics. And our leaders stepped up to the plate and boldly ignored it or didn't even notice. We're saved. We're honestly probably all going to die. I don't even know why I'm making this video. Liberalism sells itself as a means to keep capital in check. With democracy and regulatory agencies, we can leverage the power of the state to prevent richos from running rampant over everyone else. If you work within the system, you can effect change without the need for violence, without any of those messy revolutions that could backfire, that could make things even worse for you. Problem is, the richos have just as much ability to leverage that power against our interests. Which is to say they actually have a lot more power to do that because they can pay thousands of people to do it for them. They can fund entire political campaigns. They can bribe officials. They can bit by bit erode legal protections against cronyism and corruption and let everyone else exhaust their political capital trying to win them back. Not to mention, they're also signing your fucking paycheck. So how hard are you really going to fight them exactly? We can't progress forward under capitalism because there's always a dedicated cabal of rich ghouls trying to pull us backwards. And within capitalism there always will be, because our interests conflict with theirs. That's why large corporations and billionaires manage to take over all relevant political parties and carefully tailor their agendas not to interfere with the interests of the rich and powerful.
Boxu, you're intriguing.
All of the mechanisms that we would use to protect ourselves from the whims of the rich become recuperated and controlled by the rich. That is a feature of liberalism, not a bug. The purpose of liberalism, the reason an ideology theoretically underpinned on the idea of placing limits on the influence of the rich and powerful became useful to the rich and powerful, is that It functions as a mental filter, a way to place a limit on the possibilities one is able to imagine to combat injustice, by presenting a comforting illusion of control. You can vote for a candidate that represents your interests. I mean, sure, there might not be one that represents your interests, but you can choose whichever politician you like to vote for among the small pool of ones that matter. You're in control. Hey, are you concerned about the environment? You can buy the laundry detergent with the green cap on it, and it's got a picture of a mountain on it, so that's good for the environment. You're in control. Hey, are you worried about all the genocides your country is committing? Well, don't worry, you can write a strongly worded letter to your local representative, and a few months later, you'll receive a form letter saying that they take this issue very seriously, and also, they spelled your name wrong. You're in complete control. Now, what you don't want to do, what nobody wants you to do, is act outside of the system. That's brash, that's dangerous, there's no way to control that. That's not serious political thought.
Real quick, I probably would agree, like, with most, like, any slow reform that works, I'm always in favor of. So if you think flattening hierarchies makes people's lives better or lets them keep more money or whatever, if you start slowly doing this in some factories and it ends up like empirically working, then I'm 100% in favor of that. And I would hope that most people would be as well too.
Liberals are horny for the idea of gradual reform. You can't make too big a change, who knows what'll happen. All of the changes you make have to be incremental and easily reversible, and oops, wouldn't you know it, they got reversed by the next group of ding-dongs in power. Now you've got to win them all back again. Round and round you go, and where you end up, everybody thinks it's pretty obvious if you think about it for even fun. It's a stopgap that prevents the public from resisting when the government or capital act against their best interest. It quells discontent by funneling all political will into the directions that the system controls, and convincing everyone that any other expression of political unrest is illegitimate. Any civil disobedience which is successful is revised in the history books until it appears as though it worked within the system, thereby demonstrating the system's flexibility and fairness. The civil rights movement, for example, faced severe state repression, were accused of being terrorists and inciting riots. But then a couple of decades later, when everyone can look back with the benefit of hindsight and realize actually the civil rights movement ruled, all the textbooks say that everything they did that was successful was thanks to passive resistance. So if you want to fight injustice, you
because
too
it
should
was
be passive. If the system can work
why
for
do
them,
extremists always engage in fucking historical revisionism? It's so stupid and just obnoxious. Just fucking stop trying to rewrite history, you fucking retard.
have to take my word for it that it did. It definitely did. It worked for them. It worked great. Then it'll work for you too. You just have
that
to
was
trust
the
it.
entire purpose of civil rights. The entire purpose was, hey, we're black and we're not animals like you think we are. So we're not gonna act like animals and fuck shit up. Duh. That was the point. That's why so many people admonish it. You fucking crooked mouth mongoloid. Fuck you.
And then you'll be fine. Just don't rock the boat too much. Any civil unrest which acts outside the
I
system
hope you
and
rock
is
a boat and fall off
becomes
of it.
demonstrative of how
Middle
only
of the
working
Atlantic.
within the established boundaries can be productive.
You're so
Occupy
stupid.
Wall Street failed
And just
because these hippy dippy
poisoning
kids
brains
failed
like
to get the right
Vosh.
zoning permits, and that's just not how you get things done in the real world. You want to resist
like-
the government? That's fine.
Vosh is like
It's
too
your
smart
right.
for his
Go
own
ahead.
good.
Just make sure you
He's like
fill
one of
out the right
those.
paperwork
This
and get the
guy's
government's
just dumb.
permission before you start resisting them.
And he knows
Bit by
words.
bit, limits are placed on the liberal imagination until they can no longer conceive of any sort of political action outside the boundaries of liberalism. It isn't simply that they disagree with other ideologies, though of course they do. It's that they're completely unable to even picture a society that isn't liberal, succeeding, or being desirable to anyone. Therefore, the transgressions of any liberal government are just things that happened.
I don't know if I like
They're
that
just
one.
individual failures. They're not related to liberalism in any way. But the transgressions of any non-liberal government are proof that only liberal governments can work in the 21st century. Take, for example, this baloney of a tweet, where Destiny talks about how using the hammer and sickle flag means condoning the Holodomor. Any support for that system means tacitly being okay with starvation and genocide. Okay, well, what about this flag? Or this flag? Well, what about this flag? Does flying these flags signify tacit support for slavery?
No, because they reformed. The Soviet Union was destroyed because it was fucked. Russia doesn't have that flag anymore. For a reason. Does Germany have the Nazi flag still? Do they? You are a fucking moron. What a dipshit attempt. That is so stupid. Oh, I hate you so much.
Genocide, colonialism, or manufactured famines? If the hammer and sickle are equivalent to a swastika, why aren't these, dog? And just side note, I think all of these flags are bad, but let's be real here. Let's cut.
I like how he actually used my one example. It is equivalent to the Nazi flag. Sort of. Both signify mass murder on genocide. Both signify genocide. Both signify extremism. Both signify dictatorship. Both signify oppression. One signifies racist genocide. The other signifies dictatorial, like, I guess, how am I gonna word this? A tyrannical, I guess. Just tyrannical genocide, like at a whim. Like, he wants someone dead, fuck it, I'm killing him. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's, one is genocide of its own citizens, indiscriminatively. Is that it? Indiscriminately? Really? Yeah, indiscriminately. Okay. Fuck. Yeah. Indiscriminately genociding your citizens, discriminately genociding other country citizens because of features.
Cut through the bullshit. None
Both
of them
are fucked.
are as bad as a swastika. And before.
Oh, actually, hold on. Discriminately genociding like 12 million. Indiscriminately genociding like 60 million. I'm gonna say the 60's worse, even if it wasn't racist. Okay? Stalin was a piece of shit. Let's see. How many people did Stalin fucking kill? A 100 trillion people. Exact number is difficult to determine, but is estimated to be in the millions. Some estimate ranges from 10 to 60. Okay. Let's get the fucking out of there. All right. He didn't fuck and kill them. deliberately killed 6 million, which rise to 9 million for foreseeable deaths. Just give me the fucking lovely. There is no conclusion. Bastards. Snyder estimates that Hitler was responsible for between 11 and 12 million non-combatant deaths, while Stalin was responsible for at least 6 million and as many as 9 million if foreseeable deaths caused by deportation, starvation, and incarceration in concentration camps are included. The Hitler and Stalin numbers invite questions of Mao's higher ones do not. Mao was responsible for 77 million deaths. Whoa. I heard 68 million. Where the fuck did I hear that? That was like recently too. I don't know how anybody can like conscionably be a Stalinist. It's just like so ridiculously stupid. Oh, this is a book description. Fuck. Shit. Oh wait, up to 45 million. Mao, it was 100 or it was 77 on the other. What the fuck? Fuck. This is a very weird stream Alec's doing. What the fuck was I gonna look up on here? I completely forgot what I was gonna do. Sick. Weird. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember what I was gonna do. Holy fucking shit. Is he online? No, the fuck he's not. Not. Oh fuck. It's wearing off. The drugs. Fucking shoot me, dude. Some stories claim that death tolls around 20 million figure-based Congress spoke to Great Terror. Years of historical research in Eastern European. Okay. Damn, that's a hefty chunk right there. It's a hefty chunk of people. Fuck my citizens, dog. They can suck this dick of this gun.
Before I get accused of colonialist apologia, let me explain what I mean by that. While all of these countries have committed and are committing hideous atrocities, most people fly these flags because it's like the place that they live or were born. They don't really think about it that much.
You don't live in Soviet Russia. Dumber excuse. Soviet Russia doesn't exist. And you're not old enough to have been there. What is this stupid fucking excuse?
When you fly a swastika flag, you're announcing your intention to start murdering minorities. All of these flags have...
And when you fly a hammer and sickle flag, you're signaling your intention to kill people indiscriminately. You're gonna go to a mall and just start shooting.
Oh, while minorities have been murdered, of course, but only one of them is used exclusively to signal support for the murder of minorities. To pretend otherwise is to make excuses for the most dangerous right-wing goons on the planet. The type who are organizing and rallying support for their murderous ideologies right now. Liberals will always make the distinction between liberal nations who may have done bad things and non-liberal countries, which are just essentially bad because they did bad things. To them, the crimes of liberal governments, up to and including ongoing genocide, are incidental to liberalism, but the crimes of other governments are essential to that style of governance. The upshot of this is that you can't really use any bad outcomes of liberal policy to argue with them, because they refuse to see the connection between the outcomes of liberalism and liberalism itself. Look at all those hungry people in Venezuela, a definitely socialist country. Well, it just goes to show that socialism doesn't work, because people go hungry. Yep, that's why we need capitalism like we have here in my country. Oh hey, there's a homeless guy in my neighborhood begging for change so that he can buy food. Don't know what happened there, I assume. A goblin must have stolen his wallet. Hello and welcome to the Eyeball Zone, where I promote small leftos who need eyeballs on their work. You know what everybody loves? Spooky video games. On August 30th, 6 p.m. BST, which I think stands for British Standard Time. I don't know. Probably should have looked that up before I started recording this. Twitch streamer Brett Midwig will be playing Resident Evil with their husband to raise money for Amnesty International. It's the link is in the description to their Twitch channel. You can go check that out. You don't have to wait till August 30th. You can go right now. You know what? Life's too short. Go check it out. Hey, do you need eyeballs on some explicitly leftist project? Well, just send a dang old email to thoughtslimeeditor@gmail.com and I'll see if I can hook you up, but maybe I can't because I get a lot of these emails. Oh well, I'm trying. Now we return to our regularly scheduled programming. There's a very frustrating exchange between Non-Compete and Destiny, where Destiny asks how an anarchist factory would deal with a majority white workforce using its majority to force racist legislation on the entire group. American points out a number of ways that could be resolved, theoretically, but ultimately concedes that no method of labor organizing can solve racism. And Desties think this is a real slam dunk argument. Checkmate, anarchitties. Racism is still possible in a factory, even if you're anarchist. Checkmate. And I mean, Homeboy's not wrong to say that anarchist labor organizing alone won't solve racism. I mean, he's wrong to suggest that we think that. For the record, we don't. What he misses is he never turns that analysis inwards towards the society that he's defending. Imagine a big factory making gewgaws. 70% of the workers are white, 30% are black, in this hypothetical factory that I've made up. In this made-up anarchist society, each worker has a commiserate amount of ownership and say over the way that the factory is run and what is done with the gewgaws it produces. If the white workers decided to stiff the black workers, they'd have majority control and they could do that. Pretty good example of a situation where collective ownership can run into problems. Good job so far. Now, let's take a look at the same example in a liberal capitalist model. The decisions are no longer made by consensus, they're made by one dude. The boss. And since white workers outnumber black workers almost 2 to 1, he's likely to be white even if we don't factor in institutionalized racism. Now, a white person gets to make decisions unilaterally. The black workers have gone from 30% control over their workplace to 0%, which is not exactly liberating. Aha! Ding dong. In a liberal society, I can ask government for help. You know, if the laws are on your side, and also the laws are enforced, and also you're not afraid of losing your job or being retaliated against, and also your employee hasn't found a loophole, like just pretending that all of his bullshit is based on performance rather than race, and also
in that same situation, the white people, their control over their workplace would have gone from 70% to 1%. So nobody fucking... There's one guy, alright, to say, oh my god, the power was taken away from the black people though. But it was also taken away from the white people. We're not taken away from anyone. Nobody had it. Just the person that built the company had it. Because his money went into the fucking company. That's such a stupid misrepresentation of like what it is.
if all of those conditions are met, there's really nothing stopping your employer from just screwing over all of their employees rather than improving conditions for black employees.
Everyone leaves, their company goes out of business.
If you live in a liberal democracy, you might notice that there's still systematic racism. The regulations that were meant to address this problem didn't fix it. Now, they've helped, and we're meant to treat that as sufficient. Giving direct control of the workplace to the worker, I would argue, would also, on its own, fail to solve this problem.
I don't know if I like this one.
But it would also, likewise, help a great deal. But that, somehow, is woefully insufficient.
It's like matcha, which I like matcha,
this is
but
a problem that could come up in an anarchist society. You know, if anarchists decided the only thing that we wanted to do was organize factories and then decide, revolution done. No need to solve other problems, everybody. That everything's gonna be fine. Good job, comrades. Let's all go get Popeyes.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Couldn't think of
Not
a
as
funny
bad,
thing
but
they'd be
I don't
getting.
like it.
I don't know. Is Popeyes funny? I don't know if that joke was funny. But even if it's a problem that could come up in an anarchist society, it's also a problem that has happened and is happening in liberal societies right now. That's incidental for liberalism, but essential for the system he's critiquing because he can imagine it. The system he's critiquing, by the way, doesn't exist, so we can say it has all sorts of problems. It's full of vampires. What if people's legs fall off? Now, in fairness to him, we don't have data for what a hypothetical anarchist world would look like. We have some small data samples for anarchist countries, which seem to do pretty dang good, all things considered, but we'll never know until we try. At some point, every economic system, every political system, every fucking idea was untried. Liberalism was a new idea at one point, and they fought bloody revolutions to install that. It's pretty convenient that after the fact it became too dangerous to try new ideas without some arbitrary amount of data. Don't you think? No, we just have to stick with our current model because at least we have the data to know that it doesn't work and will destroy Earth. And that's how the liberal mind prison works. It's a difficult problem to solve because we're fighting against a complicit education system and mass media. Anyone can make a single compelling argument against the liberal, but can you make 12 years of compelling arguments between the key developmental ages of 5 and 17? Can you reinforce those compelling arguments with a complete hegemony over all mainstream political discourse? No, you can't. Don't say that you can, because you can't do it. And look, I get it. Even making a good argument can be difficult because it's easy to get frustrated with liberal smugness and just want to yell at them. Just fucking stop thinking this way.
How ironic that he would complain about smugness. I've never seen a more smug person. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
You know, it's going. I'm streaming, writing kicker keep questions.
Nice. I just got off. Mind if I vibe out with you for like 10 minutes?
Sure.
Cool. I saw you hanging in here for so long. I was like, damn, I wonder what he's doing.
Yeah, you know, I when I do like writing streams, I started doing this the other day. I worked with Princess popped in here. That was fun. I figure if I just sit in here while I'm doing writing streams, people pop in, I tell them, maybe they have suggestions, you know?
Like moths to a flame.
Yeah. It works, kind of. Me and Princess were just sitting in here watching the fucking Xena stream though with Darius. That was fucking it was just so like it was like a train wreck you couldn't look away from, you know?
Can I get a TLDR?
So how much do you know about like their past interactions?
Who and who?
Xena and Darius.
Oh, I saw the Destiny clip yesterday.
So
what's the update?
I remember like a week or two ago when Darius was like trying to get Destiny to plan this like on stream date. Xena was like really like bitching him out, like, oh my god, this fucking loser, like he's such a little bitch and all this stuff. And then I just like pop into Xena's stream and they're like really fucking like over flirting. And the stream title was like, I think I met the love of my life. And she's like half naked. He's got his shirt off. He's like smacking the life out of her ass. It's just ridiculous. It was so flagrant. It was one of the most insane streams I've ever seen. But it was so fun to watch. It was ridiculous. But it went from her calling him like a little anime loser, like twink, to her being like, oh my god, guys, I don't think I've ever had somebody treat me this way before. He's so nice and I've never had anyone like that. When we fucked, oh my god, he took care of my needs. I've never had anyone do that before. It was just she was like gushing. Oh my god. And he was like kind of clearly a little scared of her. It was pretty funny.
Well, I mean, coming off of Sneeko, it's really not that hard to improve.
True. He was streaming earlier, and I went in there for like a half a second. I was hoping he'd see. I was gonna send one chat, just hoping he'd see it. I was like, "Hey, you watched the Xena streams lately?" I don't think he saw it, but you know, I can hope.
They're too busy talking about flat Earth.
That's exactly what they were doing. Unironically, was that just like a throwaway comment? Like you didn't actually know they were doing that?
Oh no! So I'm in the Q Discord, and almost every single like Sneeko Discord member, they make themselves known pretty apparently.
That's funny.
And so yeah, I got to hear all about flat Earth and all that wacky fun jam.
The first time I ever talked to Q was about flat Earth. I was watching his stream and he was like, "Does anybody have a logical way to disprove flat Earth?" He's like, "I don't believe in this shit, but can it be like logically argued against?" When he said logically argued against, I didn't think he meant like only through logic. Because it's not easy to just logic your way out of if you're a dumbass. Like, I tried to explain to him. He was like, "Have you ever experienced something that proved the Earth was round?" I said, "Yeah, I have." I was like, "I've been out on a ship in the middle of the fucking ocean. The shoreline moves away from your vision, and then you get higher up on the ship and you can see it again." And he was like, "That doesn't prove anything." He was like, "That's just an optical thing. It's like your eyes limitation." Like, then how the fuck did I see it again when I got higher? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, flat Earth stuff is just so fucking goofy.
Yeah, dude, it's I don't know. It's like something that is so terminally online, but in like one of the worst ways. Because like that's like one of the biggest rabbit holes to go down.
I don't think I could ever do it. Like, I
as much as people want to complain about the YouTube algorithms, I've never gone down enough that I've been recommended flat Earth videos.
That's good.
Like you gotta search out for it.
Yeah, I'm currently I was watching this ridiculous video on stream. I have it up right now. It's Thought Slime. His garbage. The video it's from 4 years ago. It's called Destiny in the Liberal Mind Prison.
Oof.
This guy is like the dumbest, like leftist.
You can almost smell it. You can smell the video.
Oh, it's like I really just I have such a vitriol for extremism. I fucking hate it. It's so stupid. Because there's all this revisionism and fucking conspiracy nonsense that they have to fucking magical think their way into to like be able to justify any other positions. It's so absurd. Like there was a point in this video in the beginning where he was like he was talking about Destiny's debate style. And he said something like in his debate style, though it works, can sometimes lead him to be a bad person. And then the example for this was when somebody, it was like his opponent's like girlfriend or something popped in, and she was like, there isn't a good example of a communist economy that worked anywhere in the world because capitalist societies always rolled over them. And he's like, well, isn't that just kind of a good example for why my economy is better? Because yours is too fucking weak to withstand mine.
Yeah.
How is that an example of him being a bad person? That's just like
You
general
getting
logic.
steamrolled is my fault. Yeah.
That's just like general logic. It's like, yeah, well, I'd rather have the stronger economy, clearly.
Yeah. It's because like people just can't. I don't know what it is, but it's just certain people online can't say that something is bad.
Yeah.
Like
It's
just
very weird.
say that something is bad and then say this is bad, but this is an extreme example, right? This doesn't have to be the main. This is like most of the time it's whatever the fucking issue is usually always like an extreme outlier that's not a normal case.
Yeah.
But they just won't say that this is weird. This is not a normal case. And if we look at a normal case, I think that it would be whatever, blah, blah, blah. People just can't do it. I just don't know why.
People love straw manning arguments.
True. No, for me, it's pitbull mommies. People that just cannot. Like a video of a pit bull mauling a child. If you feel the need to defend pit bulls in the comments, like I hate you. I hate you, and it makes me unironically hate pit bulls as a whole. But I don't want to. But like, why? Why can't you just say that like a pit bull mauling a child is bad? Why do you have to go like it's the breed? It's the what? It's just bad. Oh, but that's my vendetta. That's my journey. You know.
Where have you seen this?
Dude, I went on like at least 2 different tirades about it on Twitter because I would just endlessly spam fucking pitbull memes in like the comments of these defenders. Because they'll always say the same shit. They'll be like, "Well, that's just a bad dog. It's not the breed. It's the way that you train it and all that." It's literally like, "What the fuck? Why are you saying this right here? Say it, I don't know, anywhere else." Like if I got hit by a car, I would be so angry in the comments. People were like, well, you know, the car normally doesn't do that. Yeah. Toyotas don't normally do that. It's the driver.
And you're just like, no, I really just don't like the Japanese now. They manufacture bad cars that kill people.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to be this way, but you're making me be this way.
It's so stupid. Oh,
and say that fucking driving bad is wrong. Yeah.
It wasn't the alcohol in his system. It was the guy.
It was the steering wheel. God gives his sharpest turns to his drunkest drivers.
And his strongest jaws to his baby molliest pets.
Yes, God gives his softest toddlers to his strongest pit bulls. And on that note, I'm going to depart. Have a good stream. Love you.
Word, bud. Pop in anytime. I'll be in here when I'm, doing this. Later, bud. That was funny. That was good. That was a good chat.
I don't really know how to solve that problem entirely.
What the fuck? Oh my god, dude.
But I'd like to offer one suggestion.
A pitbull video. Mauling a kid. That sounded like I was talking about the guy pitbull and a video of him mauling a kid. Videos of pitbulls mauling kids with people in the comments. It's not the pitbulls. It's just the one. You know, it's crazy. You know what's really crazy? I bet those same women are racist. I bet they think all black people are criminals. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh.
When arguing with a liberal, or anyone else for that matter, never justify your position without demanding that they also justify theirs. The purpose of this is simple. Compelling arguments with a complete ageism and know that it doesn't work and will destroy Earth. And that's how the liberal mind prison works. It's a difficult problem to solve because we're fighting against a complicit education system and mass media. Anyone can make a single compelling argument against the liberal. But can you make 12 years of compelling arguments between the key developmental ages of 5 and 17? Can you reinforce those compelling arguments with a complete hegemony over all mainstream political discourse? No, you can't. Don't say that you can, because you can't do it. And look, I get it. Even making a good argument can be difficult because it's easy to get frustrated with liberal smugness and just want to yell at them. Just fucking stop thinking this way. I don't really know how to solve that problem entirely, but I'd like to offer one suggestion. When arguing with a liberal, or anyone else for that matter, never justify your position without demanding that they also justify theirs. The purpose of this is simple, to demonstrate to liberals that their positions are not just the default. They're not just the natural way things are, they're a choice. They're an ideological position just like anyone else's that must be justified. Getting these wieners to consider that they even have a position is half of the battle. Getting them to recognize that their assumptions about the world require justification and can't just be taken as a given. You can take them out of the liberal mind prison by forcing them to make their case. Now, they might remain liberal afterwards, in fact, they probably will, but it means they have to prove themselves to you just as much as you have to prove yourselves to them. Passionately pleading our case and letting them sit back and poke holes lets them continue to imagine themselves as the judges of reasonability. It lets them play pretend like they know what is and is not realistic. It makes them the authority in the conversation you must win over. And don't give them that. Make them justify
Get
themselves
in Discord.
to you. And here's a Thought Slime original you can have for free. If they start complaining about the death toll of socialism, whatever ridiculous number they believe that to be, go ahead and ask them how they feel about the fact that capitalism is leading us towards climate collapse and will literally kill all people in the world unless it's stopped. That's not a real easy thing to justify. There's not, well, okay, sure, it's gonna kill all of us, but I got an iPhone. Did you see Avengers Endgame? It's pretty cool. Fans finally got to see Spider-Man and Rocket Raccoon together on the screen. Good, top that, socialists. What kind of movies are you gonna make? Are they even gonna have Groot in them? Are you socialist movies even gonna have Groot? Didn't think so. Hello, it's me, Thought Slime. I'm back again. I'd like to give a shout out to Alex from Lost in the Fold who made this ridiculously adorable little Thought Slime guy. A little paper fold-up toy.
Hey, does my voice sound different? It's because I recorded this part at a separate time. Don't forget to check out her video in the description.
Oh, I hope you record your death. Fuck you.
Now I can say all of
scumbag. What's up, cunt?
Cunt.
Don't talk to me like that.
What?
Don't talk to me like that. You don't get to talk to me like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't.
No, you don't.
Why?
Nope, because I said so.
Okay, whatever.
Yep.
I'm probably not gonna
yeah, what?
To go to
what are you doing? What's happening?
So I have
So I missed what you said. What was it? Fuck you. All right, go. Cunt.
All right, so I don't know if we can.
So nothing. I'm just kidding.
don't know if I can go to the concert next month.
Which one?
The Falling in Reverse one.
Why?
Because of school and work.
And because you're gay?
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, it is. Ronnie hates us, so.
Yeah, well, so do I.
Yeah, I know.
Hate all. I got all the hate for the homos. It's because the heroin did it.
Well, Alex the Terrible's post there.
I don't know. It's kind of, I don't. People getting outraged are probably just brain dead, but because they didn't get why he thinks what he thinks.
I get why he thinks what he thinks, but at the same time, it's just like, shut the fuck up. Like, just shut the fuck up. Why are these stupid men that have no idea what it is like to be on the LGBTQ speaking upon on it? I knew I liked women at 12.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's not it. It's just the fact that I don't think I can get a day off, and if I miss my class, I'm probably gonna fail.
Oh my god, this is funny. I zoned out for a second. Sorry.
Okay.
I gotta show you this. Are you looking at my stream?
No, because I'm on my phone.
Well, you suck. Hold on. There you go.
I want that dick.
No one responds to innocent trans girl dick pics these days. I showed you my dick. Please respond. That's so funny. You know what's crazy?
You know what's crazy?
Her boobs aren't fake. They're not implants.
I know.
What?
I know. You can if you take hormones
From a young
early
age.
enough,
Yeah.
you can get them naturally. Yeah.
That's wild.
It's kind of cool though.
That's cool, yeah. That's crazy, but I was in a different voice chat when did you watch that whole conversation I just had?
No.
Oh, you missed it?
Yep.
Damn, that was a good conversation. It was really funny. It was like 10 minutes max. It was with this guy. I was in the Kicker Keep server because I'm doing a Kicker Keep question writing stream, you know?
Mm.
So I was in there in the general voice chat, just kind of hanging out by myself, because when I'm doing one of these, I figure if I just fucking hang out in there, somebody will pop in like he did, and maybe either I'll have a fun conversation like I did, or somebody that is going to be on the next show will have some question suggestions.
Oh, that's cool.
Or like some topics they want to talk about. This shit's been fun as hell though. I've been talking with all these streamers on here, just like chatting. Like I'm in the general chat in here, just like cracking the dumbest fucking jokes. Did Kelly Jean sent a fucking a message that was sent to her on Reddit And this thing is like, it's a page. It is a page of a book. This is nuts. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs that were sent in a text to her on Reddit. And it's like this insane thing. It starts off, you're actually so based for defending Garantos. Most of the criticism is just so lazy, not to mention incredibly soy. I don't even follow him or anything, but people are being little babies about him, and it's fairly pathetic. So I appreciate you for not taking the easy route of joining in on that. Like, quick compliment. By the way, just wondering, but like, you look really, really good. But from the vids, I've seen your body language doesn't seem particularly like, I'm sexy. It's more like normal? Is that accurate? Do you not really feel like a hot girl so much? Particularly like, or with hot girls, it's always like they can look so incredibly hot in pics, but in vids you can see what they're really like. Generally speaking, body language always gives it away. There's a big difference between looking sexy and behaving sexy. Maybe sensual is a better word for the latter, which isn't a dig, by the way. And he just goes into this. I've heard that apparently you're also autistic. I might be as well. Jury's still out on that one. This rant is pretty autistic, at least. I'm just curious about you. Usually with most girls, when I get to know about their personality, it's kind of eh. And then at the end, it's like, when I see the types of people / behavior that become so popular, I truly don't get it. I don't want to compete with mongoloids. I'm better than them, but not to this world, apparently. I think I'm gonna contact my GP on Monday. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna contact my GP on Monday to ask about assisted you-know-what. Well, take care.
What?
Yeah. Dude wants to fucking get his doctor to kill him. And she said, average DGG Reddit message. I love being a woman. I replied, average? And she's like, yeah, because the actual bad ones tell me they hope I get raped and rope myself.
Jesus.
There was one she sent but from this account Machinima7. Hi Kelly, you will never have children. You will never be loved again. The accusations will follow you till the day you die, which is hopefully soon when you finally rope. I replied to that. These are the guys that made that show Red Pill versus Blue Pill. I wanted to rope myself after that joke. Take a trip to my fucking physician. To see if he could help me out. I was like, that was fucked. That was a cringy ass joke. But I don't know. I thought it was good. I didn't get a reply to that, but it's fine. And the guy's name? Oh, wait, no. The next guy's name. Stupid whore. Lynch N words 1488. You didn't get raped, but it would be no loss if you had. Did you get the red pill versus blue pill joke?
Yes.
Did you? Really? What did Machinima make?
I don't know.
Red versus Blue was the name of the show.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then yes.
They made Red versus Blue, which was that Halo show, and this guy is clearly a red pillar. Because he hates women that do sex work. So yeah. I changed it to, because the fucking account name was Machinima7. So I was like, this is the guys that made Red Pill versus Blue Pill. I don't think anybody fucking got that joke, which is whatever. It's cringe, but shit happens.
Dylan.
What?
I'm excited to see Chelsea Grin.
When the fuck are you seeing Chelsea Grin?
Are we going to see Chelsea Grin in Suicide Silence on October 22nd?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, fucking Fuck.
Literally hang yourself, okay? Shut up.
And then
In a video game. Jokes. You are a nipple.
Oh, if I could tell you how many girls I've hit from the back, and I'm like,
so I got off.
shower
So
before
we
this
were,
shit?
me and my
Girls have
siblings
no
were helping
fucking
my
idea.
dad today.
What?
So me and my siblings were helping my dad today, right?
Yeah.
And I get off my fucking the back of the truck, the bed of the truck. And the fucking trailer's fucking handle went in my ass.
Sick, dude. How'd that feel?
Oh, fucking awful. It did not feel
Lit.
good at all.
Dope, dude. Dope.
And then my brother goes, "Oh my fucking god, you just fucking scraped my nipple with this fucking piece of wood," as he said to my sister's fiance. And I'm like, damn, Johnny's getting his nipples ripped off, and I got a fucking pole up the ass. The fuck?
Sick, dude. Sick. Fucking lit.
So I want to personally apologize for being a stupid cunt.
You mean like the dumbest stupid cunt?
Yes.
On Earth?
Yes.
Like on the face of the Earth?
Like on the face of the earth.
Damn, dude. You figured it out. What's that like?
It's pretty shitty.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You got a rope yet? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I do.
Lit, dude. Can I have it?
Yeah.
You can have it back when I'm done with it. You're gonna have to come get it though.
Wait. Are you using it first and then I'm using it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why can't I just bring 2 ropes?
Why spend the money? Dude, you gotta save. Alright? You bring that shit with you.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, duh, retard. Did you forget that you're the dumbest person on the face of the earth yet, or?
Yeah.
That was fast.
It's dumb. So it escapes quickly.
Yeah. Does it?
Yep.
Lit.
I want to...
No.
What the fuck was that?
AIDS. I've got it.
Yeah, I bet. Stop putting stuff in your butthole.
No. Also, that would not be what gave me AIDS. Do you think that you get AIDS from putting things in your butt?
I mean, if the person got their body AIDS.
What?
So say someone also used the thing that you're putting in your ass, and they had AIDS.
Still no, but okay. They'd have to bleed on it, and then you'd have to take that blood in the butt. All right, you have to have some bloody cheeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what if they put it in their butt and they got all blood on it, and then you put it in your butt?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I was implying that they were bleeding out of their assholes after they used it. I was implying that.
Oh.
Huh?
That's been me all day.
Bleeding out of your asshole?
Yeah.
Word, dude. Did you put a knife up there? I know you got a knife fetish.
I do. But no, it's just hemorrhoids.
Oh, damn. Weak L content. Fucking L, dude.
I get a tattoo tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it a big old dumb fucking tattoo or what?
It's Sailor Moon.
I was right.
I have to go to bed.
Oh, really? You have to go to bed?
I might half asleep.
So you don't have to, you could fall asleep right there. You finish it wherever you are. You can just stay there and finish sleeping. You have to what?
I have to pee.
Oh. Sick.
I'll be back.
Dope.
Oh, my back. My leg.
What? What are they watching?
Butthole sex?
Yup. Yeah. You fucking called it. Dude. We got a fucking clairvoyant cunt. You literally are AIDS, okay? Being around you is how I caught it, alright? Being around you.
Me and my
You
brother
have super AIDS. Which would just be SEDS. Okay, talk now.
Me and my brother
Yeah.
pointed at my dad tonight
Uh-huh.
and went, ha! We toad! We toad! We're the autistic ones.
I'll buy you the second rope, alright? You... and you're gonna help me with mine, alright?
Alright.
Fucking Christ.
Are we
Cringe
dropping
as
together?
fuck. No. Nope. You're going first, and I'm reviving you so you can tell me how it is.
I'm gonna come back and be like, that shit sucks. We ain't doing that shit. It's better here. It's better here. What if I die and I'm like, oh my god, it's Mitch Lucker. Fuck you, Will.
It's what?
The original
Oh.
vocalist.
I don't know anything about that.
Did you see CJ's fucking making music is fucking blowing up again?
Who?
The original, the fucking guy that was
Hoopty?
before. Huh?
Hoopty?
No. The original Lorna Shore. Not the original. That's Tom. Before Will, C.J. McCrary.
Okay.
He beat his fucking girlfriend and then pissed in front of minors. And she's a fucking weirdo. And all these fucking metal elitists are like, oh, he cleared his name. I don't give a fuck. Keep him irrelevant.
Okay. That sounds lovely. A lot of fun. Like so much fun.
Mm-hmm. God, I'm really nervous to meet Will with you.
You should be.
I know. I am terrified.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I already know what's gonna happen.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you have the ability to imagine it.
I just know you're gonna make me look like a fucking psycho.
I don't think I'm gonna have to do anything, to be honest. I think you'll do that all on your own. All I gotta do is let you.
You're gonna hold your phone out and just be like, hit record.
Maybe. Maybe I'll egg it on. Maybe I'll torture you a little bit. Maybe I'll trick you into thinking something. Maybe I'll give you a false sense of comfort, so that you don't think I'm gonna do anything crazy, and I'm just gonna let you fall flat on your face, or like maybe I'll help you. Maybe I'll make you think that I'm gonna help you. Maybe I'll make you think that I'm gonna fuck the entire day up. But really, you end up doing it all on your own because you're so nervous that I'm gonna fuck the day up that you fuck it up yourself. Or maybe none of that is gonna happen and everything's just gonna be fine and whatever. Maybe. Who knows?
Or maybe you're gonna be like, yo, this bitch would have shut the fuck up about you for the whole entire fucking year. She's a stupid cunt.
You know, I'm not that bland.
I know you're not. I'm just bland. I know you'll be very more colorful.
Very more?
I'm very tired.
Are you very more tired?
Yes.
Word.
You will be more colorful with your wording. Brendan told me to just kiss him on the mouth.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I go, that's how I get kicked out and never be able to go to Lorna Shore ever fucking again. He's like, I was kidding. You
No, he
autistic.
wasn't.
Huh?
Nah, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Nah, I don't think he was. He was obviously purposefully manipulating you on that. Obviously. There's no other way. There's no other way to explain it. I'm sorry.
Dylan.
What do you fucking want, you stupid bitch? What? What do you want?
Holly and Amanda really want me to give him my number, and I'm like, that's cringe.
You're cringe.
I am cringe, but I don't think I'm that cringe.
Funny.
Yo, me and Brendan were talking today, and I was like, I was like explaining how my ex Tyler was really cringy and stuff. And I'm like, he goes, you can be cringy at times.
At times. That's funny.
And I was like, excuse me? And I'm like, yeah, now you're right. He goes, not cringy, you can be silly. And you're over here like, shut the fuck up, you cringy bitch.
You are made of cringe.
Yes. We need to catch up on jujitsu.
Do we now?
Yes. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, good.
I haven't pissed yet. I'll be back.
What? You never went?
Nope.
You're a retard.
Well, we all know that. It's
Yep.
literally legally on document.
Yeah,
that I'm
literally.
retard.
Literally. Literally.
My cats left me.
Good.
Today, I've got non-compete in Destiny here.
I want
for anybody
face
that doesn't know
tattoos.
me, my name's
Don't.
Caleb
You're
Kane.
retarded.
Oh, hold on. Let me mute that.
You're gonna be a loser your entire fucking life.
Okay, sorry.
I need to see your reaction. I will never get
So
face
to anybody that
tattoos.
doesn't
You
know
better
me,
not.
My name's Caleb Kane.
What are you gonna do? Slap
I run
me?
the YouTube channel
No.
Faraday Speaks,
I'll
where I talk about
fucking
my experiences
punch the
within the
living
alt-right.
shit out of you. You will literally die.
I also run a Discord server where we try to de-radicalize people in far-right extreme ideologies. So today I've got with me non-compete in Destiny, and I noticed a couple months ago they were having a. I don't know if you
You
guys
will
had a back and
literally
forth
die,
on Twitter, but I
Ghost.
saw that EJ, I saw that you were like
Why?
wanting to talk to him, and so I sent.
Take a guess.
I don't know, but I'm gonna piss myself.
Yeah, fucking go, dumbass.
Dumbass.
Funny, the dumbass makes the dumbass noise. the fuck? 5 people I may know? What? I'm in pain. This... Why? What the... This... It looks fine. Jesus Christ.
What's going on?
Here. Fucking retard. Here you go. Fucking retarded. Retard. Retarded. Retard. Cunt. Fuck. Look at this. Stupid fucking... Oh my god, somebody wrapped a fucking Corvette in kick colors. Cool. What?
That looks terrible.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look terrible. You're retarded. But it's just so, like, why? It's like, the green looks cool.
Yes.
But
the
like,
kick...
it's very small. I don't know why this is motivation. Oh my god, literally run that thing off a cliff. Curious if this is a fucking scammy page. No sooner. Huh. Looks like it isn't a scam page. Look up the fucking...
On.
Oh, okay. It is really that person. Interesting. They really did message me. Huh. I wonder why. Weird. Oh, I did something cool today with the Kick or Keep server stuff.
What'd you do?
I recruited one of my favorite fucking Andrew Tate commentary YouTubers.
Oh hell yeah.
You know what? You know the Willie Mac show?
Yeah, I think you showed them to me.
Yeah, here, I'll show you again.
Hang on.
Andrew Tate.
No, you hang on. Oh, I just totally fucking blanked on what I was doing. Hardcore. There you go.
Maybe, yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
I didn't hear a, there it is.
Andrew Tate is in full damage control because no matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, it's becoming more and more clear that this guy is guilty. Andrew's defense? Calling all critics members of the Matrix.
If you believe that left wing are all Matrix agents and right wing are all freedom tellers and freedom believers, then you have a very naive view of the world. If it was so clear cut, the Matrix wouldn't be able to operate. So after getting the largest interview in the history of the world, the Matrix thought, okay, our MSM weapons we're using, let's get all of our bought and paid for agents and attack him with them. Right-wing people. Because then maybe that will work. All they're doing is exposing themselves as controlled op. I'll leave them to do that.
Look how insane this is. He doesn't even have to engage with what people say about him. He just gets to go, it's the Matrix, they're out to get me. Don't believe anything you see or critically think, and people will believe him. He then sneak disses me in this video.
I'm going to outline the exact case against me so everybody understands, because there's been some videos going around lately. There's also been a brand new Matrix attack, which I'm going to explain how that works, which have people believing I might be guilty of something that I'm not guilty of.
Yeah, he never gets around to outlining the case because if he did, he'd look guilty. He just goes on and on about how he ratioed a YouTube video.
I actually believe I've probably been the #1 person who's destroyed MSM most fantastically. I've beaten them. They can't print anything about me without getting wrecked in the comments.
Wow, so cool, dude.
Last time my team analyzed, it was 98.2% of comments on every single MSM article was in my favor.
He's got teams analyzing this? Last time my team checked, I had 92% likes. That means I'm right. So today I'm going to break down Andrew and Tristan's response and their misinformation campaign, their insane attempts to intimidate the victims from testifying against them, including a bogus civil lawsuit, glorifying Jeffrey Epstein, and even defending a pedo ring in court. Buckle up, because when it comes to the Tate case, it somehow always gets worse. Like his hairline, he has to fake getting haircuts. How sad is that?
You're literally fucking bald.
I'm bald by choice. I shave my head twice a week. I could have as much hair as you.
He's lying. When in reality, he should just be using MD hair. MD hair is clinically proven, customized hair growth treatment developed by dermatologists to help with the exact cause and type of your hair loss. I feel like I got a pretty decent hairline, but even I've noticed a bit of thinning over the years, and I'm looking to prevent that for as long as possible. They make it so easy. You just take the online quiz, upload a photo of your head, and it analyzes what products you need. Then they send you a box full of goodies to start your new healthy hair care routine. For me, I would start with a shampoo and conditioner, pretty straightforward. When my hair would dry, I would use the customized regrowth serum, really relieving a lot of that dry skin. Next, I'd get a cup of water and mix in the marine collagen. It's basically like making a cup of lemonade. Drink it. That's what I did. You drank it. And end your routine by taking a customized hair wellness supplement. And it legitimately works. My hair does feel fuller and less dry. Here's the before and after. And the fact that they clearly labeled the directions right on the back of the container makes it a no-brainer. So if you're noticing thinning, bald spots, or just looking to protect your full head of hair, get MD Hair with the link and promo code in the description for 70% off your first month. Thank you, MD Hair, for sponsoring this video. Andrew Andrew Tate has recently been released off of house arrest, and Tim and his brother have been quick to jump on the idea that this proves their innocence. He wrote an essay about it. Anyone who has actually read the entire file on my case knows the truth. I'm innocent. The judge of my case took 7 days to decide whether I should be freed or not. 7 days to read. 7 days to read thousands of pages. 7 days to realize there is no evidence of any crime. The conclusion is that I am completely innocent of any crime. Justice is justice. The law is the law. Evidence is evidence. I am free. This is a lie. Tate being released off of house arrest has no bearing on whether he's innocent or guilty. He's just not determined the same level of flight risk he once was. It's completely independent of the indictment. Although I kind of understand where the prosecution was coming from.
If I fuck up big time and England wants me in jail, I can fly on a Nigerian passport, or an American, or an English, or a Polish, or an Estonian. I have so many fucking passports. What, are you gonna block them all? I've got 4 more I haven't even named on YouTube. They can't stop me traveling. There's always a passport I can pull out. There's always a driver's license I can pull out. If you ban one, I've got another one. I've got bank accounts in 19 countries. My shit is diversified. So am I off grid? No, I'm on so many grids. You can't
Bro
walk
is
the
brain
Even if
dead.
he's under trial, the fact that Romanian authorities gave him free roam in Romania speaks volumes. He's not free to roam the country as he wishes. His house arrest has just been expanded to include Ilfov County. The judge is still having them report to the police station every day, and again is limiting them to the county they live in. By all means, they still think you're a flight risk. They're just giving you a bit longer of a leash. But look how he frames it.
The indictment's been put in front of a judge, and what has the judge done? The judge has picked up this indictment, looked at it, and said, this is garbage, let him go. Their bulletproof indictment. After all I just described, they finally put together a document that the judge has instantly said, let him go, this man should not be held.
It's completely devoid of reality and has led to his fans spamming me saying, look, he's free, you were wrong. And he gets released 4 days later, innocent. Even though it couldn't be farther from the truth. And this sort of misinformation has been the Tate's tactic the whole time, even going as far as trying to silence the victims through threats and frivolous lawsuits. I already spoke at length about the American girl who was allegedly trafficked by the Tates and escaped with one other girl. You probably heard Andrew say that she's accused 7 other guys of trafficking her, leading to one guy named Dustin Milner offing himself.
This is the woman that you're talking about that you say you're alleging has also accused 7 other men.
Alleging, it's literally now on Twitter. You can see the the complaint we filed against her. 7 men she is accused of kidnapping. She's done it with 7 different boyfriends who didn't buy her what she wanted. One of them killed himself.
Okay, wow. So
she's a professional.
They would then have one of their war room buddies spread supposedly leaked audio of her crying that the guy offed himself.
Wild.
I just found out that I should be telling you this, but Dustin killed himself on Friday.
The Tates are telling the truth though when they say their civil case is available online to view, but they must be hoping nobody takes the time to actually read it because it makes them look terrible. It's a defamation case. It literally says in their court filings that Dustin Milner, the dude the Tates are so sympathetic for, committed suicide at the age of 35 while still in a relationship with Emma Gabby, who had yet to turn 18. Age of consent is 18 in Florida, and Dustin was 35 years old, meaning that the Tates are legally defending a pedophile. The case tries to victim blame Emma for this, saying things like, Dustin quickly became enraptured by Emma Gabby's mystic and seductive charm, which lured him into an extremely volatile relationship. He's 35, bro. He's the adult. What are we talking about? Emma Gabby knew what strings to pull to make him angry, and would psychologically manipulate him by disappearing for days just after spending a long weekend with him, which manifested in self-hatred, eventually driving Dustin Milner to commit suicide. She ghosted him. That's it. It's the weakest shit ever. The lawsuit then names 4 other guys. 34-year-old M. Fisher, who continued to date Emma while she was underage. She says, I'm underage, and he stayed with her. When he got in trouble, he chose to admit abuse in court so he wouldn't catch a statutory rape charge. What's really suspicious about Fisher is he filed his own civil case against Emma, separate from the Tates, on July 4th, 2023. While conveniently only 7 days later, the Tates would file their own civil case on July 11th, 2023, citing Fisher's case as a source, which just happened a week earlier. Seems legit. Guys, this is a coordinated effort to try and silence Emma. They want to run her broke. Absolutely. When you hear Andrew talk about the case, he's primarily frustrated that she has the money to properly defend herself.
Those 2 women we deem now to be professionals. One of them has accused 7 men of kidnapping in her life. And she's also lawyered up instantly from a left-wing NGO because she's currently being sued by us for false charges. And she seemed to be very well supported and funded. So I don't know if she was sent as an agent. We're not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's the Matrix. She's Agent Smith. The other 3 people that Tate is claiming Emma victimized is a 57-year-old written as the alien.
What?
I think he has voices in his head.
Tate?
Yeah. I think
he is the voice in people's head.
yes.
Dude is fucking insane and really, really dumb. Like, he is, like, shockingly stupid.
I just don't understand, like, how he hasn't gotten his ass beat yet.
Because he's literally a fighter.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He's a kickboxer, you fucking moron. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you.
Alias jailed John, who was found guilty for raping Emma as a 15-year-old minor.
I'm
and
gonna
is
murder
currently
you.
incarcerated. His real name is Keith Fox, and he was caught on film doing the crime by a private investigator hired by the mother, Joel Friedman, who was 39 and in a relationship with Emma, but says he was never intimate with her. This is while she was living with jailed John, meaning she was likely 15. And finally, maybe the only innocent-ish guy here, 35-year-old Tyler Hensel, who thought Emma was 26 while dating her when she was really 17. And then after finding out her age, he broke up with her. So of these 7 people Andrew Tate is suing this girl on behalf of, one is a pedo-rapist that was found guilty in criminal court, 3 others were well into their 30s and continued to knowingly date a minor, the other was Tyler, who was at least smart enough to get out of there, and the last 2 are Andrew and Tristan Tate. This is their official case against her. All this information is coming from their side. They knowingly grouped themselves up with a bunch of
Obviously, I'm the smartest man alive.
You're a moron. As for Tate claiming she says she was trafficked by 7 different guys.
You're alleging has also accused 7 other men.
Alleging, it's literally now on Twitter. You can see the complaint we filed against her. 7 men she is accused of kidnapping.
That's not true. It's nowhere in the case.
Why does he look like a toe?
She says trafficked her.
What?
Why does Andrew Tate look like a toe?
That is basically all he is. Just a fucking toe.
Are the Tates. As for the other 5 guys, she only ever legally accused 2, both of which are pedophiles. One is in jail, the other one pled guilty to abuse. And neither of them were for trafficking or kidnapping. Both were for raping a minor. So again, Tate's just lying. On second thought, it kind of makes sense they would defend these guys. Tristan has bragged about doing the exact same thing.
One of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I took her virginity when she was 17.
The defamation part of the case tries to make the argument that she's lying about being trafficked, because in the messages released by Dicot detailing her escape from the Tates, she joked about getting a Netflix and Hulu special with the other victim. Which means in the Tate's official court case, they're taking the Dicot messages out of context to try and get her. It'll never work. I've already gone over the full messages in their full context. The full messages do nothing but make the Tates look bad, showing how the girls were only allowed to leave the house if they convinced the Tates they were madly in love with them. And it becomes downright diabolical when you realize that the Tates are trying to hide this information from the judge and jury by filing a notice of confidentiality when it comes to the WhatsApp messages, as well as, and I quote, her false statements to the Romanian government. So they want the court to only view the out-of-context messages they provide, as well as ignore her testimony in Romania. Luckily, the court has determined that this does not meet the criteria for confidentiality. Duh, because how can you say her testimony to the Romanian government is false when that trial hasn't even started yet? And for what reason would you not look at the full context when it comes to the WhatsApp messages? How does that make sense? The reason is because it's civil court. They don't want it to go the distance, they want her to go broke and have to settle. It's always been about silencing her. On January 28th, the same month the messages were released by Dicot, Tate called his team from jail and told them to make it clear to her and her whole family that she will be bankrupt for life for lying if she doesn't withdraw the testimony. We know this is real because he made the phone call from jail. The transcripts are part of the court documents in Romania. But this isn't the first time that Andrew has tried to silence the victims. In other transcripts from January 28th, Andrew Tate from jail called his assistant and had her make one of the girls write a letter taking back her testimony. Now this is translated from English to Romanian and then back to English, so bear with me. It's my last call. I hope it doesn't go wrong. Call Luke as soon as possible, please. If this appeal doesn't work, you must tell Luke to obtain unconditional surrender from E and G. Yours says yes. Andrew then goes on to say, it can't just be I withdraw. It has to be I lied. I'm sorry. The boys have no business in prison. Yours replies yes, and then the call gets transferred to Luke. Luke, this is my last call. Luke says we contacted her. We gave her all the documents she needs. We were waiting for her to come back to us. Andrew then replies, all right, that letter must be sent today. The surrender of E must be completely unconditional, must completely discredit A, make it clear they lied together. And believe it or not, this worked, as reportedly one of the young women withdrew her accusation. Andrew Tate, according to the prosecution, would then move 2 of the women to Dubai and then have them go on the news and talk about how great the Tates are.
I've never seen any of them being aggressive or rude. They've always respected people. They started from zero. They lived in a shelter with their mom.
She's clearly reading off something. The prosecution noted this and released more transcripts of Andrew telling his team to get more girls to defend him, saying the clips the 2 girls made have good views and are hitting hard. Keep going, good job, over and over again. Different ones. We need the girls to cry, to be frustrated and angry. We need to hurry up. We slow down and we will end up waiting without making enough of an explosion, so we can get the F away from here. Now, him doing this from jail where his calls are recorded is stupid, but it actually makes a lot of sense. If none of the girls choose to testify against Andrew, that's going to have a huge impact on his sentence. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be consequences for him intimidating the victims. DICOT prosecutors have since opened a new investigation when it comes to the Tates, intimidating women who made complaints against them, as well as going after their bodyguards for lying on their behalf. This will lead to new charges. This is crazy. Game of Thrones has less deception in it. Now, I still...
What'd you say?
Wasn't he trafficking women?
Yep. He was sex trafficking, with the Loverboy method, which is like, tell them you're gonna marry them, have them come over, have your bottom bitch convince them to start doing porn, and like camming and shit, and then you never fucking marry them. You just have them do that for a long ass time, and you keep their passwords. You don't allow them to see how much money they make. What he does is he tells, I guess he specifically tells these women, he shows them how much money they make, I think. But what he does is he tells these women that they're splitting it 50-50. And fuck. And then he tells them they have to pay taxes because he thinks all women are stupid. So he just, if they like contest it, the tax thing, or if they're like, oh well, you haven't given me like a W-2 or whatever, like tax forms, he goes, oh yeah, you know, women are fucking retarded, just print out any like tax law paper, like a page of tax law, and fucking have them sign the bottom. They think something's happening. You crumble that up, throw it out, you get an extra 30%. So you're defrauding women that are doing sex work for you.
What if
he also is accused of rape and something else. I don't remember.
Why is he so fucked in the head?
You know, that's what the red pill does. Oh my god. I forgot about this. Holy shit. 2 things. First, look at that mugshot. Isn't that so good?
I love it. He looks evil.
Yeah, well, he is. So, I don't even believe in good and evil. I think there's good and bad. But
he's evil.
It's not objective. It's not objective, but no, this guy is objectively a horrible person, and I kind of hope that he gets assassinated someday. He's just such a piece of shit. He like doesn't deserve what he's got. He fucks over people. I'm never gonna do that, but I would not be upset if someone killed the guy.
Oh.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
I feel that.
Oh. Oh shit. Have you seen this? Hold on.
Oh my god. Fucking retard. Oh my god. Can we start? No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro? Little child predator. What? Oh, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro? Start. No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro?
What?
Start. No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro? Can we start? No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro?
Does he have Tourette's?
No.
Is he an actual child predator?
No.
Fucking retard. Oh my god. Can we start? No, I like kids. Well, I swear to God I do. All my life I'm a little child predator. What, bro?
I don't get it.
He was banned. He he just said it. Like, it was like rage comedy, I guess. This is not affiliated. Okay. He's just gonna go to kick. Probably. And I bet this gets him a stupid amount of coverage. 3.8 million views from Yoxic. Oh, this fucking loser got him banned. What associate?
What? What does that say? I can't read it.
It says, "Hey Yoxix, I saw this tweet from you today and wanted to say my lawyers will be in contact with you shortly with a court notice for defamation? Defamation? Don't know why you or anyone would tweet something so hatred towards anyone on the internet. It's blatantly disgusting. See you soon. Don't be scared now." What? He said, "What did I do?" His tweet was, "Old Chris would make fun of new Chris." I don't think this is, yeah, that's not like a bad thing. I don't think he, or she, I don't think she got it. He was literally saying, this one looks like a bully. This one looks like a bitch. This one would be making fun of this one. Duh. Safe to say Buck is not enjoying the new Fortnite season.
Be pickaxed by a bot.
2 kids, oh my god, I was so fucking stacked.
Whatever, dude. Wait, what?
God, I literally love fucking minors, bro. God, I literally love fucking minors, bro.
What'd he say?
He said, God, I literally love fucking minors, bro.
Call. I got her snap. She says we're in a Discord call. I got her snap. She says she's 16, almost 17. Right? Right? You understand? 16, almost 17, right? Gives me horny shit. I go to sleep. Next day. Nudes. There. Save them for blackmail. Send them to Streaky. I delete them. Streaky starts the fucking whatever. Streaky saves it like a weirdo. Right? Understand? I send her a random dick. Bro, saving minor. Bro, she's almost 17. We're in a Discord call. I got her snap. She's 16, almost 17.
Oh my god.
Stupid. I gotta go to bed soon.
Yeah. Stay asleep.
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. I gotta go to bed.
You're gay.
I know I am.
You know what's even gayer?
Hmm.
These stupid fucking fake ass ads on Twitter.
4 things you should try if you're an Amazon Prime user, or 4 weird things to try if you pay for Amazon Prime.
Fucking click on it. Oh, look at this. 9 genius hacks Amazon shoppers must know. Where'd the 4 go and where'd the Prime go?
Mm-hmm.
Oh! And then you scroll down and it's 7. First it's 4, then it's 9, and the actual number is 7. Sick, dude. Losers. These people are dumb.
Yup.
Sick.
Alright, good night, nerd.
Alright, bye, bitch. Fuck.
Back in the general.
What the fuck is this? Weird.
Subscribe.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Subscribble.
I don't know.
Click on Heal Mike stream and the first thing I see in his chat is fuck Joe Biden. Mega gay. What the fuck, bro? What? Dude, sick, bro.
There was some dude that was watching Reservoir stream. I forget who. It was just like they were furious with me. They're like, Zonya's just trying to get away with saying the N-word and stuff.
What did I stumble
And I was
into,
like,
dude?
and I responded at one point. I was like, why would I use a panel as an excuse to say the N-word? I could just go on to my kick stream and say it as much as I want. Let's see. Using slurs nowadays is the equivalent to using blasphemy back in the days. Yeah. You should capitalize the N in your name now. An inside the void joke. I'm pretty lax, especially if there's a discussion. I only take issue if someone used it to be discriminatory. Then again, I'd probably just slur back at them. Nice, yeah. I bet you felt so powerful getting the N-word pass for the hard R on YouTube. I wasn't on YouTube though, I was on Kick. Reservoir was reacting to it on YouTube, but I was just on Kick. Wait. Well, I've said the soft A on Twitch and YouTube before. I've never sent the hard. Well, that was that panel was the first time I had used the hard R. Outside of like ages ago. So it's not normally a word that I would say. Even soft A is something I would rarely say, but you know, there's actual like reason to say it sometimes, like singing along to a song, right? The gun emote, the frog gun emote, is an inside joke now, an inside the void meme now. Whenever anybody slurs on stream. Stays safe on Kick, yeah. There were a lot of frog with gun emotes. Didn't YouTube
Actually, kind of surprised that Zonya like
paddled back on
kind of
their
music.
policy about slurs? Yeah, but I've had someone recently like stalking my channel and reporting it, and like falsely reporting it. They reported me on COVID misinformation for a VOD that had nothing to do with COVID or anything medical. And they were bragging about it on Twitter. And there's somebody who like
That's
they brag
stupid.
about all the people that they're reporting on Twitter, and they screenshot it and everything and try to get people taken down. So I decided to not do the stream on YouTube. I figured I would be safe on YouTube generally, but I decided to not do it just in case. Wee woo, wee woo.
I'm brain dead. Oh my god, I completely forgot the reason I fucking went on Twitch.
Let's just say I had to clean up my Twitter, which existed for like 15 years.
Okay, guys.
Like a lot before I switched it to Elderdrazi. Yeah, I know. We've seen some of the old tweets. Thanks to Spicy Chat. Oh, they also reported my account this month. Really? You got nailed by that same person? That Mike Suspender guy or whatever? Imagine what you didn't see? Oh no. I don't want to. I don't want to imagine. Oh man. enjoying the music. Like, I don't even want to end the stream because I'm enjoying the music and I'm enjoying catching up with you guys too.
Hey. What's up? Ah, okay. This mic was fucking muted. I was gonna say it, but I didn't want to be fucking condescending. I don't know if he knew his mic was muted. What the fuck, dude? Shit. Huh. What did I just hear? Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Save Zonia was also streaming. She is streaming on Twitch as well. Interesting.
To it.
Destiny an email, and I thought we'd just go ahead and set it up. So I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. Go ahead, EJ.
Yeah, we didn't really have a back and forth. I made a video that referenced Destiny. It wasn't like a takedown video, but it was just like at that time there was a lot of discussion on like the far left. I'm a far leftist, so a lot of far leftists were like, "Is Destiny a leftist? Should we, stand Destiny or whatever?" And I was like, I guess I made a video that was just like, Destiny's doing good things, but we need to do good things also, and not just like. No, I'm talking about Destiny third person. I know you're here, but how rude of me. But yeah, so that was what the video was about. It wasn't really like a takedown of Destiny, but just that like the far left needs people like Destiny who are doing the work that Destiny's doing to like de-radicalize fascists, because that's something I admire about what you're doing, Destiny. And I just want to see more far leftists doing kind of the same kind of thing. So that's kind of where this all came from for me, I think.
Okay. Destiny, you want to introduce yourself for anybody that doesn't know you?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Bunnell. I go by Destiny Online. I do a lot of political and gaming content on twitch.tv, and then I also have my YouTube channel that's Destiny as well. I do a lot of political and gaming content there.
Okay. So I figured I know EJ wanted to talk about anarchism and socialism, and I've seen, obviously, everybody knows that a lot of lefties have been coming after Destiny on Twitter. There was a debate that he did with Peter Coffin. So I figured EJ could just ask you some questions about anarchism or your beliefs, and he could tell you about some of his, and you guys could have back and forth on that. So EJ, I'll go ahead and let you take the floor there.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't actually introduce myself. I run the channel Non-Compete, and we're me and my partner Luna, who's actually in the room with me. She's a Vietnamese Marxist-Leninist in the Ho Chi Minh School, and I'm an anarchist, anarcho-communist, but we still managed to get along. But so I guess from watching the Peter Coffin debate, that's where I guess I'd like to begin. I know you both touched on anarcho-communism a little bit, but like didn't really go down the road a lot. So I guess my first question would just be, what is your, just to get the lexicon jiving, how do you view anarchism?
her
or how would you
surgery
define
to
anarchism?
get those
or...
tits to be
Is
just
like,
perfect.
Is anarcho-communism where basically your goal is to eliminate or dissolve like a state? And
What
then
an
have your communist
unpause
society,
or
not by way of,
unmute.
like some political process.
This guy's
but by
live.
Just like the actual dissolution of the state. That's kind of.
That was so hilariously lucky. He's probably banned on everything.
And change who that child identifies as will cost half as much and produce infinity more results.
Somebody told me to fucking watch this guy. Rakita Law. They're like, just watch Rakita Law. I was like, it's somebody on Rumble. I already know what's gonna come of it. I'm unfollowing that. Kyle Rittenhouse sued by dead pedo. Kansas hates rights. Acute Trumpitis. Handbag trans adolescents. This guy is just another fucking conservatard. Like, the wildest of the wild. Dumbos. I don't get why people watch idiots like that and think that they're intelligent. It's insane. It's fucking nuts.
I'm on that perp like a unicorn after I came from the dungeon. We can do yachts and we can do jets whenever we lunching. Hard at night like an elephant if he a maniac. Leave him squeeze and load out the
It needs to be good before you start the stream. This clown bought a fucking bust down watch. You know who really grinds my gears? Fucking rice gum. Ugh. So grimy. Dude's just a fucking taint. He's just a taint. That's all he is. That's all he ever will be. A taint. Well, shit.
Kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, there are many different forms of anarchism and anarcho-communism, and we don't all agree with each other.
Political process or dissolve.
Anarchism, jiving. What is your, just to get the lexicon jiving? How do you view anarchism, or how would you define anarchism, or?
Is anarcho-communism where basically your goal is to eliminate or dissolve like a state and then have your communist society, not by way of like some political process, but by just like the actual dissolution of the state? That's kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, there are many different forms of anarchism and anarcho-communism, and we don't all agree with each other. But the basic rule of thumb, for us, communism follows anarchism because the basic idea, the core idea of anarchism, for most of us, is elimination of hierarchy.
Mhm.
So anarchism means no hierarchies or dissolving unjust hierarchies. And so for us, the reason we view communism as a necessity is because we think capitalism is inherently an unjust hierarchy. But we do call for dismantling the state, but that doesn't mean eliminating like all forms of government. We just think people should be self-governed to whatever extent possible. So
Okay. As far as I can tell, it could be worse later. Thought Slime has already misrepresented this conversation. Said Destiny didn't know what anarcho-communism was, or anarchy was, or what communism was, because he doesn't care to research his opposition's positions. And he had to have it explained to him like 4 times throughout the conversation. Now, something the guy explaining it said that completely changes the context is, oh, well, not all of us agree on what anarcho-communism is. There's a bunch of different. So it's not that he didn't know what it is. It's that the people that call themselves anarcho-communists don't have a consensus on what it is. This is why I hate extremists. Okay? Because they're fucking retarded and disingenuous as fuck. MAGA, okay, them. And then the commies. They're all garbage. Dumb fucks.
So we see this, like, we define the state perhaps differently than like the mainstream definition. So for us, a state is a political entity that enforces or, you know, works towards the goals of an elite class, you know, so that there's one group over others. And in modern times, the state tends to be a capitalist state. You know, most states around the world are capitalist states, and we believe that states basically serve the interests of the elite capitalist class and the wealthy more than they do the working class and people with disabilities and that sort of thing. So that's, yeah, that would be my personal definition, and I think most anarcho-communists would generally agree with that.
Okay. Where do we want to start?
Yeah. So I guess my first question would be like, do you think
11
capitalism
months,
is like a good thing, or do you think it's like a necessary evil? Or, I mean,
do I think is capitalism a good thing or necessary?
Capitalism. Yeah. Like, what's your view of capitalism generally?
I don't think I ascribe like any morality to capitalism. Like, I think I would just say that like it is what it is. I guess like I would say like Marxists exist, like basic observations we can make about capitalism seem to be true, and then that's it. I don't know how I would ascribe like a moral good or bad to capitalism.
Yeah, I guess I don't mean morally, but like pragmatically, do you think that it is a effective, good, well-functioning system, or do you think that like, yeah, I mean, because to me, I get the impression that you generally think that capitalism is like an efficient, reasonable way of organizing our economy.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page about that. So like, what do you see as like the strengths of capitalism?
Basically the idea that I guess like investment can go where markets dictate it goes, that labor can go. I guess I should have like a better, like broader definition, but I guess basically that resources are allocated in an economy in a way that like markets dictate, which takes care of any kind of like very complicated central planning question, which is really hard to do efficiently at scale. But yeah, I guess like in a really broad sense, capitalism just seems to allocate resources where they need to be, and that's kind of why I'm in favor of it.
Okay, and how do you kind of like, how does that reconcile with the fact that there's so much wealth inequality and so many of our resources are in like such a small group of hands, where we have like 50 families that have like 50% of the wealth? I mean,
that might be the most economically efficient way to organize that capital. But that's where capitalism stops. I wouldn't expect capitalism to deliver a society where everybody has an equal amount of wealth. I would expect capitalism to allocate resources as economically efficiently as possible. And then any type of redistribution would have to take place with another sort of system. So for instance, like your tax policy or some sort of welfare or something like that.
Okay, so why do you like, why hasn't it around the world, why is there so much poverty? Why is there so much wealth inequality? If capitalism is so efficient at like putting wealth where it needs to go, like why do we have all of these major problems with specifically resources being allocated so overwhelmingly into such a small number of hands?
So yeah, so like I think we have to be really careful what we say. So like I think when you say allocating wealth where it needs to go, I think you've kind of loaded this with the idea that like poor people need more money so that we can balance out inequality. I don't think that resources, I don't think that that's the most economically efficient way to distribute a resource necessarily. This is something that has to be addressed with a tax policy. So I wouldn't expect, so to reiterate, I wouldn't expect capitalism to give everybody, like, for instance, a living wage or access to healthcare or something. I just don't, I don't think that that economic system intrinsically does that. What I would expect it to do is allocate resources as efficiently as possible to give you an economy that's as efficient as possible. And then your goal would be, if you think that people deserve health care or higher wages or something, then you have to augment that with some sort of government policy. So like minimum wage or some kind of universal healthcare system.
Okay. Do you not feel like there's a power imbalance in terms of the fact that, like, in a capitalist society, wealth is a form of power? It's probably the predominant form of power. And so when you have people who have so much wealth concentrated, like Jeff Bezos or something like that, who has billions and billions of dollars, that gives them, would you agree that that gives them like a tremendous amount of power as an individual to influence and control the systems, perhaps in ways that are inefficient?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different statements in here. So firstly, I don't think that
That's
hierarchies are
cool.
by definition bad, or that power is by definition bad. I don't think anybody would agree with either of those two things. And we can talk about those at more length if you want. But I mean, I don't think that our systems that are involved in regulating our economy should also be subject to rent-seeking actors that are reaping the rewards of the economy as well. So obviously, a very wealthy individual that's making money off of some activity that might be a detriment to society probably shouldn't have a great say or a larger say than somebody else in how government runs, because obviously you have a huge conflict of interest there.
I mean, so I guess where I would sort of start to come in with my perspective is that I feel like the billionaires of the world and the capitalist corporations of the world have demonstrably, throughout modern history, been a detriment to society. They have done damage and harm to people around the world. I don't see, I guess I feel like the burden of evidence is on the capitalist side of things to prove how capitalism has benefited humanity. And I know that there are, like, for instance, the World Bank statistics that say that like millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, but the World Bank is like a capitalist oriented institution. I think it's pretty, I think the World Bank's statistics about, even if they did lift millions of people out of poverty by their own accounting, that doesn't line up with the fact that we still have billions of people who are in poverty. I mean, the ethical poverty line. So the world. So I guess I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but the World Bank poverty line is around $1 a day, and they've shifted those numbers around a little bit over time. But have you heard of the ethical poverty line? Is that something you're familiar with?
I'm gonna guess that you probably set the wage at some higher number to show that not as many people are lifted out of poverty.
Yeah, so it's about $5 a day is the ethical poverty line. And so 60% of the people on the world make less than $5 a day.
What was it at like 20 or 30 years ago? Do you know?
Yeah, I've got the numbers actually. It's, let me find this real quick. It's loading up.
Shit.
So in 1990, okay, so it's 1 billion more people under $5 a day since 1990.
There's 1 billion more people?
Yeah, I mean, that could be because of population, but
yeah, because I was gonna say, like,
it conflicts with the World Bank's numbers.
Well, that's because it sounds like it's measuring something different, right? If you're setting it at $5 a day versus $1 a day, then right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, do you see it? Do you? I guess I'm just asking. Do you honestly think that capitalism is lifting people out of poverty around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think like liberalization of trade has definitely helped a lot of countries. I think that we have greater access to things like luxury goods and whatnot, at least in Western countries. Obviously, places in South America or Africa have been pretty fucked by imperialist countries that have been doing a lot of bad activities, and those countries are kind of sort of catching up. But I mean, capitalism isn't perfect. We can point to the idea that there's still a lot of problems, which is absolutely true. But I mean, like if we go by track records, I don't really think socialism or communism has a seat at the table in this conversation. So I don't know if it's fair to like point at some of the problems of capitalism, which there are absolutely problems today for sure. But to ignore like all of the good that we've come this far with, and then say like, you know, this is bad because there are still problems that exist. I don't think that's a fair critique.
Well, I would also say that it's not really fair to say that. I mean, for instance, if you look at the fact that you brought up imperialism, I mean, and you talk about capitalist markets and the way that they distribute money. I mean, you use the word yourself. I mean, you have to recognize that imperialism is a pretty predominant feature of world capitalism, and there is absolutely a lot of wealth being siphoned up from poor countries and a lot of exploitation going on in those poor countries. I mean, how would you account for that in a capitalist system? I mean, how would you avoid
I mean,
that?
I don't know if imperialism necessarily has to be baked into capitalism, and I'm pretty sure socialist countries and communist countries in the past have been pretty imperialistic as well. So I don't know if it's like I mean, this is like a government policy question. I mean, we can argue things like the industrial military complex highly incentivizes these forms of foreign affairs, which I would agree with, and I think that these are things that definitely should be changed. Our foreign policy is pretty disgusting, and the idea that there are people that get rich off of it is pretty disgusting as well. So I mean, this would be an idea, or this would be an example of some economic reality that probably should be curbed by some kind of government regulation.
How would you change it though? Like, this is, I guess, where I see a huge I guess disconnect, because like if the people who have the most power and the most wealth are the ones that are benefiting off of the system, and they have the most power to influence the system, like how do you see change being affected within these capitalist systems?
I mean, honestly, it's really hard, but I don't think imperialism is a feature of capitalism. I like my real if I'm being super real, the answer is I don't think these things ever change because people are just stupid. I mean, imperialism has been a feature of the world since the dawn of mankind. I mean, pre-feudal societies, like Rome, like all of these places have been highly imperialistic. The idea that like imperialism is some new thing that, you know, showed up on the planet, you know, post-capitalism is absolutely not true. I don't know how you stop people from being imperialistic, from thinking their country is exceptional compared to others, that they want to install governments in other places, that they want to kill other people. Like, I don't know what the answer to that is, but I don't think it's some economic system.
Well, so okay, that brings us back to anarchism, because anarchism is not, like I was saying earlier, anarchism leads me to communism. So maybe we can just explore that a little bit. Like, you talked about hierarchies. So the whole idea of anarchism basically is dismantling hierarchies that are unjust as much as possible, or basically dismantling all hierarchies as much as possible, so that everyone is basically on a more flatly hierarchical plane. So it's sort of a way, and it's also a method of analysis. I would say anarchism is more of a method of analyzing societies, analyzing economies, analyzing social groups, and trying to make them more fair, more just. And the way that capitalism is structured, I mean, we can go, like, I'm actually a former capitalist myself. So I used to own several businesses for about 10 years. I had about 15 employees who I exploited and, you know, made profits off of. And I guess, so do you think that the way like a corporation or even a small business is structured, do you think that that's like a just way of organizing a workforce or organizing anything? I mean, the way that we do that under capitalism?
So I'd say no, but before we get into whether or not that's specifically unjust, I'm very curious to push on this hierarchy thing real quick, because I actually haven't had this conversation before. Do you believe that all hierarchies are unjust by definition, or can there be just hierarchies?
There are, I would say, justifiable hierarchies. So for instance, I would say that a parent, you know, with a small child would have the authority to, for instance, stop them from running into the street.
Okay.
Or, you know, ensure their well-being. That's like a very basic example. Another example might be like, if you're on a ship at sea and there's a storm, you would probably want to have some kind of hierarchy in place so that communication can be efficient, and so that like there's not a lot of like confusion going on. You might want to have a hierarchy where there's like a captain, and then there's like the crews that all have their own stations in those situations. That I would say is a justifiable hierarchy, because it's like incredibly pragmatic and probably dangerous to not have that hierarchy, versus like at a coffee shop. I really don't see any reason for there to be like a top level store manager at a coffee shop. The stakes aren't really that high to where there's a lot of life and death situations going on. I don't know if that kind of made it more clear to you where I'm coming from.
Sure. So a couple questions. So I don't know what kind of system you're advocating for, but in most systems of like socialism or communism that I'm familiar with, you still have like managers. They're just voted on by the people, right?
Well, so we want to reduce the. So, for instance, there are anarchism is a way of like, again, analyzing and viewing things, and it's a work in progress. So something that Rudolf Rocker, who was a famous anarchist a long time ago, said was, "I am not an anarchist because the end goal is anarchism. I'm an anarchist because there is no end goal." Right. So one heavy feature of anarchist thought and principle is that we should constantly be analyzing our systems and trying to improve them and trying to make hierarchies as flat as possible. So yes, I mean, for instance, let's say you had like a factory. You might organize it so that the workers vote for a manager. But anarchists would look at that system and we'd say, okay, so if the workers are voting for a manager, that we don't want to have a system where that manager then has coercive power and domination over the workers. So what can we do to make that system as fair as possible? There are many ways we could experiment to try to make it as flat as possible. So for instance, maybe instead of voting on the manager, you rotate a manager in, or maybe there is like a council of people instead of one manager who like decide things together, like a triumvirate or whatever. But you know,
wouldn't those council of people have oppressive power too, though?
They could, and that's the whole point of anarchism, is to identify situations where people have coercive authority and power and dismantle them as much as we possibly can.
Wait, so the council of people that you made to evaluate the effectiveness of a manager that you have voted in to flatten a hierarchy are themselves subject to the same hierarchy? How does that work?
It would depend very much on the specific factory and the specific group of people and how they decide to organize themselves. I mean, I don't have
let's
a
just think of like.
formula
So I'm just kind of curious. So we can just like have like a little hypothetical factory that's running. How would you make a decision on whether or not you should fire somebody for a factory?
You'd obviously have to do the same thing that it would be the same situation as in a hierarchy, where you'd have to look at the situation and you'd have to make decisions. But the difference between a capitalist hierarchy and a an anarchist system is that in the hierarchy, the strict hierarchy, the corporate kind of hierarchy, there's one person, they look at this situation, they make a decision, and then the power flows down. Whereas anarchists would try to organize things from the bottom up, so it's as democratic as possible.
Sure. So let's say we have a factory where
somebody,
so let's say we have a factory where 30% of we've got a factory, 30 of our workers here are women and 70 of our workers are men. Let's say that a man was accused of sexually harassing a woman, but all the men were like pretty chill with the guy and think that people are taking this too seriously. In a situation like this, is it better to leave this up to the democratic voice of the workers, or should there be some higher form of management that can be oppressive towards the workers' democratic will?
I mean, that seems like the worst possible example to use, because in a capitalist system, you would just have like the guy at the top make the decision, and that would be the end of it. But in this system, okay, so let me give you a great example.
Real quick. In a capitalist system, this company could be subject to outside pressure. They might lose money. They might get bad press. The firm might become less profitable. And if a firm is going to lose profits, then there would be pressure from the top down to enact policies that would hopefully keep them out of the public ire. So that's why I think in a capitalist firm, this is dealt with in this way. Just because of where we're at socially right now, maybe in the past this wasn't true.
Well, if you look at like an airport, I can't really. You can look at. There's a specific airline that had NPR did. I wish I could remember the name of this place, but there was a specific airline that had a lot of issues with sexual harassment, and their whole
I have a
strategy was
lot of
just to
issues with
basically say,
sexual
"Hush money,
harassment.
shut it up," and
I don't
never
do it
acknowledge
enough.
And the reason that they did that was for the profit motive. They didn't want to get the bad press and everything like that. So they never solved the problem, and this happens obviously in lots of corporations. They never solve the problems. They just try to make it invisible to the public eye because all they're concerned about is the profit motive. Versus if you have so I'm going to go back to that example I was about to do. So in northern Syria, which is famously called Rojava, it's not a perfect example of anarchism, but they have some really good systems in place. And one of those we have something called a dual power structure. So that means, or a secondary power structure. So that means that they have a council for the community, like a commune council, and they make all these decisions. They had problems with their culture where women were obviously subjugated, culturally, and the women realized this, and some of the male leaders realized this. So what they did was they created like a women's council that was kind of like a sidecar to the main council, and there was a council where it was just the women, and they would come together and they would discuss things, and they would, you know.
Hold up. Okay.
Have that strength in numbers so that they could then go into the normal council and have a stronger voice and a united voice. And that has worked out really well for them and given women a much more significant voice within those communities. So in this factory situation, I would say if you have 30% women, they can have a secondary power structure where they can, you know, discuss these things that affect them in a negative way. And they could have their own little power structure kind of on the side that can interact with the larger power structure and, you know, hopefully make things more equitable.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds cool.
So
But
there are
I mean,
ways-
people do this today in capitalist societies as well. Sometimes you make councils of people that come together, and you could have a third party come in and analyze. So I don't know how familiar with video games, but like sometimes people hire out people like Anita Sarkeesian or whatever to come in and give speeches to a company or to look at a company, or companies will evaluate like whether or not there is gender discrimination going on. Like this happens in firms today, like even in a capitalist society. I don't think this is necessarily economics dependent.
Right. And so if a company's doing that today, then they're using what would be a more on the anarchist side of things principle. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you think that what I advocate for is like everyone grabbing their AK-47s and overthrowing the state and instantly putting together a capitalist society at gunpoint. I mean, an anarchist society at gunpoint. That's not what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of
advocating
curious,
for-
like which hierarchies you think are justifiable and which hierarchies aren't, because whatever any society we create is by definition has to have some level of hierarchies. So I'm just curious, like how you figure out which ones are good and which ones aren't, and then if some of the arguments you use for the good ones are a little bit too general, then I'm going to steal those arguments. I'm going to apply them to any capitalist hierarchy as well. So earlier you said something about how like obviously when it's incredibly pragmatic and dangerous not to have like a leader in some cases, well, I mean, I'm going to steal that definition. I'm going to apply it to a lot of capitalism as well. Where I would consider like certain things to be very pragmatic. Like with a massive company or firm, for instance, like we probably wouldn't democratically vote on every single issue. Or when it comes to things like hiring or firing people, it's probably not a good idea to democratically vote on each one of those, because you could run into a lot of trouble in that case.
Well, so again, it's like it's not for me to say how every single system should be implemented. And one of the great things about anarchism in my mind is the fact that it's much more flexible in the way that we can organize systems than the top-down hierarchy.
Well, I mean,
you know,
so I'm not trying to push too hard, but I mean, your system is incredibly flexible because you haven't given me any like solid answers to anything. So I mean, of course, it's going to be really flexible. But like, I feel like it's kind of hard because like because I'm actually genuinely curious, because I'm not, at the end of the day, I'm not married to capitalism. If there's a better system, then fuck capitalism. I don't have like any dogmatic allegiance to the system. But if like every time, you know, like, well, I am genuinely curious, like, well, how would you organize a factory? What would you do if the majority of the people there were bigoted? What if the workers voted that they didn't want black people working there? You know, how do you get these problems fixed? I'm curious, because people always cite like worker-run factories as solving all these problems, and then it usually gets pushed back into some vague like, well, different systems do it in different ways, and then I'm left to defend like all the messes of the real-world implementation of capitalism, while you have like the, I guess, like the blanket of like any form of socialism that works for whatever particular argument we're talking about, I think.
Oh yeah, no, these are all completely fair questions, and they're questions that I grappled with. So I absolutely know what you're.
Well,
where
like,
you're
but we're not
struggling
even
in.
at the hard questions yet. Like, these are like hypothetical, like, how do you run a factory where you might, this is like a tyranny of the majority question, right? Like, what if 60% of your workers hate black people and they only vote on white managers? Like, what do you do there?
Yeah, I'm from South Carolina, so I have definitely thought about this.
Yeah. Like,
so
you can
the
talk about
thing
making like
it is-
like a council of like black people, but like obviously this factory is not going to vote on it. So now you need a third party, like a government or a state, to impose that on them, which is a hierarchy. Like, how do you solve these problems?
if there's a group of people in any situation who are being exploited or oppressed, so for instance, like I'm from South Carolina, like I said, and I understand that if today like I could sign with a pen and just say like, okay, South Carolina is now completely anarchist and everyone votes on everything democratically and it's just like open democracy for everything in South Carolina, that could be really shitty for a lot of black people and for a lot of gay people and a lot of trans people, and So the one thing I want to say is that I'm a revolutionary anarchist. So if you feel like you're in an exploited situation, if you're a black person in the deep South, or if you're a trans person in the United States of America, or if you're if you're being imperialized by another country in some place like Cambodia or whatever, I think that it is within your, rights, and it's within your interest to organize your own secondary or dual power structure and fight however you need to be liberated. So if you're in a situation where you're in like let's say we lived in an anarchist society, but it was a racist anarchist society, which is totally possible, right? I mean, that wouldn't be a fully anarchist society, obviously, because you would have a hierarchy of like white people over black people or what have you, right? So that would not be there would be a hierarchy there. So in that way, that's a contradiction right there, right? But if you're in that situation where everything's democratic and you don't have capitalism, but there's still this problem of racism, then it's up to every person who opposes racism to fight against that and overthrow that hierarchy.
Yeah, but you're assuming they'll always have the means to do it. If I have a factory with 70 white workers and 30 black workers, the white workers aren't necessarily being oppressive, like totally. They just don't want to ever vote on a black manager. And the black people feel like, well, this is some bullshit. Like our voices are never heard. Like we feel like we don't get good representation. So you're saying that like the next step is literally violent revolution? Like that's the way to go? Or
I didn't say violent. Violent is like I take violence very seriously because I live in Vietnam and I've spoken many times to many veterans of the North Vietnamese army who suffered tremendously in the revolution, and I know that the violence, was a terrible, terrible thing. It's not something I take lightly.
Okay.
But
so like, what would be their recourse? What would they do? Who would they?
Well, if you got 30 workers in a factory with 70 workers, then obviously they could strike. They could. There are many ways that they could resist. They could strike. They could have a demonstration. They can form a dual power structure, come up with some kind of proposals for how they can enact their revolution. And if nobody in that factory will listen to them or reconcile with them, they can either start their own factory or try to overtake the factory. What I'm saying is it's within their right to try to liberate themselves.
We're saying like,
and it would also be within.
One of those was violent. Start your own factory is, I mean, that's a whole other road we can go down, which related to capital. But like overthrow the factory, that sounds kind of violent to me.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, they could just stand in front of, they could have a walkout, or they could have a sit-in, or
Or what does overtake mean? I guess, or overthrow. That sounds to me like I'm seizing your property. I'm taking it from you. Maybe we're using like different definitions. Or
that's like a last course, but it is on the table. Yeah. If you think about it, if you have a factory and you have 70 workers and 30 of them are black and 40 of them are white, and then all 100% of the white workers want to oppress the black workers and refuse to acknowledge their problems that they're bringing up through peaceful means, how could you possibly criticize the black workers for doing whatever's within their means to liberate themselves?
Well, I'm not criticizing them, but it seems like in your system you're like very subject to like a rule of the majority. Like if you've got an overwhelming majority of people, if they're outnumbered 2-1, it seems like they just kind of have to take it. They don't really have any recourse, especially if you don't have a state that they can actually seek help from. Like I don't know who they would.
Well, they would have. Okay, so the factory doesn't exist in a vacuum. First of all. Okay. So like in an anarchist society, there would be many factories. There would be community councils. There would be we sometimes call them syndicates. So a syndicate is basically a collection of people who work together for their own interests, right? So it might be, for instance, a disability syndicate, which is a collection of people who are disabled who fight for their own interests and fight to make sure that their voice is heard, right?
What if everybody if people look at like the disabled syndicate and everybody's like, yo, our outputs, our jobs, everything would be so much better if we just didn't work with these guys. Like what do you do in that case then? And the disabled people are just like, fuck.
That's what's happening now under capitalism. I mean, disabled people are completely unvalued in capitalism because they don't produce profits for corporations.
Except if you're disabled,
some of them do.
Well, if you're disabled, that's not true at all. There are plenty of companies that have hiring incentives for disabled people. Firstly, secondly, there are state codes that are enforced by the government that mandate some level of accessibility to buildings for disabled people. That's why you see like ramps and everything, and this is true even in like state federal parks. And then you've also got like the fact that you have a legal system that will defend you if somebody is discriminating against you for disabled reasons. Like you can take an employer to court for that, because I'm pretty sure being disabled is a protected class.
Yeah, but if you talk to disabled people like I do every day, you know that they suffer tremendously and they don't feel like they have a voice and they don't feel like they have any they're not valued by capitalist society, especially if you talk about people who are like completely disabled.
Yeah, I mean, like that's
somebody who
that,
just
I'm
can't
sure
work at all.
being disabled sucks. In some cases, even being black in America sucks. I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of problems for sure. But there are still avenues of which to address these. It can definitely be improved. I'm just curious.
Why do you think that those wouldn't exist under anarchism? Why do you think there wouldn't be, for instance, a community council? I mean, like the community government under anarchism would, in many ways, do the things that you're praising about a capitalist society. So you would have, for instance, a community council or a council of community councils, and they would have, they would have their own power base. So if you had like a community, let's go a little wider and say we have a community, and we have like more, it's a diverse community. And the other thing, just to make it clear, like anarchism won't work if people don't sort of, you have to be kind of culturally turned on to anarchism. Like you can't just take anarchism and throw it onto a community that has a entrenched capitalist mindset and have that work, right? Just like you couldn't take, just like, for instance, just like how capitalism, when it enters into socialist countries, there's a really tough transition
This is
period
not the
where these
commentary
countries, like
community.
for
What
instance,
the
the former
fuck?
Soviet Union or wherever, once capitalism goes in there, there's like a really rough transition period because people have been culturally trained and educated and socialized into a socialist system, and then suddenly capitalism is thrown onto them, and there's a rough transition period. And I would say that's a major reason why you have this huge oligarchy.
Yeah, I understand
in
that it's
the
like
Soviet
really
Union,
messy in practice, but I mean, like both of our economic systems are very messy in practice. But like, I'm on the hypotheticals. I'm just curious, like, what the ideal way would be to deal with this. Like, if I ever ask you a question, you feel like it's unfair, you can always turn it back at me. Well, how would you deal with it? Because I have my idealistic ways of dealing with it, right? Like, as a society, we would guarantee like a certain set of rights to people that would hopefully be protected by some founding document, like a constitution, and then it would be enforced by like a federal level entity. But if you don't have a federal entity to delegate your like arbitration to, right? Like, well, hey, we are the co-op of co-ops of all the disabled people, and everybody just said they don't want to do business with us or build ramps for us because it's not worth it for their, for their companies. They don't want to do it. Well, who do we appeal to? There is no government. I'm just curious how you ever resolve that situation. You have nobody to arbitrate.
there is a government. There is a government. That's what I'm saying. There would be a government. It would be a much more democratic government, and there would be more mechanisms for everyone to have their voice heard.
Wait, so
built
what is?
into it.
How are we at? Okay, and I could be totally ignorant of the definitions, but how are we an anarchist? So my understanding of anarchy and communism is that both of these terms imply no state. An anarchist is generally a person that is against a form of government, and communism is by definition a stateless, currency-less society. How does an anarcho-communist want a state or a government? Or are these like fundamentally different things, or?
Again, so back to the anarchist definition of a state is that it specifically protects like one class interest. And I would argue that most, if not all, capitalist states that exist today are built and constructed to protect a certain class. Like, for instance, the United States of America was founded by white male landowners, and yes, some of that has changed over the years, but it hasn't changed a lot. It's still.
I mean, I would say that the United States has significantly changed over the past 250 years. Considering we went from a society where women couldn't vote, gay people weren't talked about, trans people didn't exist in any size, shape, or form, and black people were slaves.
That vegan teacher.
Changed quite a bit.
Well, we still have black people as slaves, like in our for-profit prison institutions, and we still have
you do is those are politics
and now we have
YouTubers
the migrant workers in concentration camps. I mean, I would definitely say that the power structures of the United States of America they're built from the ground up to benefit people with a lot of power already.
I would say that the fact that we have a problem with privatized prisons that employ black people in a slave-like manner, which I would probably slavery, is a far cry from black people aren't even seen as human in the United States and can only exist here as slaves. Like, again, we absolutely have problems, but we're a far cry from the slavery. I mean, I'm not trying to do the racism is fixed, but we had a black president.
No.
Probably
And I don't want to
black
make it
president in the 1700s or the 1800s. I mean, we're
and I don't want to make it sound like I think that we have it as bad now as the slave. Obviously, chattel slavery is like a far more brutal system, but I will say this: like, capitalism has evolved, right, since the slavery system, and what they've found, and I'm not saying this is like necessarily a something intentional. This might have just happened organically, but what has happened is capitalism has over time kind of transformed itself. We would say, if you want to use the Marxist dialectical, it's negated itself from so for instance, it started with the slavery system where it was just like very overt. You were a black slave, you do everything that you were told. You know, it's very simple to see what's going on there. And it's a very, kind of open oppression, right? And then that transformed afterwards into like the sharecropping Jim Crow system, which was slightly less oppressive, I guess you could say, but it was also a little bit more complicated, right? Which made it a little bit more difficult to dismantle. And then that transformed into like the segregation system from, like I'm from South Carolina, I know a lot about that. That made
everything you're saying right
more
now
complicated.
Sounds really good. It sounds to me like under the system of capitalism, these systems are getting less and less oppressive, no?
It might be like less violently oppressive, but
I mean, I'd say less oppressive in any definition of the word. I would argue that living under Jim Crow was shit, but it was less oppressive than slavery. I would argue that living in current American society is shit. It's less oppressive than Jim Crow or segregation, legalized segregation, like, right?
Yeah, so this is the thing. So a liberal basically would say that like we can reform capitalism, we can gradually improve it over time, right? There's always going to be like, anytime the working class gets close to a revolution in the United States of America specifically, the capitalist class has been very astute about knowing when to kind of pull back a little bit. So a great example of that would be like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who's said that his greatest achievement as president was saving capitalism. So we had a very strong socialist movement in the 1920s and 30s. We had socialist governors, we had socialist, people, and I think we had a lot of socialist mayors, maybe some socialist senators, and it was really getting close to like a socialist revolution in the United States of America. So FDR went around, he bought out the top leaders of all the socialist systems, he implemented the New Deal, he gave concessions, in certain areas to prevent the revolution.
Yeah, this all sounds like a good thing. So firstly, I don't think America was ever at a point where we're going to have a socialist revolution. I know that we had socialist parties here that had like some people in them, but it was always like a minority of a minority. Like even in Europe, we don't have like huge socialist or communist parties like today. Like even in Sweden, you don't have like communism taken seriously like as like a widespread political movement. And the most popular party over there are the Social Democrats. And these are in some of the most like socialist places or whatever that as Americans we would say are socialists or whatever. But I mean, even regardless of that, it sounds to me that like a group of people were making a demand and that the system was flexible enough to cave into these demands and FDR did it. These sound like positive things to me. These sound like positive reforms to me.
But then they always get rolled back. And that's maybe not completely, but there's always going to be that control over us. And so like we're seeing it right now with Trump. And this is the really scary part about it is once capitalism starts to really falter, because capitalism is inherently unstable and it's inherently oppressive. And once capitalism starts to really falter, that's when you see fascism start to creep in. And we're absolutely, I mean, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I would say that under Trump, we're definitely trending more and more towards fascism. I saw, I don't remember who you were debating with, but you talked about how like, well, now gay people have it better, now trans people have it better, whatever. That's hanging by a thread. That's a very fragile improvement in their lives, and it's being rolled back or on the verge of being rolled back in very material ways. And it's not just by law, because culturally people and socially people are oppressed as well. So like, I would say that the environment for gay and trans people currently is definitely getting more hostile. And there's no way for them under this capitalist system, unless you have the wealth and the power to go toe to toe with the capitalist elites, how can you really truly have a voice? I mean, it's not, the power imbalance is so absurdly, imbalanced that, do you see where I'm going with this? It's not a,
I don't disagree that there are power imbalances in society right now. I just don't think that the rest of your argument logically follows from it. Also, I don't know how we can criticize capitalism for being unstable, but I mean, if you take the 250 year whatever existence of the United States and compare it to like a lot of communist or socialist countries, I don't find a lot of stability there either. I mean, you should know this if you live in Vietnam right now, right? Does this feel like a very stable, safe place to you? Like,
yes, it's
Vietnam?
I love Vietnam is much more. Yeah.
Wait,
this is
doesn't
where you
Vietnam?
Need to
you
come
guys
over here
aren't
and
even
take
allowed to have like trade unions there, right? Isn't it a single party
Every
state?
single business in Vietnam is required to have a union.
Okay. I'll have to
It's
look
a
this up because
bylaw.
I was under much different understandings.
You can
of
look it up, or I could have Luna come here and talk to you about how every business she's ever worked at has a union because it's required by law. I mean, I've lived here for 6 years. I know what I'm talking
Doesn't
about. with this
Vietnam? Don't you
specific
guys have like a ton of like political prisoners and everything for people that are arrested, or am
we
I
have
just?
we have far fewer people in jail per capita than the United States. Like, look it up.
I'm not talking about like a jail per capita. That's a totally different type of thing. I don't think we I'm almost positive that what you're saying is not true. Unless everything I read is just capitalist propaganda. Like, wait,
Come
okay,
visit.
wait, I'm
I've
curious.
never
Hold on.
talked to a
Are you?
cop
Is
once
this a single
the whole time I
party
lived here.
state, right? Like, you're not allowed to have more than any other political party there, right?
It is a single party state. I don't. I'm
Okay.
not.
For your
I
unions,
do
are
not
they allowed to
advocate
be
for
like
the-
actual like independent trade unions, or do they all have to be associated with the government?
They're not. Every company has its own union. Now, they're not perfect unions, and there's definitely like a lot of corruption, and there's definitely imperfection. But absolutely, every company is required to have a union, and the unions are controlled by the workers. I mean, it's not a
And Vietnam doesn't lock up like political prisoners or people that blog negatively about the country. None of this happens. Everything I'm reading is just totally lies, or.
I interviewed for the BBC a person who was under house arrest for political dissent. Okay, so yes, it does happen.
Just a little bit.
It does not happen. Well, look, I'm not a Marxist-Leninist communist for one thing.
Sure.
okay?
Well,
I
hold on.
don't-
Well, because
the
you're
guy that
hold on,
was-
because this is some pretty big. I'm just tell me if you agree or disagree with this. The Vietnam General Confederation of Labor is the sole national trade union center in Vietnam. Is this true or is this just a lie?
That would be like their version of the United States Department of Labor, basically. But
Okay.
every
All
company has
trade
an-
unions in
has its own
Vietnam
labor.
are required to affiliate to the VGCL, and the VGCL is one of the mass movements of the Vietnamese Fatherland Front. Is that true or?
That is, I don't know if that's true, but I will tell you that it's basically every company has its own individual union that is like
That
autonomous.
all have to be affiliated.
They might
autonomous.
have to be
or-
affiliated with this. Okay, first of all, I want to say this. I don't think that this is the perfect system at all. Okay?
Well,
It's
no,
not
but
even
you
close
came out
to
swinging hard for
perfect.
Vietnam, and my understanding of that government was that there's like massive pressure from external forces to not be like locking up, like the Human Rights Watch like writes a lot about Vietnam political prisoners where people get locked in jail for
The
15
Human Rights
years.
Watch is not a good source.
What is a good external source, or am I only supposed to trust what the Vietnam government says about Vietnam?
I don't think you only need to trust what the Vietnamese government. No, I'll be the first person to tell you that the Vietnamese government has plenty of corruption and problems, but I am not going to say that they're some kind of like violent police state that oppresses all opposition speech. I see people protesting on the streets all the time. There have been situations where people have had strikes at their work, within the last year. There was a situation where a group of farmers here in Hanoi literally kidnapped like 20 police officers. You can look that up. They held them for about 3 days, and they were demanding that they get their
what's up,
land. That they
Detox?
keep their land that was trying to be taken by a telecommunications company.
What's
A
going
Communist
on,
Party
man?
leader came over.
I always fucking throw a test in my chat when I start. See if my combined shit is working, but it's going pretty good. I've got a good chunk here. I mean, I've got more in the document, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 fresh ones. No, 9. 2 of these I moved up to the fresh area. But and then I've got a fuck ton of unused ones that are just below it, like a lot. And then some throwaway meme questions. Yeah, I mean, a streamer, I stream when I get home from work, which is usually pretty fucking late. I start at midnight. This week I've been doing this every fucking week. Right now I'm just sitting in the Kicker Keep server general voice chat. So if anybody that's in the server sees me in there and pops in to be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing just sitting here? I can get some fucking question suggestions from them or something. But I'm curious. What topics, if any, do you want questions written about? Is there anything that you'd be curious to hear them fucking bitch at each other about on Monday? That's sort of like what I have the most trouble with is the topics. Like researching the topics is the biggest pain in the ass. Writing the questions, yeah, this is for the next one. Writing the questions is fine. That's easy. I figured out the format roughly. It varies. But I figured out the format. I try to keep up with current shit going on in like Destiny's community and then like general streaming stuff. I keep up with politics kind of. But yeah, researching topics for this is like the biggest pain in the ass. Cause like here, I'll show you. Like most of the time I do this. I fucking go on Dexerto. Did someone in there give me an invite to the server? Fucking maybe. I can invite you. But everyone that's for me to invite anyone, if I'm not inviting some like huge streamer, then I always run it by Q. Because I'm doing this for free, and I do not want to overstep. All right, word. What were you trying to do in there? I'm curious. Is he? Bro, he's not very responsive at all. You scout too? Okay. I mean, there is a scouting role in here. Almond Lord is in here. Scumbag has a scouting role. Is that it? Just the two? And then for producers, it's me, Bathroom Dwayne. Kelly Jean. And Somniant. I guess Somniant is like running all of the general producer shit now. He was doing the like the overlays and stuff, but then I just like got a message from her or from him or I guess out of nowhere. Like, yo, Krontos put me on fucking as a producer. I'm running the fucking general production. All right, fuck it. I like wrote up a whole system to like get the scheduling on track, because like that was like the biggest problem I think Destiny had with Q. It wasn't like the hosting, it was the scheduling, because it was like a problem. So I wrote up a system, like I wrote up a full system. Just it's so easy, but it would solve every problem. All the problems with scheduling, it would fix it, right? You get double the amount of people to fucking sign up for an episode. You don't tell them until the number you want is in. And when they are all in, you send half of them a confirmed, half of them a backup role. Maybe have group chats that you change people in and out of each week. But the confirmed role, you send them one more like confirmation notice, like within 12 to 24 hours before the show. If any of them don't reply, you have a backup ready. maybe set up like a Google fucking Google Calendar event, and like invite people to it. It's like so simple, but I don't know. I typed that up and sent it to him today. I guess he liked it. Then I saw Somniant. He messaged me and I told him about it. And he was like, "Well, if you got any practical, yeah, I could implement this like very easily. I could do this. You did, and the way to like." No, I'm not doing scheduling. I offered to do scheduling, because it's like a very simple thing that I could do no problem. Like none. The general scheduling, not like the reaching out to people to schedule. That would have to be Q no matter what. He's the only one, other than like Kelly, that has like the clout, I guess, to do it. For people that aren't already in the server. But here, I'll just show you actually what I wrote. There. This is what I sent him. Each announcement, instruction to DM a designated scheduling person. If they're interested, state a first come, first serve policy. Don't always use that. Large streamers can bump people. They take priority. Don't tell anyone that responds that they're booked until you have twice the amount of people needed for an episode. When you do tell them, you give them confirmed or backup. Backup response will come with a disclaimer. Must be ready to take someone's place, possibly last minute. Confirm. Maybe he should be name dropping someone who will get in touch with them. Why would... I don't know. I guess Destiny would be the only person, I guess, that could like be name dropped. Kelly got Ice Poseidon for the last episode. Use the Kicker Keep Gmail account. The one that I guess is on Destiny.gg's website. So yeah, Kicker Keep at Destiny.gg or whatever the fuck. Set up calendar events you can invite, confirm people to. Keep a Google Doc or Notepad file with the list of confirmed and backup contestants, possibly numbered in order of priority or reliability. And then send a 24-hour final notice to each confirmed person. If they don't reply within 64 hours of showtime, you inform the top backup. But I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna implement it. Somniant was like, yeah, let me know if you come up with a practical way to implement it. But I'm like, wait. The practicality, all of it is in the instructions. You mean Destiny? You don't hear much from Destiny about the scheduling stuff or like finding people? Or Q? Oh. I see what you're saying now. I totally misread the inflection in that. Okay. Yeah, no, he's just not the best at responding. Just fine. I mean, how many people are in his fucking Discord? Let's see. The welcome page. A lot. A good chunk of fucking losers are in here. Kidding. Kind of. 174 online right now, I guess. And then above that. I guess he created a category for me and Dwayne. That's cool. Oh, what's this? I see your message in Scouts. It's kicker keep. Q hasn't set a date for the next King of KoK. Princess and Lupo are going to be on the next kicker keep, potentially, so likely for a week. Oh, okay. I only like just saw this fucking production shit today. Like I saw this an hour ago. I didn't know this existed. I was never told about this. He said that Princess and Lupo are going to be on the next episode. Oh, yeah, the Destiny thing. Were those DMs or were they just like DGG chats? Okay, that's good. That's very good. Do you know the list? I just messaged Q about you, by the way. He didn't? Okay. Let's see. It's not? Oh, you're for King of KoK? Gotcha. Okay. Do you want me to delete the message I just sent to him? I said that you were asking for a link to the server and that you're a scout. Okay. All right. Okay, word. I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord. I'm going to send you the list that I got. And I want you to... What the fuck? Oh yeah, I sent you that DM that one day. I worked with Big D when he first was on. Super supportive. Stream. Wait, Destiny? Big D? My writing partner? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, is he the other question writer? Oh, Okay. I heard there was another question writer, but I didn't know. Well, half news. I just saw that he came in as a producer. I didn't know why. Okay. This is the names. This is the list of names that I got for this week. You see, let me know when you see it. Word. Are there any? I have an exploit question that could dig at the relationship between Yasuo and Slicker. From these names, can you think of anything that would fuck with these people, or that these people would know about in particular? That I could write something for. Some topic. Fuck, I mean, with one of them, I could write about hair. I could write a heroin question. I mean, I've got the experience there. Yeah, sort of. I mean, lately, I've been a lot more active. I don't know a ton about Canute or Katarino. I'm definitely deleting this VOD after. Because I fucking sent that so that I didn't say it. And then I literally sent that so that I didn't say any of these names. And I'm just like, so tired I'm saying them anyway. Nobody fucking else is here to watch. So what do I give a fuck? But yeah, there's... I'll send you a link to that too. I couldn't get the link to program. Really? Huh. There you go. Wait. Oh, fuck. I forgot it doesn't send on Kick. I forgot fucking Restream doesn't send on Kick. That's so stupid. You were trying to connect with Asian creators? Some diversity on the panels. Fuck it. I'm fucking autistic. Dope. Okay. I am giving you the super bum ass roll. Shit, okay. I got the bum ass roll, and then I got the super bum ass roll. Super bum ass has perms in my live chat. There you go.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on?
How's the volume? Volume okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Excellent. Yeah, sorry, dude. I was trying to pop in. I didn't want to like bait you with all my text and shit. Like when you feel like you're just talking to your monitor, things tend to like roll out a little bit easier. I find when
Yeah.
you're talking to somebody verbally, not as bad.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to prod.
Oh, no worries. You're good. I'm a dumbass. It's fine.
I'm a superb UMass apparently, so I'm down with it. That's cool though, bro. I didn't know you were content creating. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I like just stream. I don't like post anything really. I like tweet shit sort of. I'm a reply guy on Twitter. But that's a fuck ton of fun. I like arguing with fucking retards on there. But I just stream cuz I'm good at bantering with people, but like I cannot think of shit to fucking record for like videos, and I cannot make TikToks.
That shit's brutal, dude.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Like I think I fucking posted, oh wait, no, I didn't. I have a clip from my stream like a while back that was, I think, fucking hilarious, but I don't know if anybody else would find it funny at all. But I wanted to post that on something. Oh fuck, here it is. I'm bringing this up. This was so stupid. Yeah. You know what? I will stream this directly in the chat. There we go. Boom. This was a dumbass fucking stream. This was
Is that
so
you?
stupid. Yeah.
Okay. Angle threw me off.
Yeah, I changed up a lot in here. Oh fuck, I forgot. But at least they but at least they know what love is.
Oh man, your dodges are really good.
I'm getting pissed off. I still don't know what love is. you trying to fucking find out? You trying to find out, you fucking pussy? Why do you kiss? Why do you kiss me on the fucking lips, huh? Fucking piss. Why don't you give me a big old fucking soldier we can find out? Why don't you fucking propose to me at dinner like a real man? That was the killer line. That fucking cracked him up so bad.
He had to step away. Shit, you almost pulled a Burt Kreischer there. That was funny. Yeah, I was smiling, dude. I thought it was funny.
Man, the fucking... I was just, the whole night, I kept like trying to like prod more and more with this stupid fucking Italian accent. Cause every single time I hit like the right nerve, he was like, stop, I'm going to piss myself. And he keeps stepping away because he was laughing too fucking hard. And it was like hurting him. So I was being a little sadistic. I was being a little fucking bastard, but why don't you propose to me at dinner like a real man? That fucking killed him. That was the breaking point, and he had to really step away there. I remember, the fucking the noise he made was it was just ah! It was the weirdest fucking noise. Nothing like it had come out of him the entire night, and then it was just ah! It fucking
funny,
killed
bro.
me. That was good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, fuck it, dude.
Yeah, but I
little short there, some creative zooms.
yeah,
Dude,
yes.
you'd be big chilling.
I just found out that there was a free editing software, so I downloaded that as DaVinci Resolve. And
Ooh,
apparently
it's a toughie.
yeah. I heard it's got all of the features that like Premiere has, except for like 3, and the three that you have to pay for are like not needed for like most of the shit. It's like unless you're like a professional, like
Ever edited before?
nope, except on my phone.
Okay, so I've used Adobe Premiere Rush, Fire something. I can't remember the name of it.
Okay.
Didn't even touch DaVinci Resolve, but that was another one that was recommended a lot. So
Yeah.
I edited a video on YouTube that's posted on my channel. It took me like 8 hours to edit that bitch, and it's literally an 8.5-minute video. It was really fun. I had a good time. I think what would make it easier was actually planning out what I was going to record ahead of time next time. But
Yeah.
ultimately, like if you're just doing like that clip right there, if you've never used it before, dude, you could be done with it within like 2 hours.
Huh.
If you're gonna
Okay.
do, especially if you're gonna post it like as like a short or something, for sure. But it's fun because like it's like it's a real life skill that you can apply to anything.
Yeah, I wanted to learn how to edit so that I could just like work from home instead of working on a fucking forklift in the afternoons. Most miserable fucking shift of all time. I'd probably have time to stream normal hours too. Actually start to maybe fucking make a job out of that as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, leverage your exposure, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't. You're not like, if you've never been a contestant on any of the shows, right? Have you ever been on a panel or anything?
Not yet, no. That's sort of the plan though. starting to do that, but there was like one panel that Wick was doing that I wanted to join, but I had to fucking work. It was a drug panel. That's like that's my topic.
Is that your topic?
I've been clean for 6 years. I was a heroin addict.
No way.
Yeah, I was a real full-blown dipshit. But yeah, like I have very strong opinions on drugs that not a lot of ex-addicts have. I'm a rare breed of addict.
What separates you?
I'm still very pro-drug, even though drugs fucking ruined my life. Most recovered addicts think that drugs are evil, but drugs aren't fucking evil. Drugs are great. You just gotta pick the right ones. And
the people who
not
sell
overdo
drugs
it.
are evil.
Yeah. The ones who sell like crack, heroin, and meth are evil, and like PCP, but like the rest are cool. They're like chill
Yeah, like
dudes.
weed, like whatever, bro.
Yeah. I love psychedelics.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I can see there being a niche there. Are you prepared to talk? Because I mean, you've been to meetings and shit at this point, yeah? Is it okay to ask?
A couple.
NA?
Meetings aren't for me though, but
You don't do
yeah,
meetings?
nah.
Are you like a solo artist, or do you like see someone? If I may ask.
Solo artist. I mean, I take like an addiction management drug. Like I take Suboxone, but
Okay. It's just for cravings, right?
yeah,
Okay.
and it gives you your fix without getting you high and blocks any opiates, so you can't take anything while you're on it.
You have a sponsor?
No.
You don't go to meetings. You don't have a sponsor. Do you see a therapist?
Nope.
No therapy either. Wow, and you've been sober 6 years.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty strong-willed.
did you completely separate yourself from the drug people you surrounded yourself with?
Yep. Except for like maybe a couple, but I don't even actually no. No, there's nobody. Nobody left. I don't think a single person.
Please tell me feel free to tell me to fuck off. I'm just
No, you're good. I'm very
curious.
open about this shit. I don't care. You ask me any question.
Okay. So what do you think has been your key to success with your sobriety?
It's a weird combination. First it was I didn't want to be homeless, which a lot of people that I knew did not give a fuck. They were like, "Word, I'll be homeless. I fucking love this shit. This shit is dope. I'm gonna be homeless."
What about homelessness was it that you feared exactly?
Not having a home. Everything about it just sucked. I'd really I'd really just rather not like live out of a backpack and not have a place to stay. Like I could probably like crash on my friend's couch, but like I kind of liked having like a bed and stuff, you know.
It was the comfort, like the loss of the comfort of the space,
Yeah.
not necessarily like you would have to be at a bar or at a restaurant one night, and maybe you lock eyes with a cute girl, and you guys get to chatting, and she's like, "Hey, where's your place?" And you're like, "Funny you should ask."
Yeah, I
it
have
wasn't
that
it?
already. I have
Okay,
that.
okay.
I have that already because I live with my fucking dad. So
okay, that's fine.
yeah, fucking 27, live with my goddamn dad. I'm a fucking
it's very
bum
bro.
ass.
It's such an American thing. Like people live with
Yeah.
their families for years in other parts of the world. But okay, so not wanting to lose the comforts of a home.
That was the first part.
Okay.
And then the second part was 3 months into being off this shit and not smoking pot at all, just like stopping altogether. Like 3 months. I think I probably had like a couple of beers, but like that doesn't matter to me at all. Beer's fine, whatever. After that period of time, I like had like an entire change of like brain chemistry. Like one morning I wake up and it's like I had this wild epiphany. I was like, holy fuck. It was like, I explain it as like I matured 3 years in 3 months. And it's like I woke up and I was like, whoa, dude. I don't even understand why I was doing anything that I was doing. It was like the logic had left my mind. Everything just, I felt like a fucking dipshit. I was like, whoa. This is...
Yeah, I believe addicts refer to that as a moment of clarity.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a big one.
It took 3 months
Yeah, 3 months.
of
like
being sober.
Yeah.
You weren't able to achieve that moment of clarity without sobriety.
No, definitely not. Because I had been doing drugs since I was 14. Like, not like hard drugs. Like, I started smoking pot when I was 14. Probably 6 months to a year later, I did like, I couldn't smoke pot anymore. So I tried the synthetic weed shit back then before it was terrible and just made you space out. Back when it was like a psychedelic practically. I remember
Like Spice
taking,
or like Salvia?
yeah, Spice.
Okay.
It was like the Wicked X shit.
That shit's awful. I didn't like it.
Yeah. It used to be fun when you like take a hit and everything would all of a sudden look like cartoons. But
nice.
But like when they made the drug that they sprayed on the marshmallow leaf illegal, they tweaked it. They tweaked the JWH chemical or whatever the fuck, just slightly so that it was legal again. Or they just used a slightly different version that is legal. And my buddy smokes it, or he was smoking it, and it was like, this was after I got off heroin like the first time, I think. and he was like, try it. I like smoking. It makes me space out. And I took a hit. And I was like, ugh. It tastes horrible. I fucking felt horrible. It was like everything about it was like, why would you do this? None of it was good. It literally just made you feel retarded and gross. It like made you feel gross. There was nothing good about it. Not a single thing. Just made you feel like a fucking dipshit. But you know what? That guy was like just naturally a dipshit. So I'm not that surprised now that I think about it. It kind of makes sense. It's like maybe it just like maybe it made him smarter. You know what? He was really dumb.
You mentioned that you tried before. You
Yeah.
said the first time you quit. Had you tried before to quit heroin?
So I got off originally when I was 18 because I used to live in Cape Cod for the summers, and I remember I was out there and I had found some dope out there, and my buddy that I was doing dope with at home had called me from the hospital crying. He had overdosed. He was like, I just wanted to make sure you were getting off of this shit. He's like, I'm fucking getting off of this shit, which he didn't at all. He ended up being like the worst one out of the not dead ones. That dude went from a short, kind of goofy, semi-nerdy kid to like a completely tattoo covered, like face tattoos, way too many, really bad rapper that nobody fucking listens to, and I think he joined a gang and he got a fucking gun charge. Oh my god, he's like a different person. He's fucking brain dead. But what the fuck was I talking about? I went on that tangent.
Okay, so I had asked you about the first time you quit. You said it was at 18 in Cape Cod. Yeah, I got you.
He called me. He called me from the hospital. Fucking, I want to make sure you quit, blah, blah, blah. So I tried for 11 days, I think it was, to just not do it. And it was just like hell. I was like, oh, I just feel awful all the time. So I looked up stuff you could take to, because I heard about methadone. So I looked up like methadone clinics and stuff. And they were like, oh, what about Suboxone clinics? And there was a Suboxone walk-in clinic out there, which is so rare. That is insanely rare. I had trouble finding a person back home. Now I'm lucky as fuck. This guy just the easiest person to go to. But I got on it. And I've been on it ever since, but was it like 2 months after that first time I watched the movie Trainspotting, and that shit made me relapse for a day. Only for a day, because that whole day I just was throwing up water. Like the experience was terrible. I was like, I wish I never did it. I wish I never went back. It fucking sucked.
So I'm sorry, you went cold turkey for 11 days, then found the walk-in clinic, and then you relapsed for 1 day after watching Transpotting.
Yep. That was like 2 months after. 2 months after I got on the Suboxone from that clinic.
2 months after Suboxone. Okay.
Yeah. And then I think soon after that I found this chick that I started dating, who I wish I never fucking dated. She's a fucking psycho. I started dating this chick, and we just smoked like a ton of pot, like a way too much, just like absurd amounts of weed. And I was with her for 2 years, and during the course of that 2 years, my mom died. And then once I broke up with this chick, which was almost a full year after my mom died. Like my mom died at the end of January. I broke up with this chick in the middle of December. And yes, the day I broke up with her, I was hanging out with her cousin, and he like hooked me up with some chick. I had fucking rebound sex like 2 days after, and from there on it was like I went on this like party like rampage, like for like a couple of months. I would be out for like a week or two at a time, just not coming home. I was doing a fuck ton of ecstasy, coke. I think I smoked crack for a month. January. I got a job delivering pizzas for like 2 days. No, 1 day. And in between trips, I would get more crack with the tips. It was ridiculous. It was just a fucking insane couple months. And wow. I didn't do heroin at that point. I didn't relapse at that point. It was a weird time. But I think the reason I know the reason I relapsed was because one day I had done a fuck ton of ecstasy, like 22 pills in a night, got into an orgy where I was not functioning because of the ecstasy, and was up for 3 days, started hallucinating, and I like needed something to come down with. Like I was way too stimulated, so I like got some heroin and did it because I didn't know what the fuck else to do, and like I literally was incapable of functioning. I was going insane too, like crazy paranoia. I saw an entire fucking camera crew on my friend's lawn that did not exist. I thought they were trying to shoot the show, a fucking intervention for me. It was like I saw an entire fucking crowd of people that were not there. And when I relapsed, like a couple weeks in, I was sitting in my car with my buddy, and he gets this like video call from these girls in New York City, and he was like, "You want to fucking take a trip to New York City?" And I was like, "I have $17 and almost no gas. Let's fucking do it." And we borrowed like $10 from our weed dealer, and went down to New York City, and my car got towed while I was down there, which was fucking amazing. And one of the girls' sister had like connections, and she got us coke and got me heroin. And I had always known that like the shit down there was like way stronger, but I thought I had accounted for that when I tried to do it. And like up here it was like 1 or 2 full bags. Down there I did 1/4 of one and I died. I fucking died. I just like sat down. I was like, oh fuck, I'm tired, and I like laid down, and I passed out. And I wake up, and everyone's standing around me, and they're freaking the fuck out. I'm like, what are you doing? I was still so high. I was like, why are you freaking out? They were like, you were purple. I'm like, purple? They're like, dude, you were dead. I'm like, you're kidding me. And they're like, no, we're not. And they're like, we called the EMTs, and all the dope wore off. At that second, I was like, nope, no, I am not going to the hospital. My dad is not finding out about this. And I walked out of this apartment complex in the Bronx, While I was walking through the lobby, the cops and the EMTs were walking in the front door. My buddy was like, "You should say something to them." I was like, "You better shut your fucking mouth." And we sat in my car. This is before I got to. This is the first day we were there. We sat in my car and smoked a couple cigarettes. And then they texted. They're like, "They're gone." So we walked back up. And these girls had lived with their mom. Their mom didn't know what happened. They told their mom that I had a diabetic fit. So when I go back upstairs, their mom was so sweet. She was like, "You know, we have cereal. You can fucking eat something if you need it." I was like, "Thanks, I appreciate it." I had just overdose on heroin on her fucking daughter's bed. And she's like, "We have cereal."
Jesus Christ.
That fucking killed me.
Okay, it's really hard to stay on top of your timelines. Because this is still within the 2 years of your. This was 1 year after your mom passed, and you breaking up with the girl was the catalyst for you ending up in New York City, where you OD'd on New York heroin.
Yep, that was in March. That was 2 months after the full month of crack.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the catalyst number 1 was transplanting.
Mm-hmm.
Catalyst number 2. Okay, so I have a question.
Yeah.
Why don't you consider when you started doing ecstasy, coke, and crack a relapse?
Because I wasn't addicted to those. I could just stop
so-
anytime I want.
Okay, so you didn't. Okay, so is this part of your drug positive view as someone who's sober? Is that it's okay to use drugs that you're not addicted to,
as long as you don't like
even though
abuse
you're an
them.
addict, as long as you don't way abuse them. Okay, so
Yeah.
can alcohol be abused then? If you're an addict?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it
Okay,
depends
so-
on the person. It's a very like case by case basis.
Okay. So nobody around you was sober. And the people that were telling you need to get sober were people who were also using and were bigger messes than you, right?
No.
So you did have some people who were like legitimately getting sober around you and encouraging you to get sober?
No, not that either. It was so the
Trying to get
first,
engaged with what the environment was like.
Yeah. The first time I got clean, I was with a bunch of people that were bigger messes than me because I was a heroin addict, but like kind of a light heroin addict. It was a weird statement. They were all like
An addict can make it.
Yeah, they were the type that they would just get as high as they fucking felt like. They'd just get super fucked up and be nodding off. I didn't like doing that. I liked, because I have ADHD, so drugs work a little bit backwards with me. You know, like stimulants relax me, except for like MDMA. I love MDMA.
Sure.
And then like downers will like speed me. I'll like work for hours. Like if I take some fucking dope, or like if I like take a little extra of like my Suboxone that I have right now, which I'm trying not to do it all. I haven't done that in a while. If I take like a little extra, it'll sort of like relax me enough so that I'm pain free and I can just work forever. I like feel so good and I can just keep going. That's actually the reason why it was called heroin in the first place, because people on it felt like heroes. But yeah, the first time I got clean in Cape Cod,
Yeah.
before I had gone out to Cape Cod, those people, the ones at home, they were like, yeah, get crazy high whenever. They weren't like the functional kind of addicts. They were like the slumped addicts. Dope was their life, you know.
Sure.
Even as the crazier, even the craziest parts of like my addiction, the drugs were not my life. There was a time where my life revolved around drugs, but drugs were not my only purpose, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't the same way. From outside looking in, it would be, but it wasn't. I didn't have a job around the second time. This is later. I didn't
Were
have
you
a
using
job.
with were you using with Psycho Girl?
No.
You weren't
Just
using
just
with her,
smoked a lot of weed. Oh,
Right. That's
but you
right,
know
seen it.
what? I've got a crazy story for you. That happened while I was with Psycho Girl.
Okay.
I did have a short 1 week relapse while I was with her. Me and her would like
She know about it?
Yeah, she was with me.
Okay.
She didn't do any, but me and her would like do coke like once a year or whatever, or I guess twice a year. I think we did it like 4 times together. But I had like a week bender, and I didn't know I was the getaway driver for 2 bank robberies.
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest experiences of my life. I was driving around my friend and her boyfriend, and her boyfriend was my other friend's older brother who was a tattoo artist. He told me he needed to pick up some money for a tattoo that he had scheduled, and
He needed to pick up some money.
yeah, he needed
Got
to pick up money from a client that he was doing a tattoo for.
Got it.
Yeah. And we didn't like go to a bank. We went to like an office, and he like walked through the bushes to what I thought was an apartment complex. And he got back in the car, super calm, nothing fucking happened, right? And then we drove away, and everything was fine. And then the next day, I had heard about the bank robbery. Like, we were at Walmart, like down the road, and somebody that we saw there that we knew was like, yo, did you hear there was a fucking bank robbery up the road that way? And I was like, I was thinking, we were up that way. That's weird. And the next day we drove to a gym, and he was like, yeah, my other buddy works here. He also has a tattoo scheduled. I'm picking up money from him. And I think he walked in the gym, and he came back out, and he was like, okay, we're gonna come back here in a little bit when he's on lunch. So we left, went back later, and he was like, all right, he lives around the corner from here, so I want you to drop me off at this gym and then drive over to his apartment complex and wait there for me. I'll meet you over there. I was like, all right. And when we had driven to this gym the first time, I saw that there was a bank in the parking lot of the gym. I was like, ooh.
I made a mental note.
Yeah, I was like, that's a little bit nerve-wracking. I was like, is it him? Did he fucking do it? And
who was this guy again?
This was my friend's older brother, and our other friend was dating him.
Got it.
Yeah. The friend whose older brother he is now dead. I have no idea about the other ones. I have a funny story about the guy that robbed the banks, though. It's fucking hilarious. But I'll tell it when I'm done with this. It's a brief one. So I drop him off. I drive over to the apartment complex. And I'm like sitting there kind of nervous. I'm like, oh shit, like is he fucking robbing that bank right now? Like did he walk through the parking lot, rob the bank, and is he gonna come through these fucking woods? Apparently there was a swamp in those woods. He came running through the fucking swamp and dropped these stacks of cash in my car, and he's like, go. I was like, all right. He's like, don't make it obvious. Like, fine. I was like, all right, fuck. Made it away just fine. I drop him off at the inn or whatever that they're staying in. And he gives me $300. He only got like $5,000 from these 2 bank robberies total. It's fucking pathetic. But
worth 15 years, 25
yeah,
years, whatever
seriously.
you give me for that.
I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a lot, but that he got for it. But he gave me $300. He was like, just be quiet. I was like, all right, fine. And I went and spent all of it on heroin. And he also did heroin. And so did his brother that's dead now. So me and his brother were hanging out at his house. And we were pretty high. And then our friend Becca, who was the sister of the chick that was dating the guy that robbed the bank, she texted my buddy that I'm hanging out with, and she was like, she was like, I got picked up by the cops. Can you come get me from the police station? They came to the hotel and picked her up. They didn't get the other 2. They didn't get the guy that robbed the bank or the girlfriend. So we went to pick her up, and we were asked to come inside to get her, and we got questioned. And I made a statement, but not like not anything revealing at all. I like made a statement about what I did for the 2 days, right? What I did, not what he did. But when we got to the police station, I had a bunch of lottery tickets. I was also like, I loved scratch offs for some reason because I was fucking brain dead. I had a bunch of lottery tickets in my pockets, and I'd already done the heroin that I had. I took these lottery tickets out of my pockets and put them in my car before closing the door. And apparently there was a cop sitting in the parking lot that saw me do that. So when I was inside, the cops asked me for my keys because they wanted to search my car. I was like, yeah, fine, why not? And they found bags of heroin that were left on the passenger seat. So I got charged with possession that later just got dropped completely. They were like, "No, you're good."
They didn't want you.
Yeah. They ACOD'd that completely. And then they handed out statements to all my friends, apparently. And when I watched this guy type what I had said down, it was like a page and a quarter, like a page and a half. But they turned it into 8 pages and handed it out to all of them. The cops changed my statement, apparently, and told them all I ratted on them. Fucking ridiculous. I stopped hanging out with them. Reasonably, as they were all fucking furious at me for something I didn't fucking do.
Wild.
But honestly, I kind of don't give a fuck. Like, fuck all of them. They're all dipshits. Especially the guy that robbed the banks, because I found out he had robbed the exact same bank and gotten arrested for it previously.
Oh man.
Yep. So the funny story is when he was in jail, like a couple years later, during COVID, he got furloughed. He was supposed to be back, and he never came back. And he was out for 8 days in Utica, tried robbing another bank, and got held down by one of the customers and arrested again.
Oh no.
That was the funniest fucking story.
You don't have to
I had
worry about
ever
him
heard.
anymore, dude.
Nope, he's fucked. That's so funny. Fuck that guy. He's a loser. He's such a dumb fuck too. Like, how the fuck can you be so stupid to do the same bank twice? Twice.
That's what they say, right? Like most criminals are dumb. It's you never learn about smart criminals because
Yeah.
smart criminals aren't criminals because they don't get caught.
I was the smart criminal when it came to drugs. All my friends were like so stupid when it came to like the way that they like treated like their public actions when they were doing illegal things. Like I don't understand how they were so stupid about it. Like, it was really
They broke
surprising.
more than one law. They broke more than one law at a time. More than likely.
Sort of. It wasn't even that. It was like, it was just the way they acted, right? So like, they'd be doing drugs, like buying drugs, and they'd be like, don't make it sketchy. Don't make it fucking. I'm like, you're making it sketchy by trying not to make it sketchy. If you just literally act like you're not doing anything wrong, nobody will think you're doing something wrong. But if you're trying to fucking hide every single motion that you're doing, obviously people are going to think you're fucking selling drugs or buying drugs or doing drugs. But if you just do shit openly, like nothing's happening, nobody will fucking look. It's like very obvious. But like, they'd be ducking in the car. Like, what are you doing? Are you this retarded? What the fuck is wrong with you? You are acting guilty. It's just like,
It's so funny, dude.
yeah. And like, that was and they never listened to me. I'm the only one without a criminal record. I'm the only one.
No, not nearly as cool. Not nearly as cool as your stories, but funny short one. I used to be I guess let's just say a glorified hall monitor at the college I worked at.
Yeah.
And the kids who worked across the hall from me were definitely dealing drugs. The reason I know they were dealing drugs is because the guy who supplied them with their drugs was banging on their door at 6:30 in the morning, asking for them. And I was like, well, I'm the fucking monitor, dude. What do you need them for? It's 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. And he's like, they owe me something. I'm like, okay. I was like, wait here. Close the door to the suite. Walk over to their door. Bang on it. Because I know they hear them. They're not fucking idiots.
Yeah.
They're just trying to pretend that they don't hear them. And I'm like, yo, I know you guys are up. I have a key to your room. Don't make me open the door. Open the door. They go, hey, what's up? Sorry, Daniel. You know, we're just waking up. I'm like, what's up, man? He's like, yo, so-and-so's outside, dude. Like, he's been asking about you. They're like, what? He's like, Daniel, wake up. His roommate, Daniel, wake up. Like, he's like, what happened? He's like, yo, what's his face is outside. I'm like, yo, okay. They fucking go outside. They fucking walk outside, walk into his car, and drive away. I'm like, okay. So fast forward, I'm no longer a monitor there, right? And we're hanging out, and they wanna smoke. I'm like, all right. And I always used to know when these guys would smoke because they made it extremely obvious that they were smoking, and they made it extremely obvious that they were trying to hide it.
Uh-huh.
So they're like, yo, like, should we go here to the end of the parking lot? Should we go here? I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm going to show you what we're going to do. And they're like, what? I'm like, here are cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes at the time. Everybody take a cigarette. And they're like, all right. I'm like, who has the joint? I'm like, I do. I was like, all right, let's go. Like, where are we going? We're going for a walk. Okay. So we're walking. I was like, all right, everybody light their cigarettes. All right. and now we're just gonna walk and we're gonna smoke this joint walking down the sidewalk. They're like, what? What do you mean, man? And I'm like, we're gonna walk down the street, we're gonna smoke this joint while everybody's smoking a cigarette, and everything's gonna be fine. They did not believe it, and sure enough, we went up and down the same block like 6 or 7 times smoking that joint, and didn't even get a glance at people driving by on golf carts. A cop drove by us, didn't look at us twice. Couldn't have been more out in the open with it, and they were in disbelief that they were like, "What the fuck, dude?" I'm like, the same thing that you said. If you look like you're doing something wrong, somebody's gonna ask if you're doing anything wrong. If you just act fucking natural and you just go about your day, very casual, you'd be surprised how invisible you could really be out in public, guys.
Yeah. It's so fucking easy. People are just too stupid to realize it because they have like the act natural like meme in their head, and they're like they think that makes it worse, but it's a joke for a reason. It's because they're doing it wrong.
Never forget those guys, dude. David and Daniel, man. I'll never forget those guys.
Yeah.
Good kids, man. Dumbasses, but good guys.
My dad used to tell me that the people across the hall from him in his college dorm were like growing weed. But he was like, I always had the opportunity to, but I never tried it. He's like, and I have no need to. Like,
sure, yeah.
He's never been drunk, never been high, nothing.
All right, so let me get a quick recount here.
Yeah.
I counted from after that cold turkey of 11 days, Cape Cod, psycho girlfriend, bank robber, hallucinating after orgy, and when you, well, I guess I didn't count that because you were still using it at that time. So I've only counted 3 relapses. Be your summation?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
About 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So your original 2 points for what have been your keys to success for sobriety have been not wanting to give up the comforts of home, so you didn't want to be homeless, right? And your moment of clarity you had.
Yeah.
After 3 months, mind you, of being sober.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the event, or I don't know if we necessarily would need to call it that, but rock bottom that initiated your final stretch for sobriety?
So 2 months after the New York City death, and while I was down there, since my car got towed, I was stuck there for a week, and like I continued to do like the coke and heroin while I was down there for the whole time, and like helping this chick like return boosted shit to stores and getting gift cards and selling them for money and all that shit. 2 months after that, in May, my dad threatened to kick me out if I didn't stop doing drugs and like get a job and shit. So
how long had you been gone at that point? You said you were in New York, right?
Oh yeah, that was for like a week and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, that in the middle of March. It was still early March. Yeah, early March, because there was still like snow on the ground.
Okay.
So yeah, in I think probably the beginning of May or the end of April, my dad told me if I didn't stop doing drugs, he was gonna kick me out, right? So I think the last day that I actually did heroin was May 10th. 2018? Is that it? No. 2017. Yes. Yeah. Right? Yeah. 2017. I think. Yeah, it had to be 2017. It was 2017. Yeah. May 10th, 2017. My birthday is May 11th. So, on my birthday my birthday's my clean day, which is perfect. But on my birthday that year, I think the last like crazy drug, I had a drug experience, which wasn't heroin that day. I like did a bunch of like ecstasy and blow, and like my buddy that had 2 girlfriends like brought me back to his place and like ordered one of his girlfriends to like give me head for my birthday. It was a very weird experience because like it was he was like a sex addict, I guess, and I didn't know that until way later, but holy shit, that was the best I'd ever had in my entire fucking life. It was crazy. It was another like there's
Covered a new high that day.
yeah, yep. there is a level of head I didn't think existed. And she just awakened me to it. I believe that's around when my whore phase began. But yeah, no, that was also the day that that other chick that I ended up being friends with for a long time, who turned into a crackhead, that's when she was fucking fawning all over me too. It was a very weird day. Yeah, while I was getting head from her, the fucking boyfriend, who I had met that day, by the way, I met him that day. He ordered his girlfriend to give me head for my birthday. And while she was giving me head, he walks out of his bedroom after banging his other girlfriend, butt naked with a bowl. He handed me a bowl, and he said, "I bet you didn't think you were gonna have a half naked guy, or no, a fully naked guy." He's like, I bet you didn't think you're gonna have a naked dude handing you a fucking bowl to smoke while you were getting head on your birthday, did you? I was like, no, I didn't think this was a thing that was gonna happen. I didn't foresee this one. It was a fucking weird experience. It was a real weird experience. I've never met this dude before in my entire fucking life. He walks out butt naked. Yeah, dick flopping everywhere. It was fucking ridiculous. While his girlfriend is blowing. It was so weird. But yeah, that was, I remember after she finished, she was like, "You wanna fuck me now?" And I was like, honestly, I'm on a lot of ecstasy, and I feel like if I even try to do anything strenuous, my heart's going to explode. So I need to go get some Xanax, and I'll come back. I never did. I never got it. I just left. I was like, I'm good. You know what? I came. I'm fine.
Thanks. Anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, my dad threatening to kick me out, like, did it. Like, I think it, after that, I didn't do anything. I think that was the last day. But like maybe I did like some psychedelics or something like soon after. I know I did. I think psychedelics were like a big help as well, like overall. I feel like they like bring me back to like sanity, which sounds wild, but have you ever done psychedelics?
No.
Okay, so it sounds wild to people that haven't done psychedelics, but I believe psychedelics are the root of religion. It's like when you come out of like a mushroom trip, you literally have a set of morals implanted into your head that you didn't have before. It's literally the 10 Commandments implanted in your head. It's crazy. Like you come out wanting to be a better person, and you have like new strict morals just there. It's a profound experience. But yeah, like every single time for the first couple of years, I remember every single time I like had like a craving, I would just like go do acid or mushrooms, and like it would make me not want to ever do drugs again. Like, so
Yeah, what I've been told by my friends that do a lot of psychedelics is that I am not built for them.
Oh yeah? Why is that?
They just say that I just have a bad frame of mind. I'm a very negative person. They said they'll take me to a dark place, something along those lines.
That very much depends.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what they tell me. I mean,
it's fair. I mean, I get it. They could be right. But it's hard to tell because it's like some psychedelics, like if you do a little bit of mushrooms, like you can't have a bad experience. You might like feel a little shitty, maybe, depending on the type of mushrooms, but
it's not gonna tip me off. It's not gonna tip me over into some wild trip
yeah,
and shit.
yeah. You're not gonna have like a profound experience. You're just gonna be a little giddy and like have a fun day. You know, you're just gonna be like,
What about? Sorry, go ahead.
oh, you're just gonna be like happy, like euphoric, little giggly. It's very much just like a mood enhancer at that point.
What about microdosing that people do with LSD or anything like that? Kind of the same thing, whereas LSD is just a lot more extreme.
So they're not more extreme. Like acid and mushrooms are like they're like the same thing but different. It's like they're the same level of trip but a different form of trip. So like with acid, if you microdose acid, it'll make your day brighter, like literally brighter. Like you will be visually more attentive, and lights will be brighter to you, and everything will be beautiful. It's like everything is just like waiting for you to look at it. It's kind of a nice experience, a very happy day. And then mushrooms, it's like more of a body high, and you're like giggly. You know, you're just like euphoric, but not like everything's brighter or euphoric, but like just like mood enhancer. But
a good marijuana comparison could be LSD is more like sativa, mushrooms are more like indica.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly right. Yes. Acid's definitely more of a head high, mushrooms more of a body high. But then the come down is flipped. I think with acid, it's like a perception enhancer. With mushrooms, it's like a mood enhancer. But I think when you get deep into trips, with acid, like I had a wild experience once, like crazy, the fucking craziest experience I've ever had. I did 2 tabs with my buddy one night, and then towards the end of the night, my other friend had hit me up, video called me. He was like, "Hey, I'm doing a bunch of acid right now," and he drank a vial, all of it, of acid. It was 50 drops, which equates to like 100 hits. And then he like threw some water in the bottle, switched it around, and washed it down. All of it. It was insane. And then he was like, "Come over." So me and my buddy decided to go over. And then my other friend, Jackie, hit me up. She was like, "Hey, I've been tripping all night." I'm like, "No fucking way. So have the rest of us." So we picked her up and brought her over there. And my buddy that I was hanging out with, he had like an entire sheet that he just had. He was like ready to just give away. And I took 6 more hits, and I gave Jackie 4 more because she had taken 1. So I had done 8 hits total. She had done 5. I have never had an experience that insane since or before. That was on another level. My buddy that did the 50 drops was walking around like nothing happened. He was fine. It was so weird. I do not understand how he did that to this day. He
went all the way around the track at that point.
That dude, I think so. Maybe. I fucking A. He was like normal, just completely normal. But I had trouble walking straight. Everything had patterns on it that were constantly moving. It was intense. My buddy that I was hanging out with all night, he didn't take anymore. He was like, "I'm just gonna chill. I don't want to trip any longer." He put on like Grateful Dead music, and it sounded like alien transmissions. It was like it was very weird. I was like, and the photo was like the brain pop photo with the fucking rainbows coming out of it. And I saw that and I was like, you turned this on because it's made to fuck with people on acid. He's like, this is just the Grateful Dead music. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You're playing something that's made to fuck with people on acid. And he's like, dude, it's just music. It's literally just music. I like would not have it. Like I was not having it at all. I'm gonna try and find this photo. Grateful Dead. I was watching Master of None the entire day to like ground me to reality. I'd never watched this show before, but it just felt like the most realistic show on Netflix when I was looking for shit. It was like the only show that I thought was like, oh, okay, this is reality. This is what reality is. And they were like so annoyed. They're like, can we fucking turn this off? I was like, I need it. I can't. I need it. I was like, dude, I'm fucked up right now. I was like, I need to watch this show. Like, it needs to. I cannot have this show off. I am fucking gone, and this is what's holding me. All right, this is my fucking anchor. This is my anchor right now, guys. Like, I'm fucked. And then like me and Jackie, she was fucked too. Me and her had this like profound connection the whole time. We didn't like hook up or anything. We just like, we were like laying on the bed in my buddy's basement next to each other, just like diddling each other's fingers. Like we were like tickling each other's palms and like doing weird shit with our fingers. And like it was the weirdest thing ever. They were looking at us like, what the fuck are you two doing? They were like, we were like, we have a connection. It was crazy.
How the fuck did you get connected with Q, dude? You guys do not seem like you run in the same circles.
I'm a Destiny fan.
Oh,
yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
Why aren't you with all the other DGGers then?
What other DGGers?
In DGG.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't really do anything in that community. I liked Kick or Keep, and I heard one day that that Destiny was wanting themes for episodes, so I had an idea that might benefit me as well. I came up with a theme idea, and I DM'd Q on Twitter and sent him a friend request on Discord. And I said, hey, I have a theme idea for Kick or Keep if you're interested. He didn't respond to me on Twitter, but he accepted my friend request, and I said the same thing to him. He's like, no, I saw your DM, that's why I accepted the friend request. I'm interested. And I was like, oh fuck, all right, word. And I told him the idea, and he was like, before I told him the idea, he was like, dope, see what you can do with the politics episode next week. I was like, oh, this is not what I had planned, but okay. So I just started writing questions. I just started writing a fuck ton of questions. I made a Google Doc that I invited him to, and I just have this Google Doc now. It's like 15 pages of questions for 3 episodes. And I have a theme ideas at the top. I have a section for Destiny's theme ideas, the ones he said on stream, which is League and Commentary Community. I have a list of guests, one of which I already got in the server today, or yesterday, I guess. But I yeah, I took the opportunity that was in front of me. I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just like offer all this work for free. But the idea,
Q likes free.
yeah,
He certainly likes free.
who doesn't? The idea I had for an episode, which I didn't know that he was doing King of Cock at the time. And I think it's basically that, right? Sort of. I think that's more like the vetting process for my idea. So it would be like a championship King of Cock episode, right? It would be like all of the champions of King of Cock are now on Kick or Keep against each other, right? That would be the vetting process now. But the idea I had was micro cock. Right? It was like sub 10 viewer streamers, because Destiny has this reputation for making people's careers in streaming, right? So you get a bunch of like sub 10, sub 20 viewer streamers. You vet them, make sure that they're not boring, make sure that they're not gonna like whip out their dick on stream. Like you just, you vet them. And then you have like 10 fucking fresh faces, all like basically fighting for a career. Like you don't like, you give like the host at the end. You don't like give like the prize or whatever other than the host. But yeah, you fight for a career.
When did you pitch him that?
That was the first thing I pitched him. But
so funny.
Yeah. But I didn't know about King of Cock before that. And I found out, I was like, oh, you know what? I was like, that's kind of what this is. This would be the vetting process for the fucking episode. I had an idea for.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah. But I've come up with a bunch of shit since then. Like the Raj refugee reunion episode, conspiracy edition. You just get a bunch of fucking conspiracy theorists on there. The DGG cinematic universe episode. This one will be the most difficult. The Twitch aristocracy edition. That would be the hardest one to schedule. Because you have to get the most popular people on Twitch to all come together to do a fucking show on Kick at once. You get like Ludwig, who's not on Twitch anymore. Ludwig, Critical, Pokimane, Miskiff, Aspen Gold, like those fucking types.
I think every single one of those people has been on
Raj
Trainwreck's podcast.
Oh yeah, that too. You get him as well. Maybe actually no, I don't think he's like Twitch aristocracy.
Train?
Yeah. He's not
no, because there's two sides to it. There's the aristocracy and then there's the degen portion of it. Like Ice Poseidon and Train are in the same category.
Yeah. Yep.
Ice has already done the show.
Yeah. And then I have conservatives versus commies. Political Extreme Edition. It's like, and the both of them start with a K. Musician Edition, because Destiny is a fucking musician. I feel like he would have an interest in that.
My philosophy all along, from the get-go, has always been: if you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
If you invest the time into these shows, the talent will come to you.
Yep.
At some point, we're doing scouting right now. The goal is for scouting to not be an issue because everyone's just going to be blowing up people like Q and Destiny.
Yeah.
To just be like, get me on your show. I don't care which one it is.
Yeah.
Like that's the goal. So like the reason I have people like Dwayne giving me the high praise that he's giving me, because like, mind you, I didn't say more than a handful of words to this guy when he was doing King of Cock. He was just like, his experience on the show was so positive, and despite the energy he was getting and the people doxing him in the fucking chat or whatever, He said this the experience was so positive for him because of how well organized it was and how well he was informed of what was going on. He never had to think, he just had to focus on his content. And he attributed all of that to me, which to me is a massive compliment because that's all I was trying to do for everybody. And everybody who's gone on to be on Kick or Keep has paid me that same compliment, but he has been the most vocal about it. But like, they've all shouted me out. Anybody who's gone on there has shouted me out and been like, yo, shout out to Detox for being such a fucking cool dude and making this process so easy and clean and precise or whatever. So like, that's all that I care about doing, is making that experience for the small streamers a pleasant one, because if they go off to go do big shit on their own, they're going to remember that they were taken care of when they were here. Like,
Yeah.
And that's really all that matters. Like, if I can do whatever I can to make that experience for them and give them a platform to grow, kind of like what we did with Food Shops. You know, she was on the first episode of King of KoK. She was on the second episode of King of KoK. She didn't win either of the episodes, but she made enough of an impression to Q giving her the call up to be on Kick or Keep on that OnlyFans episode, and there you go.
That was I think that was a really good appearance. I think that was really fucking funny.
The OnlyFans thing was, we told her immediately when they announced that they were doing an OnlyFans episode to make an OnlyFans. I fucking told her. I was like, you need to make an OnlyFans page. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And then you need to spam Q that you're OnlyFans creator. I fucking gave her that idea.
Nice. Who was the guy you said a minute ago that had the really good experience?
Dwayne.
Dwayne? I thought so. Okay. I fucking like that blanked out the second you said it.
Yeah, he's streaming RuneScape right now, yeah?
Yeah? What is he on?
That was who
Twitch?
you were just viewing, or were you watching a video?
I was watching a video.
Oh, I thought that was him streaming.
Oh no.
I
just like
this fucking guy, dude.
Yeah. Oh fuck. I didn't even look at what he was playing. I just like looked at his face.
Oh man. But yeah, dude, it's yeah, I King of KoK is the only thing I care about. So that's what I've been trying to do. Like all the little prompts I give them, I'm just like, you guys got to bring the content on your own. I just do all the vetting and handle all the logistics the day of the show.
Okay.
The last one was murder. I've been working with Q to be like, bro, can we please make it a tight 3 hours? Like this 4-hour shit was killing me. Like I'm moderating chat at the same time that I'm taking care of the people on the show. I don't want people getting doxxed. That Dwayne told, like, just like, dude, can you like, do something with all the people doxing me in chat? I was like, I wasn't even watching the chat, bro. Fuck. I watch it like a hawk, and now I'm trying to get this Korean, a trans Korean streamer. I'm trying to get her to get on the show next because I want her to replace Food Shops.
Oh, there's another one? I thought you were actually just talking about it.
Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah, she's
bro.
Chinese. I forgot.
She's fucking Chinese, dude.
Who's the trans Korean streamer?
Her name is Luna.
Luna.
Yeah. She's an interesting character. I don't know if her English is good enough for the program. So that's my only hesitation.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's not her. That's not her.
Yeah,
that's
this is a guy.
Luna something. I can't remember.
I hope that dude is foreign. Luna Light, Luna the High, Lunar
Like
Diary.
15. Not an original name. Let me see. I think she added me. Hold on. Her name is Luna Palm.
Luna Palm?
Yeah, PALM.
Oh.
Trans Korean streamer.
Okay.
There she is.
Just a cigarette hanging out of her mouth.
As she smokes like a fucking chimney, dude. It's so funny.
You know what I have the most trouble with on fucking streaming? Fucking finding anyone that's up at the time I stream. Nobody's fucking up.
You just gotta cultivate a European or Asian audience, man.
True.
They're all up.
True. I gotta fucking pander to Japan. I got a Japander.
Your stories are your content, though. You know that, right?
Yeah. I need somebody to tell them to.
No, but I'm saying, like, you could, like, your stories are your fucking bread and butter, dude.
Oh yeah. I did
This is what I did for my content when I was streaming.
What do you mean? Just told stories?
Yeah, listen to people's stories, dude. It was crazy shit.
Okay. I did stand up once. I have a joke book, right? And I've like tried to twist some stories into jokes. The joke that I thought would go the best went the second best. And that joke is fuck. It's I'll tell you both of them. The joke that I thought would go the best but didn't was I think that watermelon is the most racist fruit of all time, completely disregarding the stereotype. Because when you buy seedless watermelon, only the black seeds are gone. The white seeds are still there. It should be called segregated watermelon. That's the one I thought would go the best.
I think it's a pretty good joke.
Right? But the one that actually went the best, it's a little longer. It's a story. Kind of. So, my mom, she started a business when she was 19. It's an insurance agency. She started it with this guy who turned out to be involved with like crooked like politicians committing insurance fraud, and she ended up being a witness in the trial of Ed McDonough, and I think they killed her. I'm pretty sure that they killed her. You know, these like crooked politicians usually involved with mobsters, and they usually have really, really good assassins. So I'm pretty sure they killed her, but to this day, I still can't figure out how the fuck they planted that cancer. It drives me nuts. That's the one that got like the biggest like belly laugh. Like I heard a couple of like, I told it way better right now than I did on stage too. Oh my god, I told it like shit on stage. But
Alban Lord is messaging me. Am I playing stupid about the cast for the next Kicker Keep? I thought he would have knew. I thought if anybody, he would know before I would.
Shit, I don't know. I have
Some people
no
have more direct
idea.
lines to Q than others. So I thought
Really?
Almond and Crimson were ones that seemed like they have pretty good directs. But I don't know. Pete says he talks to Q a lot. Like a lot of meetings that happen with Q, I'm not around for because I think he has them when I'm at work.
Okay.
So I don't think whenever the meetings are had, I'm not present for a lot of them. And when I DM Q, I don't hear back from him for a while. But you know, I'm very direct with him, so I don't think he doesn't like to hear it from me.
He you know what's weird is like with Q, I feel like if I tell him something that I know he'll like, he'll respond with like a salute or something, or like react to something with like the 100 shit. But if I ask him a question, unless it's like I don't have to do anything question, then he will take longer to answer it. Like I asked him if he likes the new questions after talking to him. Like he responded like twice, right? I asked him about Somniant, because Somniant had told me that he was coordinating production for a bit. And I added him to the Google Doc. And I messaged him, I was like, just confirming with you before I say or do anything I shouldn't. Somniant is on production coordination, right? And I was like, never mind. I saw the role changed. Said, let me know if you need anything or if there's anything specific you want me to work on him with on the side of writing. And he sent the salute. I said, by the way, I sent a couple invites out. Is there anyone you want blacklisted, like Erudite? I don't know if he cares about that. He said, I'll invite her if needed. No one else is off limits or anything, though. I said, okay, cool. I said, you like the new questions? And then nothing after that. He was online. That was like when he was talking to Destiny on his stream. He was online for like hours.
Remember, the guy
after that.
prays 5 times a day, and then on Fridays doesn't do shit.
True. I didn't even think about that. Oh, fuck. He doesn't do shit on Fridays specifically?
Fridays he doesn't do shit. I think he goes to church all night.
Oh.
Temple. I don't know. I forgot what Muslims call it.
Mosque.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm surprised I remembered that. My memory is made of actual diarrhea.
Well, this is the thing that this is my largest criticism and what I've been pushing Q to help him with. I was like, you need to be able to communicate with these people, dude. You got so many people helping you out with all this shit, but you got no one talking to them. And then when it comes in waves and it comes jarbled. There's no time to prepare. There's no time to practice. There's no time to like do anything. It's just like, we'll figure it out day of. And there has to be, and this is something that Pete's agreed with me on, because everything I've told Pete before, like when he was asking me, because I just like let him out. I just like I information dump on Pete. I'm like, this is everything I got, dude. Like in the little bit of conversations I've had with Q, he's like, that's retarded. That's not gonna work. That's stupid. And I'm like, I don't disagree with you, dude. I'm just telling you what he's telling me. And what I'm trying to stress to Q is like, you need coordination of some kind. You got all these people who got all these fucking questions. And I've talked to Crimson about this too. And he's like, I told him I don't want to step on anybody's toes the same way that, because like the moderation stuff and being an admiral, there's been shit in the fucking Discord in the past. Like, I don't like stepping on people's toes because I'm a very aggressive, direct dude, and it's perceived the wrong way at times.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's just my personality, dude. For me, it's just business, but I acknowledge that I could be more tactful in the way that I approach things. But ultimately, I was like, hey, man, you got a lot of people who need questions answered. You got a lot of coordination that needs to be done. It can't be held the last minute, and they need to be communicated to. The biggest thing with project management and collaboration with teams is communication, man. And if you're not communicating, then it gives everybody, I mean, for lack of a better term, it gives everyone anxiety.
Yeah.
Because they don't know, and they panic, and then they start going at each other. Like, what did he tell you? Well, you didn't tell me that. What did he tell you? I didn't hear about that. So it's like, if somebody can hear them and then relay it to you, and then that person could talk to you, it would make it a lot easier for you guys, for people to like be okay, cool. Pete told me this, excellent. Netzy told me that, excellent. Detox mentioned that, cool. Adnan heard me about this, they know. But there's not enough people, like there's too many people around you for there to be clear communication. I was like, you need to get your this is the thing I pitched to him. I was like, if you need point people, I was like, assign point people, because you can't deal with 50 DMs from 18 different people giving you updates on all this shit. You just can't do it, man. You just need to be mindful of that. I was like, but I'm not, you're a grown man. I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is your business. This is Q fucking LLC, Curantas LLC. Like, you make the call. You have to make the call, because nobody else has the authority to do it. So, I mean, that's where I excel. Like, reaching out, collaboration, efficiency, updating. And I was like, if you only have 1 or 2 people talking to you about what's going on, then suddenly you don't have to respond to 15 DMs. You respond to 2. And I was like, it's going to make your life a lot easier. But he has to, I want to do it, dude. And I honestly, a lot of the catalyst for a lot of this shit were those posts or DMs or whatever they were that came out. But if you were watching stream, Almond Lord was jumping all over Q about not doing content and and he's not taking it seriously, whatever. Like, I went to the defense of everybody who was helping out, and Almond Lord had to tell me, like, I'm not criticizing the work that everyone behind the scenes is doing. I'm criticizing the effort that Q's putting into it. And that's when him and I came to a very clear agreement. I was like, oh, Almond Lord's trying to little bro him and get him on the fucking straight and narrow because he feels like he's losing the bag, you know? And like, that's been my thing. I'm like, the way that I read those messages, the way that I read them, was the decision's already been made. So I don't, you know what I mean? I feel like at this point we're scrambling as a last ditch effort, but like, I'm preparing for the possibility that Kicker Keep is going to go away. And if that happens, what's going to be his next move? Because that was the biggest jump and opportunity he's had. You know, I mean, he can go do the panel thing, but like Food Chops is going on fucking 10 panels a week. She's putting out, you know what I mean? She's hosting panels, you know what I mean? So it's like, is that what you're going to do, dude? Like, do you think that's going to put you in the upper echelon of streamers on the platform? Like, well-produced, well-organized content. Like you said, Pete with the D&D thing, that was something he came to me about. I was like, that's a fucking cool idea, dude. Go for it. I was like, the King of KoK thing, I was like, we need to put more emphasis on King of KoK because that's your fucking show. Kicker Keep is not your show. That's Destiny's show that you help with. Like, he paid you a check, so you're his employee. I mean, at the end of the day, because you're not getting revenue, he's not giving you a cut of the money unless he's not telling us about it. But as far as I was concerned, when all that shit leaked about what he was getting paid, you've already been paid for your services. So you're expected to uphold that. And if an employer doesn't feel like their employee is living up to their contract, they don't renew it. You know, Destiny, I don't think wants to deal with the optics of firing Q. Like, guys, like, you know, Destiny. Yeah, so Q isn't going to be in the show anymore. I know this is a big shock. I know some of you will be happy with it. Oh, hold on.
Some of you are going to be fucking ecstatic. You're going to be creaming your jeans.
But anyways, so should I tell you guys? The new hostess? Him clicking away, you know? It's about time you got rid of that Muslim Destiny. Good riddance. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so yeah, man, I hope that that Destiny sees all this effort that's going in, and things are gonna shift. But you know, it all falls to Q on the decisions he makes over the next couple weeks are gonna be the make or break.
Yeah, when I heard from Somnia this morning or this afternoon, I guess I was at work. I work at 3. This afternoon, or fuck, it's yesterday now. I immediately was like, he designated more people. Like I was like, I've offered to do so much. He would only have to fucking talk to me and like maybe one or two other people, right? I offered a lot. And he just designated a bunch of people. And like, I could do everything. The question writing is like the most difficult part. I could do everything else effortlessly. Like, on the side. I could do it at work, no problem. All I would have to do is say, yes, no, fucking write their name on a list, and then like make sure that I contact them at a certain time. It's like the easiest fucking thing ever. My whole idea was double the fucking number of people that you have scheduled each week, and then just have half of them on a backup. That's it. It's just like make a fucking confirmation email or whatever the fuck. 24 to 12 hours, 12 to 24 hours before the show. It's like the easiest thing, and he just couldn't. I don't know. He might have.
I don't believe Q is stupid.
I don't think he is either.
I don't think he's stupid. So, knowing that, the question then becomes is why is he doing what he's doing, right? If you look at it from his perspective, you got to put him in his shoes. He's got a lot of people doing a lot of stuff for him, and like I said, I'll be transparent. I'm not getting a fucking dime for anything, right? So, if nobody's getting paid for it, right? How are you compensated for the work that you're doing? The way that I rationalize it to myself is I'm making an investment, right?
Ditto.
Making an investment of time and effort, where in the back end, then people would be taken care of, right? He has to think about that. If I have Ken Kilmore doing this, and Pete doing that, and Detox doing this, and Netsy doing that, and Adnan doing that, Crimson's doing this, and Malma's doing that, whatever. If I blow up, like, is that going to be a bunch of people with their hands in my pocket later on? Is that going to be, is the expectation of me helping them out going to be, going to be a part of it? If I decide that Pete, just to use him as an example, that isn't you or me, am I going to decide that Pete put in all that work, and now Pete is saying like, hey man, like, so what's up with the, and you got your kick deal, how about a little something for the effort? Is he going to say, fuck you? And he's just going to not worry about the optics because now he can hire someone to do all this shit for him?
Yeah.
So it's like, he has to think about it that way. If I believe, and I'm trying to, like I said, if I'm thinking of it my way, if I compartmentalize all these efforts, and as opposed to giving 1, 2, 3, 4 people a lot of responsibility, cut that up into smaller pieces, and now it's 15 people, I owe a lot less than I would have if I had these 1, 2, 3 people who were doing big things for me. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know that for a fact. I'm just trying to put myself in his position to figure out if that's what he's doing or not. And if he's doing it, it's fine. Because like I said, low key, I hope that Kicker Keep is successful. So I could be Gondok and he'll let me fucking host King of Cock.
Yeah.
And then I'll host a fucking show because I can already do all the production shit. All I need to do is initiate fucking conversations. And I have relationships with Big D. I have relationships with you. I'm like, hey man, can I get questions 10 to 15? And sure, perfect, dude. Excellent. Hey, I'll plug your fucking shit the whole time. Hey, I got some fucking, I'm doing mutes now for $50 a piece. Here's fucking $200 from this fucking 3-hour stream we did where I made, $700. So it's like, because I don't give a fuck. I don't really need the money. For me, it's about developing something that people are interested in and having a product. Because I haven't created anything. My line of work doesn't allow me to create things. I make differences in people's lives, but I'm not really creating anything. So I would like to have something that that I'm pissed on that I could call my own. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I drive a forklift, so I definitely can't say I create anything. I just move shit and wreck shit sometimes.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, Like I'm not in this because I think Q is going to become Destiny and pay me $10,000 a month. Because I don't really need the money that way. But establishing a relationships, creating a network, having being a part of a large community, having good rapport with that community, those are things that you can't buy.
Yeah.
And like if I can cultivate that through osmosis of supporting Q and the show, then I want to do that. Because like I have said it from day one, the community and the product are the things that matter to me the most. And I by me taking care of the product, I'm taking care of the community because people like Lupo and food shops and people who have been on the show, Eris, whatever, Darko, these guys all come back and they come back to the server and people like them and people see a lot. It gets a lot of traction. We're at 1,000+ people almost, I think, in the server now.
Oh shit, yeah.
I think it's close. So it's like, you know, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of something that's built from the ground up. And I didn't discover Q until I saw him harassing on a Destiny stream in passing. His attitude piqued my interest. I went into his community. I talked to him. I talked to his community. And I was like, hey, man, you need to fucking mod for this Discord? And he was like, sure. And boom, you know, I was there. I was Admiral. He added a couple of vices. We started creating the thing. And like I said, it's been built into what it is. I think Darkside and Netsy, because Netsy was doing his editing and Darkside was helping out in the channel. He had another guy named Gizmo for a minute doing shit for him. But the channel, he had about 600 or 700 people in it. But the growth that it's seen over the last couple months, and the amount of people he's had to bring on to mitigate that, I was like I said, I've been working with him since then, dude. Because people like Graham, and then like being a part of the community and like memeing. Adnan, only expressed interest in being a mod when I became mod, and he was like, hey, can you fucking talk to fucking Karantos about me becoming a mod? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? And then like here we are. He's an admiral like me now, and he's like, the Discord is his baby, the community is his baby, and he manages all the fucking moderating shit for that, which he can fucking have. That shit's a fucking nightmare, dude. That's just all drama. So and so said this to me, and so and so said that to me. I'm like, oh my god, dude.
Fuck that.
Okay. I was like, it's all yours, bro. The community, mwah, God love them, but you want to moderate, dude, it's all you. So
you should set up that a ticketing system. I set that up in mine. Not that I fucking need it, but yeah.
He's doing bots and shit. They're doing they're setting things up. It's like it's his thing.
Yeah.
It's if Q thinks he wants to do it, I'm like you said, staying in your lane, not stepping in people's toes. At the Discord and the community or Adnan's thing, then it's his thing. And he works, and he has a fiance, so I think the Discord takes a lot more time and energy than working on any of the show stuff because of how much you need to engage the community constantly.
Yeah. I'm not like that with almost any. I'm kind of like that in the Kick or Keep server a little bit, but I'm kind of doing it with an ulterior motive, to like make connections with a bunch of fucking. There's like, how many people are in this fucking server?
Have you ever seen Food Shop leak her Discord or her Twitter DMs before? She does it all the time. She used to do it all the time, like not intentionally.
Happened.
Oh, dude, well, she'll be on stream and then show her Twitter full of DMs to creators. Her Discord,
2 people?
2. She's constantly hitting people fucking up, dude. Constantly. Hey, I was on Kick or Keep. Here's my fucking clip. Can you be on a panel? Dude, she is a networking fucking machine.
That's crazy.
There's no shame in it, bro. No shame. Just fucking people are anxious to do content, and if they feel as though you can help them grow their audience, people will collaborate, dude, because most people don't have content.
Yeah, I definitely don't.
Showing up to talk to somebody for 2 hours with you just having to show up and talk, that's easy fucking content.
Yeah.
You know, like you
Yeah.
need to be able to talk and be interesting for 2 hours, but like, hey, can I interview you? And that person's like, oh, I want to get more. Like she interviewed Ukraine Annie, whatever her name is, right?
Oh yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
she DM'd the fuck out of her. You know, it was like, yo, I was on Destiny stream. I want to give you a platform to talk about the war. Can you come on my stream? And she had, when she did that Ukraine Annie thing, she had like 10 viewers. You know, she was doing that panel last night with that Thorpe guy. She got up to like 33 people.
I hate him so much. That dude, we need to bring back public execution for him and then just cut it back out.
Cut it back out.
Yep, just a one-time exception. He is such a piece of shit. It is shocking how fucked that guy is.
Well, even Adnan want to go get a taste of him, dude. Adnan and Scuff were up that guy's ass in that fucking server, dude. They were there for a while.
I saw like bits and pieces of it, like it's like here and there, you know. And I wasn't surprised whatsoever that Ben was being a piece of shit and that his daughter was backing him up every fucking chance with their child logic. They actually have the logical pathways of a fucking 3-year-old. It's absurd. The conclusions they come to. Yeah, the conclusions they fucking come to make no sense at all. I hate it when Ben goes, "You've given me the win. I got the W." I'm like, yeah. You didn't win anything. You're making a fool out of yourself thinking you look like a king. It's insane. And then Almond added Grace to the Kicker Keep server. And, yeah. And I panicked. I was like, I'm not getting blamed for this. I was like, fuck no.
Yeah, she posted in scouting, or he posted in scouting about it, and I was like, just add whoever you could get.
Yeah, I saw that like a couple hours ago. I looked in there. I was like, oh, I see.
Texas forever, man. Texas forever, dude.
She popped in. What did she say? She posted her fucking her server joining like welcome letter or what mess fucking post, Jesus Christ, and it says like number 69 is her fucking member number. And it was like nice, funny. Food Shop's like, it is Jover. It's Jover. Oh, she's out. Wait, she's still in. She thought that she got kicked out.
I welcomed her. I was like, hey, welcome in.
She thought she got kicked from the server right after she was let in because her name wasn't in like the two, like the boy cock or the girl cock categories because she hadn't fucking picked one yet. So she was just like proclaiming, oh fuck, she's gone already, and she never fucking left. And then
oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the Kicker Keep server. I thought you were talking about the pirate shit.
Oh no. What was it? Oh, Kelly Jean. She goes, all right, never mind. Q needs to be fired. Letting fucking Grace back in here. And Grace said this was meant to be. And I was like, meant to be violating some sort of international laws. And then she started complaining about how Food Shops was talking about how fat her mom's ass was. Which, weird. I said, this got no reply. I thought this was such a good quip. I said, isn't it adorable when people say things just to fit in? Like she's trying to fucking sexualize her parent to fit in with the chick who fucks her parent. Oh my god.
I'll give her that, dude. She's it's so funny the divisiveness with food shops in the server. I love it.
Yeah, it is pretty
Like
funny.
I said, I like. Oh man, there's so many more characters that people have just been like, no, I don't want them here. No,
Yeah.
they're a fucking asshole. No, I'm like, I know, like I get it, but like
But
you have to have, you need villains, dude.
Yeah.
You have to have villains.
Yeah.
But sometimes the villains go a little too far.
Oh yeah.
And you have to be like, yo, like there's content and then there's like harassment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're
Oh,
like, please, like be better at finding the line. And some of them just want to see the world burn.
I know. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Like
it's great, man.
what is it? Fucking the things that Ben does specifically are wild to me. Like he's trying so hard to get all this clout, but like every fucking chance he gets, he like harasses the next chick, trying to fuck her, trying to like give some chick a fucking car to hang out and hook up. He hit some chick. Like all the things.
Recipe
that
for
he
disaster,
does.
dude. Getting involved with people online. It's a recipe for fucking disaster.
He's so weird about it too. He's like, everything he does is so like for clout and only for clout. But then like the other things are like so clout destroying. It's like, what are you thinking? But then I go back to, oh yeah, they have the mind of a child. So fuck him. The dude is a harassment factory. It's fucking insane. I don't get it. I'm fucking.
You railed your work all night, dude. How long have I been in your channel already? Jesus Christ.
A few hours. I don't know.
I just hadn't had a long conversation with you at this point. I was just trying to get to know you better.
I am always down for that. I'm fucking usually just sitting here until someone pops in, playing video games or something.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not very good content. I'm more, like I said, like whenever I go into Food Shop's channel, she's like, she anything else is me. And I'm just like, fuck you, Food. Be humble.
A
Remember where you came
conversation is a
from.
conversation. I don't give a fuck. I'll go on for days. I don't give a fuck.
I'm telling you, man, your stories are fucking engaging. Like, I was keeping notes because I like to pay attention. I was trying to like listen. It's like an old therapy thing that I can't let go. Most of the time I'm not listening, but if I'm gonna listen with intention, I usually do that. But don't worry, it's not like this is all just like I
think you unplugged. It
did I? Oh.
Oh, it came back.
Yeah, no, I have to do push to talk because for some reason when my air is on,
Oh.
it really fucks with my mic. But what I was saying was I always got these things lying around. But when I do like interviews and shit. But the real reason I wanted to query you so, like specifically about the addiction thing, was because there's somebody close to me who's struggling with it, and I'm trying to get a gauge of their situation, and I'm trying to understand it more because I can read a book, I can engage in content on YouTube, but I want to sink my teeth into somebody who's experienced it firsthand.
Yeah.
Because the firsthand perspective is way I can wrap my head around it a lot better.
Yeah.
You know, it's like learning carpentry from the carpenter as opposed to watching a YouTube video of somebody cutting wood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So your journey was really important for me to understand because it seems like you made a couple missteps. You relapsed a couple times.
Yeah.
You have your own perspective and rationality for how you approach your sobriety and how you rationalize it even now, being sober for as long as you've been. But your rock bottom or your motivations for what got you there were not as like the journey seemed a lot more important than the answers to those questions.
Yeah, kind
I
of.
learned more from hearing about your journey than I did about, because I tried to jump straight to the finish line when I asked you my first question was what were your keys to success? So, well, I can't really understand those answers if I don't know your journey. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think the best way to gauge how I think is by my reaction to death. I was not scared away from doing heroin by dying. I died and did it the next day. I learned that I knew what my limit was now, and I could just not do that much. It's all like, okay, well, I know what this is. I know how strong this is now. I could just not do that, and we'll be good. But yeah,
you had a lot. You saw a lot of death, and it didn't seem to deter you at all.
Yeah, my buddy from high school that like convinced me to shoot up for the first time, he died like the same year my mom did. I did not give a fuck though, because he stole my iPad mini for crack. He can suck dick in hell. Fuck that guy.
Heroin's a hell of a drug, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was hanging out with a chick in college, and she brought over a dude, and I knew immediately that he did dope. And because I remember him being in my room alone for like 5 minutes, and she left. Like they were walking out. Like she came by just to say what's up and see what the plan was. I was at home just chilling, and I was grabbing him something to drink because I'm a nice fucking guy. But my roommate called me over, and he wanted to talk to her, so he got left in my room by himself for 5 minutes while we were talking to my roommate, and she was talking to him. I mean, I was talking to her, whatever. And we came back to him, and I went into my room, and your room is your space, right? You know when something's off, right? And I noticed something was missing from my mantle, where all my games were at. My Xbox 360, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 came out, you know. I had all my games up there because I used to proudly display all my fucking games. And she was walking out, and her and I were smoking a cigarette. I guess he went to grab their car.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, make sure you tell your friend to leave his game at your place before he heads home. She's like, what? I'm like, your friend took my copy of like fucking Halo, some shit, whatever. I don't even remember what game it was. I was like, you took it from my room. She's like, how do you fucking know? I was like, because it's not on my mantle. What do you mean? She's like, and she got kind of defensive. I don't believe you. Da, 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 da. Tell him to fucking leave it before he goes home. Or I was like, promise me you're going to tell him, or I'm going to tell him now, and it's not going to end well. She goes, no, I'll tell him. Next day, knock is on my door. She's got a coffee for me. My fucking copy of Halo in her other hand. She's like, I brought you Starbucks. I'm like, why? Because you were right. Yeah, I know I was. Never saw him again. Never came by. I lived in that same place for 2 more years. Never saw him again.
Weird, dude. I can't imagine why you don't want to come back there.
Never asked her about it again. It was just like, it was just one of those things. And I'm not saying everybody who does drugs is a fucking thief, but
a lot of them are. A lot of them are.
I associate it very heavily with that.
Fair enough.
It's like I would never leave somebody who does Coke alone with a bag of Coke of my Coke. I was like, I'm gonna watch you make your lines. I'm not gonna just let you go do your lines the way you want to do them. Because they're not gonna be lines. They're gonna be rails, and my bag's gonna come back half empty.
Yep. Don't ever leave it around Zerka. He'll take the whole thing and tell you it glitched out of the Matrix. Be like, no, it glitched out of the
Jesus
Matrix.
didn't want you to have it, bro.
Yeah, Christ is king, and I'm also him, so it's mine.
He's been Zerka's a fucking character, dude.
He's more than a character. He's a piece of shit. That dude is insane. Have you seen like the heel mic stuff with him?
I saw a couple of the clips of like them going back and forth on Twitter, and then like him saying like your girl doesn't want you anymore, and then Mike saying, well, she never fucking wanted to be around you and was in my DMs. Is there something I'm missing from that?
He was on, I don't know if it was Mike's stream or if it was Panda's stream or something, but it was Mike's stream. Destiny was playing
Probably.
that clip. Yeah, and fucking they were arguing, and Zerka was like just like hanging around Panda, like literally hanging around him while he was like bullshitting on some of the shit he was saying about Mike, and Mike like proved him wrong. There was this one point. I don't know if did you watch the part where Destiny watched this stuff?
Oh, I didn't see it.
It's fucking goofy. Zerka was like, it was like, I'm doing a show with Fresh and Fit, coming up soon. After Mike said something like, they don't even want you on the show anymore because you're so fucking annoying and retarded, and you're a fucking faggot, you know, that shit. And Zerk was like, I'm going on the show soon, look at my text, and it's a fucking sea of blue. It's all the sent messages, just fuck tons of them. There's like 2 from Myron, and he pointed that out. Mike was like, it's a sea of blue. You're a fucking stalker. You're a creepy fucking stalker. That's why there's a sea of blue. You fucking weirdo. And Zerka was like, yeah, you know why there's a sea of blue? Because Myron's letting me do the show my way, and those are my suggestions. Bullshit. You're begging him to get back on, you fucking creep.
Oh, dude. I watched the Nick Fuentes Destiny. I watched that whole fucking stream. That was
me too.
That was fucking John. I gotta say, dude, like John was fucking Zerka was derailing a lot of the shit, a lot of the fucking conversations.
Mike talked about that too.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
dude.
He was like, I watched the fucking stream with you and Fuentes and Destiny. It was like every single time you had to be on one of their sides, you just called everybody whores and everyone was fucking annoyed at you. You were an annoying, stupid fucking retard, piece of shit. Just derailing the entire thing. Nobody had any fucking respect for you. You suck. You're garbage. He was going in on him about that fucking episode hard. It was fucking hilarious. Zerka blocked me on Twitter.
Blocked you on Twitter? You reply to a lot of his shit?
I replied to like 3 tweets. One of them was like, I think I like made fun of his like religious views and like what he does. I was like, buddy, if you are right in your religious beliefs, you're fucked. I was like, you're going all the way down. You're fucked. I was like, all that cocaine and judging literally every single person you come across, those are no-nos. Those are big no-nos. It's just
it's funny because like he's come so much into the limelight like as of the last couple months, right? He was on a stream with Destiny and some other creator. I can't remember his name. He's a black creator. A pretty successful one. Not that duo. I don't think he was one of those duo guys. You know who I'm talking about?
Is it Sneeko?
No, not Sneeko. It was those two black commentator YouTubers. The one that danced with Melina.
Oh, ABBA.
I think it was ABBA and Zerka and Destiny. And Zerka was clowning on Destiny about his growth, and ABBA was talking about like, bro, you got nothing to say to me. I'm like 10 times as big as you, whatever. And then Destiny bet him like, I'll give you $25,000 if you can get to 250K subs.
Yeah.
And then he was like, wait a minute. He's like, wait a minute. He's like, no. He's like, not even that. If you can increase your YouTube by 100K subs, I'll pay you $25,000.
Yeah, within a year.
Within a year, right? That was the bet.
Yeah.
And then ever since that fucking bet, Zerka's been going on everything, been showing up to all these different shows and doing all this different shit. And I was like, because he was like, he disappeared for like several, I don't know if it was years, but it felt like it was at least 2 years.
Yep.
Where he was like streaming to like 300 or 400 people on Twitch or something. I'm pretty sure those numbers were really, really low, like for a while.
Yeah.
So it's like, I know that Destiny was at an event and he hooked up with Zerka while he was there. I remember seeing the video of Destiny was like live streaming, IRL streaming it. And he was out there and they were cool. He went out to dinner with, who's the chick with the glasses? She's the Middle Eastern chick with the glasses. Farah,
yeah.
Farhai, whatever. Yeah, he went out to dinner with them, and he was being like super Zerka during the fucking dinner, and I was just like, dude, like being around him must be so exhausting, and I don't understand why they tolerate it, because I think they view him as content, but also it's like there's a price you pay for that.
Yep.
It's like Beetlejuice. He's like Beetlejuice, dude.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the job done, but you pay a price for it, you know?
He's worse than Beetlejuice.
But yeah, dude, he's an interesting guy. I don't know if he's gonna hit that goal. I mean, he might hit that goal, but I think he burned on both ends of the candles way too fast.
Yeah.
And I think he's like peaked at where he's gonna be. He's got his 2-3K viewers on Kick right now. 6 months from now, don't know if that's gonna be the case.
He's gonna fall off again. He's gonna do the Zerka cycle. I have a conspiracy. I actually have 2 conspiracy theories I want to tell you about. One of them I literally just came up with right now, and I'm already forgetting what it was. And the other one I have pretty solidly implanted in my head about Sneeko.
It is 4:10 a.m. on my time.
It is 7:10 a.m. where I am.
You're already in the morning on your end. I could give you 20 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it won't take that long.
Cool.
I think that Zerka, I'm just coming up with this right now. I think that Zerka probably talked to Destiny behind the scenes after that bet and was like, yo, help me get on a show. Help me get on No Jumper. He's like, bring me on some show that'll launch me.
Zerka asked Destiny.
I think that Zerka asked Destiny to help him win the bet so he could get the money, and he's gonna split it with him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then my other conspiracy theory, I made this up about Sneeko. I made a conspiracy theory about the conspiracy theorist.
Let me address that first part real quick.
Yeah.
Was after the bet was made, was the first show he went on No Jumper?
I think so, yeah.
I know he was on No Jumper. I know he was on Fresh and Fit. I know he was on that other fucking Red Pill Dudes podcast where he was on the panel of all chicks and he was calling them all whores the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't remember that guy's name, but he wears a suit all the time. Yeah, I think it was that guy. Yeah. I know he was on there. He's been doing a ton of streams with Heel Mike.
I think he blew it with Sosnick. I think he blew it with him. I think he fucked that up big time.
Like, just because of him fucking destroying the fucking chicks, calling them all whores and shit.
Yeah, he like derailed the fuck out of that podcast. He was like so fucked up the whole time, and everyone was so annoyed with him. Oh my god.
It was rough. Like it's like a train wreck, dude. I can't turn away.
Exactly. Exactly. I like enjoy getting mad at it. I like really like getting super pissed off at Zerka. It's fun.
So No Jumper the fucking
Then Fresh and Fit, yeah.
and that Saz
Yep.
cast, right? Has he been on any other shows?
He might have gone on like Donovan Sharp, but I'm not positive about that.
I want to say maybe we'll give him one more show, right? That he's been
Yeah.
on since then. I'm sure I don't know
Probably.
what his YouTube activity is like.
Yeah.
But 4 shows, and then the rest has been like his stream, or Heel Mike stream, or some other streamer stream. What's up? You're making a very shocked face.
Okay, I'm on Rumble as well.
Okay.
I just had somebody come into my chat and drop some wild shit. Like,
what?
Wild. Dropped a link to this fucking gtvflyers.com. I opened this shit. Oh my god. It's got fucking satanic and Jewish stars all over it. It's, oh my god, it's every single aspect of the media is Jewish. Every single aspect of the COVID agenda is Jewish. Every single aspect of gun control is Jewish. Every single aspect of Disney child grooming is Jewish. Every single aspect of abortion is Jewish. Every single aspect of the Jewish Talmud is satanic. Every single aspect of pornography and hookup culture is Jewish. It's
Basically
all
saying
these-
everybody's Jewish and everything is Jewish is Satan.
Every single aspect of mass immigration is Jewish. 9/11 is Jewish.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
That's wild.
This is so crazy. Every single aspect of feminism is Jewish. Diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means exclusion of white people. Equity means stealing from white people. Watch Defiant by Devon Stack. What the fuck? And they said kicked out of 109 countries over 1,030 times, and then dropped a bunch of fucking Bible verses under it. Rumble's wild.
That's an awesome fucking spam, dude. I'll give you that.
Rumble's wild. I'm
You
gonna
usually
send you-
just
I'm
gets a
gonna
bunch of
send you
N-words. I'll get botted with like, I used to get botted with like fucking shit related to like, get more views, get more views.
Yeah.
Get more followers, get more followers.
That shit is insane. That shit is so insane.
Oh man.
Gross.
That's great. Shout out Rumble. What's up, Rumble? I've never been on Rumble before.
Really?
I've never been on Rumble before. What's up,
Oh,
Rumble?
First time for every disaster.
Yeah, dude.
So the other conspiracy theory about Sneeko. This is just like total bullshit. Like complete bullshit. This is like
Basis, no
not
basis.
based in reality. There is one thing that that created this conspiracy theory. So I think that Sneeko is a psyop of his own creation. I think because when Tate started getting popular, Sneeko criticized the fuck out of him. He was like, this fucking bullshit. These guys are just flashing their money. They're fucking insecure little bitches. They're not alpha men. They're stupid pansies that have nothing more than money. They don't have personality. They're just idiots with money. He was like all over it. He was like, these guys are fucking stupid losers. Like, I think he saw two things after that. Because it was like 2 months later, he went on Tate's podcast or something and turned super fucking red pill. 2 months. That is a very short period of time to go from hating someone to loving them and nearly gargling their nut. It is ridiculous.
Literally.
So I think he saw two things in between those 2 months. I think he saw how much the red pill space was blowing up and how much money he could make. And a lot of really stupid people. I think the psyop is he saw that shit. He was like, I'm gonna make money, but I'm also do a mass de-radicalization. I think he he started with just the red pill, but then he met Fuentes. And he starts latching on to all of the craziest fucking communities he could possibly latch onto. And he's growing this massive following, all these insane fucks. Like, they're just nuts. I think this conspiracy theory is over now. I think he's actually turned into a nutbag, but I think he was latching on to all these fucking crazy bastards. Just like the most insane communities he possibly could. Meanwhile, he was acting like the least intelligent, least susceptible to logic, most stubborn person to debate. Like, you could not debate him because he did not grasp the concepts that negated his points. So he just like completely just went fully into his points, didn't really listen to any of the shit. Just like what I think Lav probably said that one time. She was like, you don't listen to the points, you just have something. Or no, he said it himself. He said it. He was like, I don't even really listen to the points. I just have something I know I'm going to say, and I'm just waiting for you to finish so I can say it. I think he does that on purpose because he doesn't want to listen to them because he already knows what he's doing, and he just wants to be the stubborn guy that looks like he's really fighting for the people that are fucking nuts that follow him. And I think he's grabbing as many people as possible from all these communities and doing that and showing how stubborn he can be to like sort of trick them into thinking, oh, this guy would never change. He is us, you know? And then all of a sudden, Sneeko goes on Fresh and Fit with Destiny, and he like changes up on the red pill stuff. Like turns kind of trad all of a sudden. And out of nowhere, he's like speaking reasonably. It sounded like he had a brain. I'm like, Sneeko doesn't have a brain. Okay, he doesn't have one of those. All right, where did that come from? Did he grow one overnight? Did he go to fucking Walmart? Did he buy a $5 brain? That'll be better than whatever fucking void he's got up there. And it was like he slowly started seeing reason or like speaking reasonably. Everything he said was actually engaging with the points. And the things he said weren't insane. They were very reasonable. Like very reasonable. It was all against the it was against like the womanization stuff, and it was like, no, you should be fulfilled, you have kids. But I don't know. I think the idea was to act like the most crazy of the crazies and gather as many crazies as possible, and then slowly start to show reason to get your followers that are Nazis to like see the crazy guy showing reason, and maybe they'll start to show reason and like mass de-radicalize these fucking Nazis and red pill idiots.
So the alternative to your theory, because like your theory gives him a lot of credit, right?
Yep.
He's thinking he's playing 4D chess when in reality he's sticking the fucking square block into the round hole.
I think that's the reality now, but yeah, I came up with that. Oh, and you know what's crazy? I came up with that. I tweeted it out, and then a week later, Destiny said like, I think Sneeko's a psyop. I was like, he did not see my tweet. He didn't, but that's a fucking hilarious coincidence.
I think this. So here's the thing. People like Destiny, I think, is what you see on the screen is what you'll get in real life, but like turn down like 3 or 4 notches because like they're working. They're in front of the camera. They're at their desk. He is working.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't seem like he's working, he's working.
Yep.
Right. And that's good, actually. He doesn't need to be his crazy animated Destiny self. So Sneeko's a young guy. He's got plenty of energy, so has a lot of money to make. So do you think that he would have the presence of mind to feel like the pendulum is shifting. Like, I know where the world is at based off the color of Destiny's hair. It was blue, and now it's brown again, as that means we were returning to like a place where I need to be here as opposed to there, right? You know, Q went from living in staying in a little hut with his bed that's on the fucking floor to living in a palace. And there's no ski mask. He has a very traditional garment around his face. Is the pendulum shifting the other way? And Sneako's reading the writing on the wall, if he could read, and is seeing that, hey, it's time for me to switch up, but I need to do it gradually, and I need to attach myself to a figure of the side that I've been combating for so long. But a neutral, like, I don't think of Destiny as like lawful good. He's more of like a chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
With some edgings in one way or the other. He's like, he feels like this is his segue. Going from Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and John Zerko, whatever, and then slowly edging his way back, right? He's with Aiden Ross now, right? Who's like like he says all the crazy, he says all that crazy shit, but Aiden's not really a figure in that realm. He's just like it's a joke.
I don't think he
funny.
like means any of it. I think he's just a dumbass.
Yeah, he's just like, he's a jackass guy. He's Bam Margera.
Yeah.
W community.
Hang out with
Fauci.
proud rapists. All that.
Like these guys are like dudes
Yeah.
you would find, like, like they're not as like, Nick Fuentes, like Fauci isn't trying to get in a room with Kanye to talk about politics. He just wants to get fucking paid.
Yeah.
And he wants to be number one, and he's a narcissist. Same thing with Aiden, right? So it's like, because they were just praying the other day, right? He's praying with them, whatever. And Aiden's just sitting there like, should I be on my phone? Should I not? Whatever. So like how long, now mind you, how long before we see, like, I don't think nobody can touch Sneeko on Twitch, right? I think he's banned from Twitch.
I'll check. I'm not sure. I don't know if he ever was on Twitch.
I don't think he ever was, because I think he wasn't on it because he was in his arc where he was like, Twitch is all liberals and fruitcakes and transsexuals, so I don't want to be there.
Yeah, he is banned on Twitch.
Okay, so he's never went, like, that's a big L for people who are trying to like shift their way back.
Yeah.
Because all he could do is go to YouTube.
Yep.
Right?
He can't do that anymore either.
He lost that now too. So he's paying the price on that. And like, I think even Ice Poseidon is trying to get back on Twitch, and they're just like, nah. He's been like, no, sorry.
Yeah.
So like I said, I think there's some validity to your conspiracy, but you would have to give Sneeko a lot of credit, which I don't think you're prepared to do because of his actions previously.
Yep.
Right.
He's like, he put the thought in my head during a moment of clarity, and he took it right back out when he said Nick Fuentes is going to be president. And really started turning into a hardcore Nazi.
Oh man. Well, remember the good old days when he was just beefing with Moist Critical, talking about clips.
That was another thing that I thought was like evidence for my conspiracy. That was like the second thing that was like, oh fuck, I'm right. I was right.
Cook on that.
Because I was like, oh shit, he was just waiting for a public embarrassment moment, and he was egging it on hard, because he was really egging it on. Like, he found somebody that went after him, and when they stopped going after him, he fucked with them for months, or just talked about them for months, until he did the huge clips. Try me, fucking. That was hilarious from
So
Critical. Good. Come on. That was not education. That was nice pistol, buddy.
You watch Charlie?
Sometimes, yeah.
I've never been engaged with Charlie personally. Ludwig, not really. People, a lot of people love fucking Charlie's content, and I don't see why they love it.
I like his commentary. I don't enjoy watching his streams. I find them boring.
Yeah, I feel like he'd be a good person to like chime in and maybe make some points here or there, but I could not watch one of his videos. Like his tone and everything just does not work for me.
I really liked his cooking with K videos, because like when I like first like started like getting close with like my second ex, we did acid together and watched these K's cooking videos that he was like commenting on, and we were nearly pissing ourselves laughing, just tripping balls on acid. And this like disgusting food, and he's just like cracking jokes about this horrible food. It was so funny. It's still really funny. Like, it's stupid how funny it is.
Do you watch anybody on Twitch anymore?
Let me check.
I follow a whole lot of people on fucking Twitch, but I don't watch any of them anymore.
I don't think I do either. Yeah, no. I just kind of watch, like, I watch Destiny. I occasionally check out Q's streams, but he's not on at the time that I'm out of work anymore.
Yeah.
Because, what was it, like a couple days ago, he got back to Somalia, and all of a sudden his fucking schedule changed to like Destiny's schedule. I'm like, like, what the fuck? I was like, I was streaming in your slot. I could chat with you. I did the flat Earth debate with him that one time. That was fucking hilarious. Hilariously embarrassing. I was nervous as fuck. That was fun.
Oh, being on stream?
Yeah.
No, the trick is to just not look at chat, dude.
I wasn't looking at chat. I was like Googling shit, but I knew I was in front of like 250 people. I did something a while back though, that I shouldn't have done. I like illegally streamed the Super Bowl in February. Same thing Aiden Ross did, except I was smarter about it. I put a fucking overlay on that thing so that the content ID couldn't pick it up. Sure. And I made it transformative so that automatic software couldn't get it. I had 1,000 people watching. And
nice.
I was like, oh fuck. I was like panicking the whole time. I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get banned. I was like, I just became affiliate. I'm about to get banned. Fuck. And then I remember during the halftime show, so many people flooded in, and they were all like, the gays are here for Riri, and I'm like, are you one of them, or are you speaking about them? And he was like, no, I'm one. I was like, oh, good. Fuck. But
when I first started streaming on the platform, I got connected with a dude who would, like, every new movie that came out, he would stop streaming. He's like, all right guys, I'll start the movie soon. He'd log off, log back on, and just like stream a fucking movie on Kick, a new fucking brand new movie. I remember he streamed the Mario movie like 5 nights in a row for like 5 days straight. I was like, this guy's a fucking maniac, dude.
That's
and then
wild.
I saw him like months later. I connected with him. I hadn't seen him in a while because he changed his fucking name on Kick.
Fucking have to at that point, shit.
Oh, dude, it was so funny, man.
That's really funny.
He was such a funny dude. Oh, man, Kegel, it's been a fucking slice, dude.
It's been a good chat.
Yeah, man. I'm really glad we got to connect a little bit. Got to learn a little bit about each other. I'm not really good about talking about myself, so I really enjoy people who talk about themselves.
I like telling ridiculous stories.
It makes it very easy on me because I really don't like talking about myself. So I appreciate that. But yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to continued collaboration.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to hearing some of your questions. Make it to air. I'm sure they're all going to make it there because God knows Q's not coming up with them. And it's gonna be good, dude. I'm looking forward to what we got on the horizons, for sure.
If you want to hear the questions that I wrote for the last one, the first 2 questions
Sure.
were the ones that he picked, I think. Unless he like changed the wording on a couple more. He did the politics episode. I wrote all the questions apparently. I didn't recognize a single one. I was like, oh, okay, he got somebody else to write the questions for him. That's cool. But then he like thanked me later in the stream. He was like, yeah, I did some W rewording, but you know, they were great questions. I was like, oh fuck, okay.
I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure people complain about the wording of his questions.
Yeah.
It's like you rewrote them, but did you rewrite them for the better?
Yeah.
Are you a writer?
Yeah. But yeah, the first two of the last episode that Destiny read, those I wrote those. They were like detailed questions with a little bit of backstory and yeah.
The first time he was explaining King of KoK because the brackets weren't ready and shit, right? Because we hadn't done it. I sent him an example that I made in Paint of the fucking brackets, and I was like, he showed it on stream. I'm like, Q, why the fuck are you showing that, dude? That was a concept image. And I was like, I just sent it to you to explain it to you. I didn't know it was supposed to be a fucking stream. It was so scuffed, dude. I was just like, oh my god, bro. It's so embarrassing, man. Oh, it was so funny though.
I'll send you the link to the doc so you can read it if you want. You can check out the questions. I want some feedback from people
Beautiful.
as well, so
Yeah,
let me know what you think.
Dude, don't tempt me with a good time. I spent fucking, especially if you're streaming, dude. I'll be here, man. Even if I need to tab you overnight. I was in Lupo's stream for 2 fucking hours today, just bullshitting, talking.
Nice. He popped into the fucking chat room in Kicker Keep earlier, and we were chatting for like 10 minutes. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
Yeah, Lupo's great, dude.
Yeah.
I'm glad he won.
He was talking about like bulldog mommies, and how they comment about how, oh, it's not the breed under fucking pit bulls mauling children videos. I was like, what? Pit bulls mauling children, and the fucking women are like, but it's not the breed. Just say that somewhere else. Say it somewhere else. Not under a fucking kid getting killed by a pit bull. The fuck?
So funny, dude.
That was hilarious. I was laughing for like 5 minutes after he left. I could not stop laughing. That shit fucked me up.
Oh man.
But
all right, Kegel.
Fucking, I'll be probably on later tonight at some point. So if you see me,
I'll be around. I'll be around Saturday night more than likely. Probably during the. I'm probably gonna be around all day Saturday because I don't really want to go anywhere. If I'm gonna do anything, that's gonna be in the morning. And I got a dinner and a fantasy football draft on Sunday morning, so my Sunday's gonna be waxed.
I've got some beers with a friend I haven't seen in a few years. Tonight at probably like 5 or 6 or 7 or something like that.
Nice.
I don't fucking know, but that's all I got.
Enjoy,
I'll
brother.
probably when I get home, probably gonna hop online and act like a retard in front of my camera for a couple hours.
Amazing.
Oh.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
You too, buddy.
Later. All right. Twas a good one. I'm going to make like a fetus and head out. So, I'm gonna save this bitch. Okay. Saved. Indeed. W indeed. Nah, dude. I don't know who that was actually. It was some random dude. You missed all of it. Literally every second of it. You haven't chatted since he fucking. I don't know, dude. Alright. I'm going to bed. I have been up for a while. So,